All right, Mr. Gupita, good luck. So basically what he said was that he's going to try and get all the points he can and go all out and full gas. So while we walk back to the back of the grid, we're going to throw back the desk because we want to talk to two people who are very important in this championship. But it's going to be quite a walk, so we'll head back to Des first.
Thanks very much, Daniel. You make a sprint down to the back of the place, and I suspect he's heading down to Wayuaji and to Izzat Zaidi, the two championship leaders. And you were covering qualification, Barry. What went wrong for Wayuaji? Because he is normally so consistent. He's had 4 podiums out of 5 races, plus a DNF, it must be said, in Sugos. What's gone wrong?
We haven't been able to get to the bottom of it. I've been looking around for him. I haven't found him in the paddock or pit lane. So it's a good job Daniel's going to do that now. But he didn't show up in the dry-free practice and didn't make the cut for qualification. Izzat was fast in free practice, but didn't make it in qualification. And we're back with Daniel now.
So we're down here in the grid at P18 of all places for Wayuaji. So Wahyu, you were P14 in the combined practice results, and you qualified currently 18th. So currently the championship leader with Izzat. You guys are same on points. It's been a tough weekend. So can you give us a bit of what has not gone right and what we can expect from you in this race?
Strategy is with my teammate, and then because this race is a hard race for me, because I have money trouble in FP2 and qualifying. I hope in race I can be the best. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Wahyu. Good luck for the race. And coming down just 2 places below him is Izzat Zaidi, our championship leader. So Izzat, was a tough day out in practice and qualifying for you, but we saw you in warm-up. You seemed a bit more of yourself. Do you feel any pressure now being in this position that you are and trying to find a way ahead of Wahyu?
I hope everything okay and I target finish top 5 in this one.
You think, so can you give us an insight on what wasn't really right for you this weekend so far?
This weekend I very struggle practice 1, practice 2, and after morning my bike good, and I hope good and finish race.
Thank you so much, Izzat. We wish you luck for the race coming up ahead, and we'll go back to Des and Barry in the commentary box.
Good work, Daniel. Yeah, good sprint down to the back of the grid. That tests his fitness. Izzat Zaidi, Daniel absolutely correctly has said, is the championship leader because he's won 2 races so far this season. Wayuaji Chilaksana has won just 1. 90 points each, so they're level on points, but on the count back of wins, Izzat Zaidi is leading the way. He didn't give a lot away there, but he did sound a little bit more confident that his performance this morning suggests he could well get up towards the top end of the table.
Yeah, he was second. I think he was second fastest this morning in warm-up. I was watching for that after the poor qualifying, obviously. So I think he'll be all right. The one I'm not convinced about is Wayuaji. Sorry to say it, but he's talking a good game. Let's hope he comes through, because what we want is a good championship battle.
In a strictly neutral way, of course, Mr. Ross.
Yes, absolutely.
Peter Kreshner is the man on pole, former champion. He's only had 1 podium so far this season, so for Peter, it's a welcome return to form, and he will be on the front row of the grid alongside Shafiq Raisal from 1XOX Racing Team and Murabel Vitoni, the Indonesian, in P3.
And row 2 led by Ahmed Fazli Sham, don't count him out, and next to him Cheryl Shiraz, Cheryl Yuzi, and Hafid Pradamatitya Nosandi next to him.
On to the 3rd row of the grid, Giancarlo Maurizio, the best of the Filipinos from Uma Racing Philippines, alongside Shafiq Rosley, who's done pretty well in the Cup Prix so far this season, and April King Moscado, the king of Philippines.
And Kiandra just behind him, the 13-year-old. Next to him, Pirapong Nui Bumpeng, team All For One, and Afiz Supat next to him.
Bike 521 team, 1 for all. Uyezo on P13 alongside Ahmad Afi Farman, who I'm expecting great things from for the Cardinals Racing Team. Nazrul Izzat in P15.
And in 16, Ayman Tairuddin. We could see more from him, and we should from the next 2 men alongside him, Hafisa Rofa and Wayuaji Trilaksana.
Hafisa Rofa, one of the winners at Sepang last time out. John Emerson Ngito in 19. Izzat Zaidi, championship leader in P20. And alongside him, Jordan Badaru, had a good start to the season, has fallen away.
And Nguyen Duc Tan on the last row, together with Dimas Juli Atmoko and Nguyen Antoine next to him. Dimas Juli had fastest lap in both races last time out at Sepang.
He did. He had P4 on both occasions, did Dimas Juli, and something has gone a little bit awry. He found a little bit of form for a P6 last time out, as the UMA Racing colours, easy to pick out, are there for us to see. That's the UMA Racing Philippines teams. Always keen, always smiling, and we'll be looking for April King Moscato to improve on his P4 in the championship standings. The top two, Wayu Aji, bike 16, Izzat Zaidi will be starting a long way down. But Ahmad Afif Amran in shot there, bike number 50. He will be hoping that he, alongside April King and Najrul Izzat, etc., will have a chance to close the gap at the top going into the final round of the season in Buriram.
Exactly, and we barely talked about Fazli Sham.
Got to talk about Fazli. Ahmad Fazli Sham, although bizarrely, he's a long way down in the overall championship standings. Missed the first round, of course, in Buriram through quarantine. That does come into play. He was one of a couple of racers who missed round one through quarantine. Hafiza Rofa was another. Hafiza is down in P14. He was a winner here in race one in May. The other winner in May was Najrul Izzat Bahadin.
Yeah, Nazarel has had a quiet meeting here too. He's starting from 15th. But my goodness, with Hafisa Rofa and Wayu Aji starting from so far back, 17th and 18th, this is going to be quite something to keep your eyes on. So let's take some eye drops and get ready, because there won't be time to blink.
The shootout results were interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I thought that format worked well. It was done tactically because of the weather, but it was fun.
Peter Kreshna, the man on pole position. Looking forward to seeing if he is able to maintain that position. He, more than anybody, is looking to maintain that position.
There's your guy, Afif, going through there. I don't think he was shaken at all by that tumble yesterday.
Shafiq Grassol, a wild card in P2. Vitoni, Murabil Vitoni, he's had a reasonable season so far. He always seems to be there or thereabouts. One podium and a P4 and a P6. When the red lights come on, we are getting ready for the start of this race. And now we are underway, 6 laps of this race. And what let's go right to the back and Wayu Aji Chilaksana and Izzat Zaidi, see what kind of a start they get up to. This is what I love about Underbone. 2 completely different lines taken to try and avoid the traffic.
Yeah, you couldn't accuse it of being tidy, could you? And who is that indeed that's gone through into the lead?
It's the one XOX racer.
So is that Fazli Sham?
Ahmad Fazli Sham looks to be there. Who's gone really, really wide? That is quite a unique line. Coming round corner number 3 in cars or bikes or whatever. I've never seen anyone go that wide. There's keeping out of trouble and there's really keeping out of trouble.
Yeah, that was an experiment he won't be trying again. But we've got one of the UMA bikes at the front.
So UMA Racing, as we try to work out, bike 87 leading the way.
That's Nazarul.
Nazrul Izzat, who started in P15. That just shows you how easy it is to pick up ground. So Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, who had a victory here last time out. Well, he was in P1, he's now quickly down into P2.
And April King up into 3rd.
I have been expecting April King, and I'm looking for Ahmad Afif. The lime green wheels make the Cardinals racing team easy to pick out, but there is Afif Amran coming around the inside. He gave me one of the most spectacular finishes of any race in last season's Cup Prix. Unbelievable Cup Prix last year.
He earned a place in your heart, clearly does.
Oh, easy to pick out as well. Ahmad Afif Amran currently in P5 at the moment.
Let's have another look at the front, because Hafisa Rofa is right up near the front there.
Again, he's another who knows this circuit like the back of the hand. They regularly race at Sepang in the Cup Prix. And in some ways, be it the North Circuit or the South Circuit or the full circuit, it will give you a little bit of home advantage. And the Malaysians, particularly in this, will be saying to Peter Kreshner and Wahyu Aji Trilaksana, we need to take advantage.
P17 to about P3 in half a lap, that was, Des.
Is he there? Is he? He is indeed, as they come through. Murabil, they come into the hairpin for the first time of 6.
Yeah, that's April King going through there with him. Hafiz Arofa, yeah, Ahmed Fazli Sham at the front, no surprise. Look at April King go.
Ahmed Fazli Sham, Giancarlo Maurizio there as well, Hafiz Arofa, Afif Amran, Peter Kreshner down in P5, the ones I'm looking for. Wahyu Aji Trilaksana up into P10.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, well, that was one,
Giancarlo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Giancarlo, not April King. Yeah, April King's back in the pack somewhere. Fastest lap from Hafiz Arofa. Afif Amram joins them at the front. Where is, so I'm looking for Wahyu Aji, and particularly I'm looking for
He's somewhere there.
Izzat Zaidi.
Yeah, we just saw him on the inside there. He's in touch with the leading group here. He crossed the line in P10.
We're on board with Ahmed Fazli Sham. That's in the middle of the traffic. So, yeah, for the benefit of the camera, Ahmed Fazli, please don't lead. We'd like to see what's going on ahead of you. And obligingly, he does exactly that. He's happily in well, he was in P2 at the last checking point. So much movement there. It's the 1XOX TKR Racing team. We've got 1 and 2 at the moment.
Yeah, Wahyu Aji's in touch. I think he's in about P9 at the moment.
Wahyu Aji Trilaksana,
Wahyu
look out for
Aji on
bike
the
number
right.
60.
That's it, on the right of your screen, just going through that shot.
If he pulls a win out of this, the way he's not been able to perform in the practice sessions, not being able to perform in qualifying, starting so far down the circuit, missing out on the shootout.
He's still got 2 1XOX TKKR teammates ahead of him. That's an interesting shot. Look at the lines.
They are so wide. But yeah, in many ways you do want to slingshot into this penultimate straight. Because you just take a slight downhill, and yeah, then they're not crowding close to the grandstand, which sometimes you see on this particular circuit.
Yeah, that was Hafiz Arofa, took the wide line then, and he's sitting nicely in P2 as they fan out, but
5 abreast as they go into the hairpin at the end of lap number 2. It is Ahmed Fazli Sham who retains the lead, but look at that. Bike number 60 has got himself up into P2. Wahyu Aji Trilaksana from P18 ahead of Hafiz Arofa, and looking on, I think with admiration is the word at the moment for Wahyu Aji Trilaksana, saying, oh gosh, we didn't have the best of build-ups, but my word, you've got yourself into P2. But now the race really begins.
yes, it does. He's up where he needs to be for the rest of this race. We've got 4 laps to go. Plenty can happen, but it will come down to the last time around, turn 15. He's got Afif just behind him. The other Cardinals bike of Ahmed Tyrudin, a few places further in arrears.
That's a great shot. That just shows you just how much or how little wiggle room you've got in these underbones. Luckily, it's a wide-ish circuit.
Giancarlo going through there. Nice race from him.
Yeah, Giancarlo's been pretty good so far, right the way through. Was in P2 at the end of lap 1, P10 at the end of lap 2. And is it Giancarlo? Yes, it is, 124.
And he's got...
leading the way. He's got Shafiq
Nazrul.
Crossley not far behind either.
Yeah, and Nazrul there too. Nazrul is at...
Again, let's have a look at the championship leader, who is Izzat Zaidi, bike number 98. He's got himself up into that front group as well. So the poor qualification hasn't really hurt them, or not seemingly yet.
P8 with more than 3 laps to go is a potential winner. Nazrul and Giancarlo going well, along with Afif Amran and Wayu Aji Trilaksana.
Nazrul Izzat is just tracking him. Afif Amran, who does know this circuit and loves this circuit. But Wayu Aji Trilaksana, bike 60, just goes a little bit wide. Afif tries to come in on the inside. Instead, Afif will have a little bit of a drag from Wayu Trilaksana. Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. He's the new race leader, but for how long? As they come down this long straight.
This shot absolutely encapsulates what underbone racing is all about in ARRC. Last time around there was 1.4 seconds between the first 15.
Ahmed Fazli Sham it was who led last time round. He's led all 3 laps now, and he'll be leading here from Afif Amran, who's third in the overall championship. Giancarlo Maurizio, the fastest of the Filipinos as we speak. Also in there is Peter Kreshna, who we've not really mentioned.
I was just going to use exactly those words, but yeah, he's up there too.
Bike 23 in the darker colours. He's kind of just stayed out of the danger, hasn't taken any headlines yet. We are halfway through this race. There's already been a number of narratives that we can give you. April King Moscado is not one of them, though. The Filipino who was looking to maybe capitalise. He's way down in P18 or P19 at the moment, right at the back of that group.
Yeah, other notables further down, Murabul Vitoni, who started on the front row, down in 21st place. Oizu down in 20th. April King Moscado down in 18th.
Back on board with Ahmed Fazli Sham, number 46, who was leading. He's gone over the line in the lead in each of the 3 laps so far, then is instantly gobbled up by the pack. Interesting though that in the latter stages of the lap, Ahmed Fazli Sham seems able to get himself back into the front. Will he be able to continue that sequence right the way through to the end? Instead, Ahmed Afif Amran has a little look over his shoulder. 60 behind him is Wayu Aji Trilaksana, one XOX TKR racing team. Race leader, I'm looking a little bit further down for Izzat Zaidi, bike number 98.
Yeah, he was about 10th last time I looked. Yeah.
13th he's dropped down to. Ahmed Fazli Sham was the leader. Ahmed Afif Amran drags through.
Lap time's a little bit slower than last time out, but the conditions are cooler here.
Again, they'll slingshot round this long right-hander. This is what sorts the men out from the boys, this penultimate one, and then they're hugging the grandstand just a little bit more on this time. Completely different line. Now they pull out. It's a new race leader. It won't be Ahmed Fazli Sham who's leading the way as they come through on this particular occasion. It's Izzat, the championship leader, who has got himself into the front. Takes a wide line, tries to cut short, but will be overtaken, I suspect. Maybe not. So then, Izzat Zaidi, bike number 98, the championship leader. He was sounding confident on the grid when he spoke to Daniel Bogas before. 2 laps to go, and he's in P2.
Yeah, and there was, just 1.13 seconds covering the first 15. In 15th place is the 13-year-old Kiandra.
This is a crazy sport, this. It's absolutely fabulous, isn't it?
On the run up to turn 1, Wayu Aji poked his nose into the lead, and now he's about 6th as they went through turn 1. Oh, I beg his pardon, he is in P1.
I'd love to know how the riders are thinking when they're actually out there, because obviously there's so much traffic to deal with. You've got to fight for your space, but you've also got to have your strategy in mind. It's a completely different form of racing.
It's looking for the patterns, isn't it? The rider behaviour.
Ahmed Fazli Sham eases his way into the front. He takes Ahmed Afif Amran with him. This lovely left-right combination. It's a beautiful flowing circuit in Sepang.
It is. There will be no chicanery this weekend, Des.
Very good. Ahmed Afif Amran, bike number 50. Now then, Giancarlo Maurizio's got himself back up into a top 3 place as well. And what's happened to Aji Trilaksana, the bike number 60? Oh, he's in there, the green livery.
Green livery, red helmet.
Yeah, there he is, just in 4th place. And Gupita Kreshna, quite sensibly, Just tracking Wayu Aji-Trilaksana. Oh, somebody's down. It's Ahmed Afi Vanran. Ahmed Afi Vanran is down, and it's a nightmare for Ahmed Afi. 14th in qualification, and now out of this race.
I think he touched another bike then. Couldn't quite see what sent him down, but I think it was contact. Perhaps he hit the rear of another bike.
A nightmare for the Cardinals racing racer. P3 in the overall championship. That will desperately hurt, because he'll pick up nil point on this particular occasion. 2 laps to go. Look at those wide. We need a wide camera
You've
lens
got wingman.
just for the width. Phenomenal stuff. Maurizio it is who's gone widest of all.
Yeah, Maurizio on one side and Nazaril on the other on that occasion, but
Shafi Crosley in there as well. Did I see that? 27, Shafi Crosley.
and Ayman Tayruddin's rising to the occasion now that his teammates crashed out.
Shafi Crosley, a wild card, second in qualification. He's the man who leads over the line. But look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 abreast coming into this first corner. It's crazy. It's mayhem. Gupita Kreshna, he's just beginning to flex a muscle or two. Just one significant casualty. Ahmed Afi Vanran crashed out on the last lap.
Yeah, this has been pretty much attrition-free, hasn't it, this race?
Don't speak too soon, Barry. We've got the hairpin to come. And the last corner, the man in the lead, bike number 87.
Yeah, Nazaril looking good. Yeah, looking good as Wayu Aji goes through on him.
Couple go wide, and that's one of the Team One for All racers. Is it Wazy? Hopefully he's okay. So the attritional rate goes up just a little bit. Contact is bound to happen. But Wayu Aji-Trilaksana is the race leader up at the front. I think it's Maurizio who is taken with him, or John Emerson Ngito. It is indeed John Emerson Ngito. Gupita Kreshna, bike number 23 in P3.
There are 4 1XOX bikes in that leading group in potential winning positions at this stage.
Nazrul Izzat, bike number 87 for Uma Racing. He's in P4. And don't count out the championship leader either. Bike number 88, Izzat Zaidi Salan.
Wayu Aji having a look behind him then. He's trying to make a little break here, Des. Contact between 2 Uma bikes there.
Yeah, they make way for each other, but you're quite right. Wayu Aji-Trilaksana has made a move away. Has he gone too early? Gupita Kreshna tries to track him. But this is the opportunity to slingshot, to get rid of any tailgating behind him. Wayu Aji-Trilaksana, has he got enough of a lead? Gupita Kreshna in P3, building up superbly. Wayu Aji-Trilaksana stays close to the grandstand, then pulls away and is immediately followed by a snake that just follows behind him, and they close up on Wayu Aji-Trilaksana.
Yeah, they drew him right back in.
Gupita Kreshna is right in there. Nazrul Izzat Bahudin is in there. Wayu Aji goes on the inside. He takes the tighter line. Was he able to hold it? Wayu Aji-Trilaksana has his nose in front at the moment. Wayu Aji-Trilaksana will be beaten at the line, and the victory goes to Izzat Zaidi Salahan. The championship leader takes his 3rd victory of the season.
Oh, and there's one of the other Fen bikes down there, Des. Something happened in the post-finishing line mayhem there.
Wow, Izzat Zaidi from P20 in qualification, timed it to absolute perfection. 3rd win of the season for Izzat Zaidi. Wayu Aji was so busy dealing with his demons on the left of him. Izzat Zaidi came to a space on the right.
Came straight to the right, and Gupita Kreshna, who is right close to the front group, finished down in 13.
Wow, what a finale. Look at bike number 98. He doesn't go to the left. He sees that the fight's going on to the left. Darts in for the hole. Darts in for that hole right now. Accelerates in and wins this one by... it's a mile.
An underbone mile, not a country mile.
Absolutely phenomenal racing from the Pittsburgh JRT one-way team. One way to win. Yeah. You can enjoy that one. And God, what a performance from Izzat Zaidi.
And what a decisive championship move too, Des. Nasrul Izzat, who finished second, he kept himself around all the way through. And you'd have to say, if Izzat hadn't done what he'd have done, you'd have been singing the praises of Wayu Aji for coming through from P18 on the grid to P3. But I tell you something, very close to those guys was John Emerson Nguito in P4. That was a great race from him.
Yeah, I'm breathless. I'm often breathless by these finishes, but that one in particular, because he has come from absolutely nowhere, saw that the fight was going on between Nasrul Izzat and Wayu Aji, and just changed his own course to slam in and pick up the victory in phenomenal fashion. 0.023 of a second ahead of Nasrul Izzat, who himself was 0.015 ahead of Wayu Aji, who was himself 0.015 ahead of John Emerson Nguito.
Des, there was 0.4 of a second between first and 12th. 0.4! And that was Hafisa Rover in 12th.
Incredible. 0.5, Gupita Krishna. How can you P13 in a race like that? Gosh. That's not a criticism, it's just just tells you how competitive this Underbone is. Fabulous racing.
Well, that's why the Underbone fans stretch way beyond the boundaries of Asia. Fantastic work by Izzat. Such a clever rider.
3 Filipinos in the top 7. John Emerson Nguito, the best of them in P4, 13 points. April King Moscato recovered. He finished in P7. Ahmed Afif Ramlan crashed out.
Yeah, Fazli Sham down in 8th. And in tight races like that, you'd normally expect to see him come in and sneak through at the front, but this was brilliant work.
This was brilliant, absolutely. There'll be highlights on Facebook, there'll be re-airs wherever you're watching this around. I'm sure we'll put this on YouTube, but that finish is, that doesn't happen in sport, that kind of excitement. That is just incredible.
And even for Underbones, that was in an incredibly tight race, an incredibly tight finish. So the winning time 2:36.6, 2:37.4. Yeah, 1 second covering all the way down. And there is the winner.
You may as well win it by a lap. But that is just incredible. What a performance. And it establishes him firmly in the lead, Izzat Zaidi Salahan. It's his 3rd win of the season. On top of that, he's had a P4, a P5, and a P6. Highlights of a thrilling ARC Underbone 150cc race number 1. Izzat Zaidi, bike number 98, starting back in P20. And what a story we would have for you by the end of this race for bike number 98, Izzat Zaidi, and bike number 60, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, who started in P16. But the narrative before that, it was building up very, very nicely. The green liveries of the team, one XOX TKR racing team, constantly in the front. Ahmed Fazli Sham leading for 3 of the 6 laps.
Yeah, and just at this early stage, you can see there in P3, Hafisa Rofa, half a lap in, moved up from 17th to 3rd place. Ahmed Fazli Sham at the front led for several laps.
It was all kind of changes. The Filipino challenge was mainly led by John Emerson Nguito, but we also had good work in from Giancarlo Maurizio, who had his best performance of the season. He would have eventually finished in P7 for 9 points, his best return of the season. And then Gupita Krishna, who started on pole, bike number 22, would get himself up to near the front. But Ahmed Afif Amram, one of the riders who's in championship contention, he fell out of the race with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, the rider behind him did well to miss that too.
So Ahmed Afif Amram, 0 points for today, and that's really hurts his championship. And then we just come down to a crazy, crazy final corner. It so often seems to come down to this in Underbone, as one of the Team One for All races it crashes out. But look at this. Bike number 98 is the man you need to keep an eye on. He's keeping out of the way. Black helmet. There he is. At the moment, he's in P4. Blue front, red helmet, black livery. There's a battle going on outside of him, and then Nazirul Mohammed Izzat Zaidi breaks through to punch the air. Clear winner. There's a crash going on behind them afterwards. Hopefully there's no problems there after the race has ended. But what a win from Izzat Zaidi Salhan, the championship leader by a distance now.
Wonderful stuff. What next? Oh, we got another 3 races, Des.
Here is the result. Just look at the differential there. 0.158 between 1 and 8. Izzat Zaidi on the Yamahas right the way through for Pittsbike JRT. One way taking the win ahead of Nazrul Izzat Bahuddin. Well done, Nazrul Izzat, by the way. Why Ajichuliksana, great job by him. John Emerson Ingito was in P4. A little bit further down, Ayman Tahirudin, P11 for Cardinals Racing Team. Shafi Grassol, who started second row of the grid, a P10 for him. Gupita Krishna, how you can come 13th when you're so close to the front is beyond me. Points right the way down to P15 with Murabil. As for the Vietnamese, 17 and 18 out of the points for them. 13-year-old Keandra was a 1 lap down, as was Afizad Dimas Julie. Uwezo was the guy who dropped out, as did Afif Amran and Yordan Badaru. Oh, breathless stuff.
Yeah, here they come to the podium while we wait for our oxygen to arrive.
No wonder, what a performance. But to take that opportunity, you can see what's going on to your left, and then to have the presence of mind to fizz into that space. Just wonderful. Brilliantly executed performance. Round of applause from Barry Russell to my left as well. I think you're still enjoying it.
I was trying to keep it quiet.
And Stefan Karapier, well, round of applause and a big smile from him as well for the top 3. Wayu Ajichuliksana. Not doing well, we said before the start of this race. Struggling, we said before the start of this race. And he was down in P18. Izzat Bahuddin. Again, he's quietly done well. Izzat, that's his 3rd pole. He's had a 1, 2, 3 so far this season. But the race winner today, Izzat Zaidi Salhan, the championship leader. He was joint championship leader before now. Now he'll take a 9-point lead into tomorrow's race too. I'm sure he'll have sweet dreams tonight, because that is a sweet, sweet victory. Malaysia 1, 2. Indonesia 3. Izzat Zaidi from Nazrul Izzat. Uma Racing behind Pittsbike, and 1 X-Wax TKR Racing Team with Wayu Ajichuliksana in P3.
Okay, winners only.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause one more time.
Underbone 150, race 1.
Championship standings. Confirmed, Izzat Zaidi has that 9-point lead over Wayu Ajitrilaksana. Najrul Izzat on 73 points. There are 3 races to go, so those top 2 look like they're going to be battling it out right the way through. Bad break for Afif Amran. He remains 4th, but missed a chance to capitalise. April King Moscado moves up into P5 ahead of John Emerson and Gito. That's a tight battle for P4. Hafiza Rofa missed a chance today as well for 1XOX DKR Racing Team in P7. Murabo Vitoni on the Yamaha in P8 on 46 points. Dimas Julie and Gupita Krishna, he'll be frustrated. Pole sit-up, Gupita Krishna could only finish P10. Pitaponglu Boinpeng, we didn't mention at all on 14, 1 for all. Yordam, Shafiq Crosley, Aweso and Kiandra completing the top 15. Ayman Taharuddin down in P16. Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas to get some reaction to that quite remarkable Underbone 150cc race.
So Izzat, as we talked on the grid, you mentioned that things were looking better this morning, and in the race, you are now victorious, and you extended the lead in your championship now. So give us an insight a bit on what happened in that absolutely hectic race.
Fantastic, fantastic. Firstly, I want to say thank you, GRT Peacebike One Way Racing Team, because I set up motor the best in race 1. Alhamdulillah, syukur Alhamdulillah, I win first and collect maximum point for championship.
Thank you so much, Izzat, and good luck for tomorrow's race.
Well, fantastic, fantastic. It's exactly the reaction, I think, that we've given him as well. So he really enjoyed that. Big smile on his face. He'll sleep well tonight. Okay, thriller. Follow that one if you possibly can. The Asia Production 250cc is coming up after this very short break. We're at Sepang in Malaysia. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships. Hope you've been enjoying the Asia Road Racing Championship coming to you from Sepang in Malaysia. If you haven't, then you haven't understood what racing's all about. We have just had the most thrilling Underbone 150cc finale. We've got 3 more races coming your way. We'll be starting with the AP, the Asia Production 250cc Championships. Myself and Barry Russell will be talking you through the best of the action. Firstly, let's talk you through the qualification period We'll do that in just a moment. 30 degrees and cloudy. There are some dark clouds hanging around. Rain is a possibility, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Let's look at, in wettish, changeable conditions earlier on today, how qualification went. Rafi Topan Susito, who's third in the overall championship standings on 65 points. He's put in a decent time. He, at one stage, he was fastest out there, but could only end up P8, Barry Russell. But these conditions made life very difficult for everybody.
They did. I was one of the people who thought that these conditions would favour Rafid Topan, experienced and skillful rider that he is. There are the two Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki's of Aiki Iyoshi and championship leader Mohammed Andy Fadley, and getting nice and twitchy but controlling it in a very cool way, 16-year-old Aldi Satya Mahendra.
Yeah, we keep forgetting how young Aldi Satya is, because he rides with such poise. Another one, Piawat, one of the Thai racers, Honda Racing Thailand, who you keep an eye on. He got himself into P3. There's some very good races out there in this AP 250. Adananta Putra was another one, but this is the man to beat. Despite the equalisation, which you'll explain a little bit later on, Andy Mohammed Fadley is certainly the man to beat, although those changeable conditions made it very, very awkward this morning. And I'm keeping an eye out on these clouds to see if there is any rain coming down for this afternoon.
Hurjan Firdaus, he has been good all the way through since we started free practice on Thursday. And Adananta Putra, so the, if you like, the less well-known Astra Honda riders were really strong.
But still, it's always, when you look at the Andy Mohammed Fadley on the Kawasaki Ninja for the Multo Sniper Mantec Racing Team, who is the man to beat. Adananta Putra got himself into P2. Adananta won last time out in Sugo, so he has got a race win and a little bit of confidence to his name, but he's going to have to do well to get the better of Andy Mohammed Fadley, who is leading the championship by, what is it? It's 22 points plus. He's fastest in qualification. They're going around the Sepang International Circuit. And all of these races, I think, have raced around here before. So nothing new to them. But the 250s, a nice track for them. It's a nice flowing circuit. Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogus. And I believe Daniel is getting ready to talk to one or two of the pole sitters. Daniel?
So we're down at the grid now for the AP 250 Race 1, and we're going to talk to some of the riders, and actually all the riders that we're going to talk to are on the front row. And first and foremost, Andy Mohammed Fadley. So, Andy, so sorry to disturb your tunes, but, sorry. But yeah, so you were P11 in combined practice, and it was a tough practice all the way through. But in qualifying, it all went right for you, and warm-up as well is fine. So now you're starting in P1, and you know Reza Danica is back in P6, you're a championship contender. So what's your motivation for this race to push for the win?
Yeah, of course, my motivation is last race in here. I want to try again. I want to make a moment again like round 2. So wish me luck. I will keep fighting for win.
Thank you so much, Andy, and good luck for the race. And now we're going to go right next door to Adananta Putra, one of the Astra Honda riders. We're going to try to get a quick word with him. He's in the zone, but let's try to disturb him. So, Adananta, so currently your teammate is fighting for the championship, Reza. So he's the closest right now. But you are currently 8th with 49 points. Is your plan to try and help Reza in any way, or are you just going to go all up for a race win?
Yeah, actually, if Reza also on the front, if I can help, I will. Yes, I will help, because it's some team order. And yeah, I will. But I will try for do my best for on the podium. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race. And moving to third on the grid, we have none other than Honda Thailand rider, Piawat Patumyos. So Piawat, you were P4 in the combined practices and P3 in qualifying, and you're 4th in the championship, 38 points away from Andy Mohammed Fadley. So it's been a good week so far. What's your real target and mission coming into this race?
Today, I want to podium.
Podium number 1.
Podium number 1, yeah.
Number one only. Number one only.
So it's a simple target, and we wish you the best of luck. It's been a good week, so good luck for the race. And it's down now back to Des and Barry in the commentary box.
No pressure from the boss then, okay? He's right over your shoulder. Podium, says the rider. Number 1, says the boss.
And that was the big boss, Kunalak.
Right, let's look a little bit further down and focus on one or two of the other races. Aldi Satya Mahendra, you made a great point. He's still only 16, growing into this sport, and a genuine competitor. Aldi Satya, 5th in the overall championship. Alongside him will be Anji Setiawan, another of the faster Indonesian racers out there. Never seems to get the results on the Yamaha I think that he deserves.
No, he needs to put a good race together for sure. And here is Andy Fadley's main championship contender, Reza Danica RNs. We just heard the team orders phrase uttered a few moments ago, but he won't worry about starting from P6 on the grid.
But he had a nightmare in Sugo. He only picked up 2 points, and he had that bizarre did not finish because he was chicaned at the end of that remarkable second race in
Fortunately,
Sugo.
yeah, fortunately for him, Andy Fadley had a terrible outing at Sugo, so it didn't affect the championship that much.
That was where the rain came through on day number 1. Will the rain came through? I am looking anxiously up in the skies. It looks okay at the moment, but they can sweep in pretty quickly here. But this AP 250, Andy Mohammed Fadley, championship leader, 22 points clear of Reza Danica Arons. Andy Mohammed Fadley on the green Kawasaki for Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team is on the front row of the grid, alongside Astra Honda Racing's Adananto Putra and Pia Wapatumas for Honda Racing Thailand.
And the second row led by Aldi Satya Mahendra. We were just talking about Angie Setiawan next to him, and P6, Reza Danica RNs.
On to the third row of the grid, and we look on to the Astra Honda Racing Herjan Atna, who's contributed. Rafid Topan, who we always like on the Honda. Alongside him, Aiki Ayoshi, the teammate of Andy Mohammed Fadley.
And right behind him, number 222, Ray Ratakure. Next to him, Fitrian Zakete, and on the outside of that row, Muzakia Mohammed.
P13 will go to Irfan Heikel, a local who knows this track pretty well. Sedu Rajiv from Honda Racing India will be in the middle of row 5, just ahead of Senthil Chandrasekaran.
And starting from P16, Akid Aziz, who crashed in qualifying. Idlan Hakimi Radwan next to him, and on the outside, Leong Wansi, I beg his pardon, from Victor Racing.
Yeah, and Charles Ezwan has row 7 all to himself, a wild card here at Sepang for today. It's AP 250. The man to really look at, who's dominated Andy Mohammed Fadley. As you said, in the rain in Sugo, he had a difficult time, certainly in race 1. But prior to that, he had back-to-back wins at Sepang. He'd won in Buriram, and he had a P3 in Buriram as well. So you take the weather-affected Sugo away, and he's had a fabulous season.
He has, and he is the defending champion, of course, Andy Fadley, and he has the swagger of a champion and the self-belief of a champion. So despite the bike not going that well, as he mentioned on the grid in dry practice, he's starting from the front, and we know on race day we always see the best of Andy Fadley.
Astra Honda Racing will always put up a big fight. You've got Adnanta Putra, you've got Herjan Atna, and you've got Reza Danica Arons in P6. Reza Danica, as we said, he had that difficult time in Sugo, but prior to that he'd had 4 successive podiums as well. He is the main challenger, and I think Reza Danica needs to make a statement here today.
Undoubtedly, and Reza Danica was the champion in 2018, which was the year before Andy Fadley took his championship. And both of those are so tough, so different in personality and style, but really, really strong mentally, which is what makes the difference.
As usual, we'll keep an eye on others. Muzakir, the one XYTKR Racing rider who's had a long career, not a hugely successful one, but is always there or thereabouts, giving his best. And we'll also keep an eye on the 2 Indian racers, Sedu Rajiv, who had his best result of the season, a P5 in the wet in Sugo. Wet it was, wasn't it?
Oh, it was, yeah. And it was really only the 250 that was so wet, and it was ridiculous.
So the onboard cam is on board with Andy Mohamed Fadli. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, the Astra Honda of Adinata Putra, alongside Pirwat for Honda Racing Thailand. This is an 8-lap race. Keep your eye on the top of the screen. First race of 2 of the weekend. When the red lights go out, we are underway. Andy Mohamed Fadli, a little bit of a wheelie to get things up and running, and Andy Mohamed Fadli will lose a little bit of ground into the first corner. Adinata Putra for Astra Honda Racing is the man who will take advantage, and so will Pirwat, and so will Reza Danica Arans as he slides and goes too wide. Reza Danica left the braking just a little bit too late, and the advantage disappeared in a moment.
A bit hot, but he's now he can recover from P5 or 6, wherever he is at the moment. But that was a nice, that was an absorbing start.
There was a bit of a slide there for Reza Danica. It's one of those you do in practice for a little bit of fun. You don't want to do it in the race itself.
But the one that, sorry Des, the one that did keep it really clean was Adinata Putra. Both the other Astra Honda riders have been making their presence felt nicely in this 4th round so far.
Pirwat has got himself into P2 ahead of Andy Mohamed Fadli. And Arjan, Anji Setiawan has got himself in there as well. Anji Setiawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesian, bike number 57 behind them, or behind Reza Danica, who's got in, but bike number 57. I always keep an eye out for Aldi Sati Mahendra.
Yeah,
I think this kid has got a real future.
Yeah, I tweeted him as a double podium earlier this week, and I'm not retracting it.
Well, let's see, he's moved into P2 at the moment as they go up the hill for the first of the 8 times. Just finds himself overtaken by Andy Mohamed Fadli. We know it's Andy Mohamed because he's the only one with a camera on board as he chases behind Adinata Putra. Nice low.
Yeah, beautiful start from Adinata.
Reza Danica, after that first corner slide, has got himself happily into P4 and is just shadowing the back of Aldi Satya, who just has to stand up just a little bit, and then a little bit of a tweak as he tries to hold on to the back wheel. Coming into this penultimate straight, it's Adinata Putra who leads Andy Mohamed Fadli. What's happened to Ayoshi? Ayoshi's towards the back there. He's in the lime green. Ayoshi has also got alongside him Muzakir.
Pirwat dropped a little further back there. I was hoping to see a bit more from him. One of his teammates was, in fact, his Superbike racing teammate, Pasawit, was telling me earlier that Pirwat really loves this circuit, and we know he's good in the wet. So if the rain does make an appearance today or tomorrow, that could favour him.
Adinata Putra has the lead. Reza Danica got himself into P2, and Andy Mohamed Fadli is caught up in just a little bit of traffic. We saw the back wheel there of Aldi Satya, but it's Adinata and Astra Honda Racing team are making a good fist of this so far.
I think Ray Ratakuri is muscling his way up onto that group too.
Is that Hersian? Is this a 1-2-3? It's a 1-2-3 for Astra Honda at the moment. Now, we heard an inadvertent team orders mentioned. Ray Ratakuri has indeed come through. Beautifully spotted, and he is quick, Ray Ratakuri. I can't wait for him to win a race. He'll be one of the more popular winners on the circuit when he does, if he does.
Yeah, he's got lots of experience. He's really skillful, and he's a really entertaining character, actually.
He's on the Yamaha. It's the Kawasaki's who take all the plaudits. The Hondas, though, of Astra Honda and Thai Honda. It's a good mix of machines and personnel and teams out there at the moment. Have a look at Reza Danica, just tries to take the lead for the very first time, and he does. And they're just having to adjust a little bit on a couple of occasions, but Reza Danica is the new race leader from P6, second in the overall championship standings. Andy Mohamed Fadli has been dropped just a little bit and is down out of that opening group, and there he is with support from Ayoshi. He won't be too concerned as yet, because we're barely a quarter of the way through the race.
And we always think of Reza Danica, we rightly think of him as a really smooth rider, but he's pushing really hard, you can, and he just did it again, get a little bit out of shape. There is nothing being held back at this early stage in the race.
Adelanta offering a little bit of support. Aldi Satya, who went wide on this corner last time. This time he tries to go just a little bit tighter. Can he hold on? Well, Aldi Satya, well, there's a kid who learned his lesson from the first lap. He made sure the brakes were nice and tightly on there, and Aldi Satya Mahendra was able to hold a tight line there and, well, had the lead going over the line, but is immediately overtaken by Reza Danica. There's the Honda of Piawat Patumias, who's got himself, you were saying you expected more of him, well, he's got himself up into P3-ish, 4-ish, 5-ish.
Yeah, we saw his boss just tapping the timing screen there in pit lane. Perhaps he felt it.
Yes. So, Reza Danica in the lead. Aldi Satya's got himself on the tail end there of Aldi Satya on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Angie Setiawan is his colleague. 96 Angie is down in P10 at the moment. Don't count out the Yamaha racer making his way through though. We're just beyond quarter of the way through this race. We're on lap 3 of 8.
Aiki Iyoshi making his way up there. He's on the back of Piawat Patumios.
So what's happened to Fadley? He's dropped down just a little bit there, hasn't he?
Yeah, and Rafid Topan right on the back of Aiki Iyoshi.
Bike number 50 in the black and gold, vivid colours.
Yeah, this could be the moment just to mention that that Andy Fadley has had 1,000 RPM cut off his maximum rev limit. The reason for that is that he got more than 50 points clear of the rider in 6th place in the standings. The rules are a little arcane, and I do recommend, ladies and gentlemen, you look at the rules on the website for more detail, but they have 3 layers of equalisation, starting with the bikes.
And that obviously affects Andy Mohamed Fadley there. He is in shot, so he was in pole position, but as you were alluding to, the changeable conditions cut the speed times, the lap times down, and he was able to capitalise on that, but he is at a disadvantage with a loss of power coming into this main straight. But he's trying to hang on to the tail end there of Rafid Topan.
1, 2, 3, and Aldi Satya hanging in there, the blue breaking up the red around him, and going up the inside again, Des.
He has. He went wide on the first lap, and you could almost see his brain click into there, say, don't do that again. Let's hold on. And this is an identical what happened at the end of the previous lap. Aldi was leading, but Reza Danica overtakes him. So we're approaching halfway mark of this race. After this lap, it'll be halfway. And we've got Astra Honda, and the Honda Thailand. Piawat's edged himself up into P2. Now, I know you follow Piawat quite well, and you like to see him perform well, Barry.
Well, I just feel that he's underperformed this season to date, and so I've been expecting him to get amongst it. It's good to have a variety of riders up here.
Certainly is. He's had 2 podiums, one in Buriram in the first race of the season, but then, as you say, a couple of P7s, and it did not finish. He picked up a podium in Sugo for a P3, but then another P7. So he's been there or thereabouts, the bike number 188. 2nd place at the moment, just on the tail of Herjan Atna Ferdaus, the Astra Honda Racing, who's another who had a podium in Japan, and a couple of P6s.
Yeah, and Andy Fadley's just coming up onto the back of his teammate Aiki Iyoshi, just a little further back from that group, but not far.
Not far behind at all. 37 on the right is Iyoshi, 108 on the left is Andy Mohamed Fadley. What is he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th at the moment, Andy Mohamed Fadley. Further down, I'm looking, Akid Aziz is in P11. Setiawan hasn't made a move on the Yamaha from P10 yet. In the Battle of India, 16 Setu Rajiv is leading Sendil. And our Taiwanese Leong Nangte is ahead of Sharal Ezwan down at the tail. We're back on board with Andy Mohamed Fadley. Motor Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team riding the Kawasaki Ninja. Onto the long straight. He needs to get close to just get a little bit of a pull down this long straight.
Yeah, the other rider with a rev cut is Reza Danica, but just 500 RPM in his case, which I don't think is going to affect him too much.
Little mistake from Piawat, who had to stand up and loses 2 places as a result. So as we come through, it's Astra Honda leading the way through Herjan Atna Ferdaus. We are into the second half of the race now, just over halfway. No real tension in the Yamaha pit crew.
Not at all.
And Aldi Satya's got himself up into P3. Adananta is the new race leader.
Yeah,
Adananta P2 on qualification. Sorry, Barry.
No, I was just going to say, I think the Yamaha pit crew know they've got something special with Aldi Satya. Hence the little bit of tension there.
Ray Ratukore is in there. Rafid Topan, bike number 50, but it's the Astra Honda and the Yamahas that are leading the way. Piawat has recovered from that little mistake, has got himself back into P3. Reza Danica 4, Aldi Satya in P5, Ayoshi 6. I'm just worried for Andy Mohamed Fadli that rev disadvantage will really hurt him. It'll open the top of the championship standings, but it's a 22-point lead for Andy Mohamed Fadli. But if he was to finish low down and Reza Danica was to get the win, things change dramatically.
Yes, they do. Aiki Yoshi's looking quite aggressive just on the back of that group. And the other, you wouldn't mind me saying, this joker in the pack there is Rafid Topan at the back. What I mean by that is a capable rider on a machine that we don't necessarily expect to be at the front, capable of causing an upset and getting himself amongst the leaders.
P4, the Yamaha, Aldi Satya, his teammate, Anji Setiawan's begun to make a little bit of a move now. He was in P10 before. I think Anji Setiawan's moved up just a little bit. Keep an eye on that, bike number 96. No, he's still in P10. But there's the man we need to worry about, or there's the man Kawasaki need to worry about. Andy Mohamed Fadli, has he got enough power there? Because he doesn't seem to be able to make any kind of a move. The race leader is Adananta Putra on the Honda CBR 250. Got a little bit of advantage. Ayoshi, as you said, aggressively has moved himself up into P2.
Yeah, Aldi Satya trying that tight line on turn 15. So he'll just go through in line there. Slipstream just kicks in nice time for the finishing line, doesn't it?
Certainly does, very nicely. Andy Mohamed Fadli is down quite a way. He's down in P10 now. He's Anji Setiawan's got ahead of him. Ray Ratukore's got ahead of him. Rafid Topan's got ahead of him. This could have major consequences in the championship standings because the rev disadvantage counts tomorrow as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's the full weekend that he suffers from it.
And if people catch up, he doesn't get the revs back. It's just a ratchet effect.
Gosh, that's tough to bear. At the front, it's working quite nicely though for bike 21, Adananta Putra, who's had a good weekend. Second in qualification, and he's got himself a healthy lead here. It's over half a second.
Yeah.
In the AP 250s is pretty good, and Anji Setiawan's begin to make a move as well. The second of the Yamahas. I was expecting him to try to make a move, Andy Setiawan.
And there he goes, and we haven't talked much about him, but Herjan has been at the front, close to the front of that group, pretty much all the way through. I think he's just gained in confidence as a rider.
That podium in Japan will have helped.
Yeah.
Once again, they come through. Ayoshi just eased out. Tell you what, you've it's so congested in there once again.
Yeah,
it's not quite underbone, but you don't want to be caught on the wrong line. You don't want to be eased out too much because you instantly lose a place, maybe two.
Yeah, you've got a second covering the top 6 basically, which if we didn't have underbones we'd think that was incredible.
Certainly would. It's pretty impressive at the moment. Ayoshi in the lime green. He is in P5 at the moment, but the man who's been leading for best part of 3 laps now is still Adinata Putra. 2 DNFs in Buriram at the start of the season. A P4 and a P5 here. A no finish in Sugo in race 1, followed by a win in race 1. So maybe Adinata Putra, he's beginning to flex his muscles as well. And with 2 laps to go, he is dragging his teammate Herjan Atna through. And behind them, there's a good little toe-to-toe between Reza Danica and Aldi Sechi Mahendra. Further down, Andy Mohamed Fadli is 2.5 seconds down on the race leader.
Kid Aziz down in P11. Muzakir Mohammed. There's some good riders outside the top 10.
Some great riders outside the top 10. Senthil in P18, second best of the Indians. He's 2 places down on Sedu Rajiv. Now then, Reza Danica, Astra Honda, 1, 2 and 3. But for how long for? The Yamaha of Aldi Satya just gives way just a little bit, and Piawat has come back in once again, as has Ayoshi. Was it Ayoshi who disappeared on the chicane in the last race? I think it was on the going up the hill.
On the way up the hill, yeah.
Yeah, Ayoshi was denied what he thought would be a podium at least, and what he thought would be a win last time out. So maybe he's got a little bit of vengeance or anger in his heart.
Well, that mishap remains a mystery.
I've looked at that tape multiple times, and I still can't work out what happened to him.
I've asked him, and he doesn't know. Honestly, he doesn't know.
Well, hopefully he knows what happens here. Reza Danica has got himself into P2. We're into the final stretches of the penultimate lap. Just coming into the squiggly bit of the tail end of the course, and then they'll come into the 2 long straights that are such a feature here at Sepang.
Yeah, all Indonesia at the front, but it's Aldi trying to spoil the Astra Honda party at the moment.
Big day of racing here at Sepang today and tomorrow, and some really good international entertainment and some really good battle. We've still got the 600s and the 1000 to come. We've had a thrilling underbone and a fascinating TVS one-make championship, but now we've got Astra Honda going 1, 2, 3 coming into the final lap of this AP250. Ayoshi goes out for the 2nd consecutive race. Ayoshi spills out of the race. At least we have a clear vision of what went on there, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he got tangled up there. We saw it that time, and it is looking like Astra Honda trying really hard to lock out the podium, and Aldi Satya Mahendra trying really hard to spoil it.
Well, Aldi Satya, one of the beneficiaries will be Andy Mohamed Fadli of Ayoshi going out. His teammate goes. Andy Mohamed Fadli's got himself back up into P5. He'll be looking for as P6. He'll be looking for as many points as he possibly can get here. But we are on the final lap, and it's Astra Honda 1, 2, 3. Trying to clear the pitch just a little bit is the Yamaha of Aldi Satya Mahendra. But it is the long-time leader, Adinata Putra, who has gone from the front. This is now 5 laps in the lead for Adinata Putra.
Yeah, it's an excellent performance from him from the middle of the front row.
Reza Danica, right then. Does Adinata step aside? Reza Danica behind him. Of course he doesn't. He'll be racing right the way to the end. Behind them, you have got Herjan Atna Ferdhouse looking for back-to-back podiums.
Yeah, good work by Herjan and Aldi. Spoiling it.
Oh, Piawat.
That's Piawat down.
Piawat looks hurt as well.
I think that bike landed on his leg.
So then into the final quarter of the lap, and it is still 21 Adinata Putra. It's not quite a start to finish for Adananta Putra, but he's been in the lead for a long time. Reza Danica gets right up close now. Reza Danica will be looking for the slipstream coming into the final straight, as will Aldi Setja. They come away from the grandstand. Adananta tries to shake off the challenge coming in from Aldi Setja and Reza Danica. Reza Danica, bike 123, moves into the lead. Aldi Setja looks for that tight line on the final corner. Aldi Setja, oh, he's gone wide. It didn't work. Adananta's able to capitalise. Adananta, bike 21, he's got the lead. Adananta Putra has the victory. Adananta first, Aldi Setja second, and I tell you what, Herjan Adner's got in ahead of Reza Danica, but a big fist pump for the man who led for the majority of this race, Adananta Putra.
Beautiful race by Adananta, and nicely messed up the all Astra podium. Nice work by Aldi Setja, put himself into P2, and another podium for Herjan Adner. Reza Danica, I tell you something, he did well just to stay upright.
He did. At one stage we thought he was going to lose it, but he's managed to hold on for 13 points, which will close the gap at the very top of the championship standings. And Mohammed Fadli will pick up 10 points for a P6. But it's a repeat of the result in Sugo Race 2. It's a victory for Adananta Putra and Astra Honda. It's a P3 for Herjan Adner, Astra Honda. And the man right in the middle of them both is Aldi Setja Mahendra for Yamaha.
That was a great race. Angie Setyawan came in 5th. And on reflection, maybe not such a bad result for Andy Fadley in 6th.
He'll pick up 10 points and 9 points for Rafid Topan.
Congratulations there for the race winner from the championship leader.
But Pirwat crashing out, that hurts his chance of a P3. And also, well, crashing out for the 2nd consecutive race, Iyoshi.
Yeah, out of the points for Pirwat.
Got to finish races, that's number 1.
You absolutely have.
Ideally, you finish races up at the top. Ray Ratakuri picking up another 8 points, another consistent performance for him. But Astra Honda, they picked up a 1 and 3 for the 2nd successive race. But Reza Danica is the man. Ooh, incident in turn 15 under investigation. Ooh, so we can't confirm this. I don't think it involves Adananta.
No, Adananta was clear. Trying to replay it in my head, but I haven't got it. Here we go.
Here is the final part of it. Ooh, Reza Danica bounces off, and quite rightly, ooh, does Aldi Setja come across Reza Danica in dangerous fashion.
I don't think there's any fault there by Aldi.
He's happy to get a P2. He's got a clenched fist, the 16-year-old. But I don't think that it'll impact anything up at the front. Our race winner is Adananta Putra, and he's on something of a charge now. Back-to-back race wins, 74 points in the overall championship standings, 0.27 seconds clear of Aldi Setja. Again, this race result has to be confirmed. Astra Honda in 3 and 4, Setyawan 5. Andy Mohammed Fadli will pick up 10 points for 6, ahead of Rafid Topan and Ray Ratakore for 1XX TKR Racing Team, 4 seconds down in P8. Akid Aziz, again, good experience for him. He's picked up points consistently throughout this season. Mazakir, again, will always try to be as competitive as he possibly can be in P10. Idlam Hakimi, again, good experience for young Idlam. His first season in 250s. He's down in P11 to pick up 5 points. Points right the way down to Sentil, but out of the points is Nangtse, just beaten out of the points. Pirwat did not finish. Iyoshi did not finish. Charles Ezwan was an early casualty.
Yeah, and thinking about that incident, there was no change of line by Aldi. It was a touch, it was a racing incident. I'd be very surprised if the race director decides in any other direction other than racing incident. But as you said, Des, Adananta was well clear of trouble. claim the #1 after a brilliant race.
Well, back-to-back wins. Maybe too late, or maybe not. Now you've got this equalisation rule in play. There's a chance for the likes of Adananta to close that gap. Back-to-back victories mean that he's, 26, 36, 37 points behind. 3 races still to go. That's manageable. That's gettable.
Yeah, that's doable, and that's what the equalisation strategy is all about. They don't really want to hobble too much, the people that get out in front, but they do want to cultivate the competition.
And that's precisely what is happening. After 3 consecutive wins for Andy Mohamed Fadli, he's now just picked up 20 points in his next 3 races. 1 rain affected, but 16 points in 2 races where he was fully competitive. And so up at the top of the standings, it does become just that little bit tighter. All right, let's go down to Daniel Bogers, who's in the Park Ferme. Let's get some reaction to that victory for Astra Honda Racing and bike number 21, Adananta Putra.
So we're down here at Park Ferme with Hirjan and Afridas. First of all, congratulations to you and your team on a fabulous finish. And what a race it was. How was that for you, knowing the conditions were a bit different from yesterday?
Okay, first I want to say thank you to Astra Honda Racing Team for always support me and trust me. And this was incredible race, 2nd podium in this year. And no words. Very happy. Very.
Thank you so much, Arjun. And congratulations. And we'll head to 2nd place for the first race of the AP 250 class, Aldi Satya Mahendra. So Aldi, that was quite the battle between you and the Astra Honda Garage. How do you feel about the race, and how was that trying to beat the Hondas on the races now?
Yeah, for the race, this is a very hard because only Yamaha in me. And then from first lap, I will push, and then Alhamdulillah I get the podium 2nd.
Congratulations, Aldi, and thank you so much. And we'll head to the race winner, Adananta Putra. So Adananta, what a race that was from you, and it was quite the battle. And I must say, it was definitely a big victory for you and the Astra Honda team, having your team on the podium. So can you give us an insight a bit on how that race was, and how tough was it knowing that Aldi was trying to steal that first place away from you?
Yes, little bit struggle on the rear tire because many slide, but I try to ignore and just focus to the front for consistent to lead the race. I just maintain the tire also until the last lap. Yeah, I'm happy I can be the first. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, and congratulations to you again.
Highlights of the ARRC AP 250 race number 1 at Sepang International Circuit. It's the Asia Road Racing Championships, round 4 of 5. And what will be a very good day for Astra Honda Racing. Reza Danica Ahrens was the man who really wanted to get off to a good start, but he got off to a great start and then overcooked it a little bit on the first corner, bike 123.
Yeah, he did. He went back to P4, which was ironically where he would end up finishing, but Adananta made a beautiful start. He got himself a little lead. It wasn't a flag-to-flag victory, but he was always very close to the front.
He had started in P2, Adananta, bike number 21, and once he got into the lead, he was very reluctant to give it up. And we often see an awful lot of change of leadership, but you can see 21 is leading the way and is happy to be leading from the front. That shows confidence in his bike, in his equipment, in his crew, and in himself.
And now he's got back-to-back wins at different circuits, and that is really significant because Sugo is very different from Sepang.
He comes under a little bit of pressure here from Reza Danica. In fact, Reza, for a very short while, edged himself in front. This is where we had a big problem for Ayoshi for the 2nd straight race out in circumstances that he doesn't like.
That's right. Unfortunate for Aiki Ayoshi. Well, hopefully his luck will change, and there's another rider that ran out of luck, Piawat.
And that led to a big sprint for the line into the final lap, and it's 21 Adananta, maybe worried that Reza Danica is going to get a little bit of slipstream from him. Reza Danica does indeed edge into the lead, but Adananta, he takes a nice tight line with Aldi Satya in the blue Yamaha going wide and then getting into a confrontation with Reza Danica. Then it just leaves the way for Adananta to serenely go through to his second consecutive victory. There is an investigation around the work of Aldi Satya. Despite his armed raise, Reza Danica would eventually finish fourth, but a great day for Astra Honda Racing. On to the podium.
And your race winner, Adananta Putra.
Great performance from Aldi Satya, and he spoke really well as well post-race.
He did. Well, they're happy.
They certainly are.
Very well deserved 2 wins on the bounce. And I really think you saw the rear of Aldi Satya's bike step out. I don't think there was anything untoward.
Very, very proud to be atop of the podium for the Indonesian national anthem and to also receive the prize Astra Honda for a 1 and 3, of course, the team to look out for. Yasuhide Hirai, the managing director of Lube Malaysia, is handing out the prizes. Kids will be kids, won't they?
Won't they? But he's earned that. Hello, Mum.
Aldi Satya, still a teenager, still just 16 years of age. The man we saw enjoying Indonesia Raya is the race winner and now a genuine championship contender. Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president, handing out the awards to the team for Astra Honda Racing.
Take a photo with our race winners.
Confirmation. The victory for Muhammad Adananta Putra for Astra Honda Racing. The Yamaha of Aldi Satya Mahendra. Another important development for Aldi on the Yamaha. And then Herjan Atna Firdaus, who often goes under the radar for Astra Honda. He's a very, very competent racer. Fourth, Reza Danica, though. We're more focused on him because he's near the top of the standings. No further action on race 15. Barry Russell called it expertly and accurately. And so there is no change to the race result. Let's have a look at the overall standings, and it's close to just 12 points now. Adananta Putra, 99 points in second place, behind Andy Mohammed Fadli. He's leapfrogged Reza Danica, who's on 92 points. Aldi Satya, tell you what, he's not a million miles away. Rafid Topan on 74, Piawat on 63, and Ray Ratakori on 60. Ayoshi, gosh, it could be so much better for Ayoshi. There could be an extra 50 points on his total.
Correct.
Okay, we've had drama in the 3 races so far. The big bikes come out after the break. We move on to the Supersport 600cc. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships, round 4, coming to you from Sepang in Malaysia. A very warm welcome back to the Sepang International Circuit. As you can see, some grey clouds above, but no rain threatened just yet. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships, round 4 of 5. 2 races this weekend in 5 different championships for you. The team's getting ready at the moment for the Supersport 600cc, in which Helmi Asman is the overall championship leader. Let's have a look at what happened in qualifying earlier on today, when it was a little bit wet and rainy and conditions were awkward. Barry Russell was on hand to have a look at what accrued, and there were good performances from Chip Nakarin and Andy Farah, but Chip Nakarin in particular, he impressed you, I think, Barry Russell.
Yes, he did. He led most of the session, and he put in, with just 2 or 3 laps remaining, I think it was, he put in an absolutely killer lap, went 1.2 seconds clear at the top. As you see, a spine-tingling shake there from Kito Abe, the newcomer to the class, but he did pretty well in those conditions. I think he finished 5th.
But it was Andy Farid Izdahar who had a little moment there as well for Astra Honda Racing, who eventually would actually just master the conditions a little bit better than anybody else. And he needs to get points here because he's 22 points adrift of Helmi Asman in the overall championship standings. So getting a pole position in awkward conditions, very different conditions to what the race will be, that's pretty good. Good performance also for Chip Nakarin, 41, and we're on board here with Irfan Ardiansa, Astra Honda Racing as well. So looking pretty good for the Hondas.
Yeah. Oh yes. Indeed it was. And coming through in 3rd on the grid was Krichapon Kausonti. But the lap that Andy Farid pulled out right at the end were mid-session in this recap, but what he did at the end was just phenomenal.
41 is Chip Nakarin, who will get 2nd fastest. Lap time of 2:23.6.
He did some spectacular controlling in the wet, Nakarin.
Really awkward conditions, particularly as you try and accelerate out of that hairpin. So Nakarin a P2, that caused the celebration. But Andy Farrington, this is the lap I think you were talking about, right at the tail end of the qualification. Chip Nakarin thought it was on pole, and then Andy Farrington says, no, you're not, son. Pole belongs to me.
Yeah, this was a real shocker. The celebrations were already underway.
So that was earlier on today. As you can see, it was wet, and the track was slippery. Now it's... sorry, that was yesterday, early on, when the track was slippery. Today, it looks a lot drier around this beautiful international circuit, 5.5-kilometer circuit. And the big bikes love this because there's overtaking opportunities, but there's also, you've got to keep it nice and tight as well. Let's go down, I think, to the grid where Daniel Bogers, I am anticipating, will be working very hard to find out how the riders are feeling.
So we're down here on the grid with the Asia Production Supersport 600 class. Now they're about to head off for the race one, but before that, we're going to talk to a few riders. And the first rider we're going to talk to is Andy Fred. Just excuse them for a while. They're taking a team photograph. And yeah, we're going to disturb Andy now. So Andy, it's been a really good, strong weekend all the way throughout for you. You've been fast throughout the practices, and now you're P1 in qualifying and second in the championship. It's been a perfect week. So what is your target, and do you think we can see you on the top of the podium this weekend?
Yes, of course. After this good Thursday and Friday, today Saturday, I want to make a good race also. So this is my target, and we analyze everything, and I think I'm ready for the race, and we will see.
And also I want to ask, you appeared in the Malaysian Superbike Championship for a wildcard one time. Did that somehow help you in coming into this run?
Yes, of course. That helped us to get more information, and this is good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. And we're gonna head now back to P4, where we're gonna talk with Ratapong Willarot. Yeah, he's having a team photograph there. We're gonna talk to Ratapong. So, Ratapong, it was P6 in the combined practice for you this weekend, and then it was P4 where you are now for qualifying. It's been a decent outing, so what can we expect from you coming into the race one today?
Yeah, for me it's like race one. I will try my best because during the practice a little bit difficult because the weather always change like rain and dry. And also in the warm up in the morning, we try to set the bike for dry condition. I think now we are ready to fight, so we just try my best and we will see.
Thank you so much, Ratapong, and good luck. So we're gonna head now further down to P8 to our championship leader for the Supersport 600 class. It is none other than a familiar name, Mohammed Helmi Azman. So Helmi, nice shades by the way. So you're the championship leader right now, leading by 22 points, I believe it is. And you're P3 in practice, so it was a decent practice outing, but in qualifying it just didn't really stand for you. So what can we expect for you coming into this race starting in P8? And is there any pressure being in your home race currently?
Yeah, firstly I want to my target in this race this weekend for attack for the podium. So in qualification yesterday is very difficult for me, and I just keep safe, and I will try in the race one.
Thank you so much, Helmi, and good luck for this race. Back to you, Des and Barry.
I'm assuming he'll take the shades off for the race itself under the helmet, and good work from Daniel Bogers, who himself was a very, very competent racer. So some good insights there from Dan Bogers. Helmi Azman, very quickly before we get on to Chip Nakarin, is the pressure on him to do well? 22 points race, home circuit?
It is, but I think Helmi's grown up as a rider in the last year, and certainly during the course of this season. I think he's up for it. This morning he was fastest in warm-up, so he's looking good in these conditions. Here's a rider who's had his best qualifying session this season, Grichapong Kausonti for Honda Racing Thailand. That was a nice result for him in difficult conditions.
Yeah, Thai Honda Racing on second and third in the grid. We spoke to Ratapong Willarot as well. Good to see Ratapong getting back to the front of the grid. Now we're on board with Azroy Hakim Anwar, who's on the Boon Shoe Honda, or the second of the Boon Shoe Hondas. He's the teammate of Helmi Azman. very capable rider in his own right. He's not had the results, perhaps, although he did have a P2 last time out in Sugo. So plenty of real quality on here. The one, that, as we look at Irfan Ardiansa, the one I want to ask you about is Karolid Ampawi, who had a bit of a nightmare in qualification.
Yeah, absolute mystery. He was adrift all the way through. Free practice as well. And there's the newcomer, welcome newcomer to the series, Kito Abe. He's riding with Team 1XOX TKKR.
He got himself up into P7, a lap time of 2:26.163. Next to him will be Helmi Asman, who is the championship leader. Helmi, well, he had a podium last time out in Sugo. He won second race in Sepang. Alongside Helmi will be Fairozi, who is stepping up into the 600s and hasn't found it particularly easy. Has had one did not finish and 2 DNS, both here at Sepang last time out. He had a nightmare last time out here at Sepang.
Yeah, he did. But you are right, Des. Over the arc of the season, he is improving.
And then the SIC Racing.
Yeah, he's a rider that was feared by the others coming into this round because he was so fast last time out. But something not quite 100% with Ibrahim and that machine. And there is Galang Hendra Pratama, qualified down in 11th.
Yeah, just going back to Ibrahim Noradin, he started with 3 podiums in a row, then had a P6, and 2 did not start in Sugo. So that really hurt. He had the crash in qualification, didn't he? And that he limped off. So
knock on the head. Yeah, that was it. So he missed the whole round.
Missed the whole round. So he'll be hoping to try to get some kind of redemption.
Yeah.
And further down, sorry, Condonai, not ignoring your kisses. And I know they're not for me.
Yeah, Thai Privateer. Yeah, I don't think they're for you or for me.
Alongside Condonai, Sota Furuyama for the Victor Racing Team. Always good to see Victor.
Absolutely.
Been long-time supporters of the ARRC. And there is Karolid Ampawi, the third of the Bunchu Honda Racing, and he looks as glum as P15 might suggest.
Yeah, we haven't got to the bottom of that yet.
So this will be the Supersport 600cc, race number 7 of 10 of the season, so we're beyond halfway. Helmi Asman will start in P8, the championship leader. The man on the first row of the grid will be Andy Farid Izzar, Andy Gilang, the Sulawesi racer. Alongside him, 2 Thais, Chip Nakarin and Kritchapong, both for Honda Thailand Racing.
And row 2 is led by Ratapong Willarot, and next to him Azroy Hakim Anua and Irfan Ardiansia for Astra Honda Racing Team on the outside.
Kito Abe for 1XOX TKR Racing is alongside the championship leader of Bunsu Honda, Helmi Asman, and Fairozi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Galang Hendra, P10 on the grid. Next to him, Ramdam Rosli and Condonai Kurt Kiao, the Thai privateer, next to him.
Then we have Furuyama, Karol Idampawi, and Chang Jae Ying in P15. We've lost somebody there. Is there a non-starter in P16?
Well, what confused me there was Nakarin has got 2 entries. Just looking at that, this disappeared. Okay, yeah, that was a technical glitch.
Kito Abe was missing as well, but never mind. We will sort it out. And we interviewed Abe, so we know he's there.
Yep, I was just seeing Nakarin and P16 that confused me for a moment.
So talented, he's worth 2 places. The one I want to see though, Andy Gilang. We know him. He had a Moto3. He's had a really good career. Andy Gilang, the Sulawesi racer. He's had 1 win so far this year in Buram in the first race of the season. I must confess, I was expecting him to really be a genuine contender. He is a contender. He's second, but he hasn't run away with things, or he hasn't been as the dominant racer I thought his experience would allow him to be.
Yeah, the reason is, and we were talking about this on Thursday in the interviews, was that he has crashed and picked his bike up on 2 occasions. The first one was at Buriram when he was far in the lead, and the second one was at Sugo, when he just made an all-out effort for the lead and crashed at the beginning of the final lap.
Didn't he, at the final lap? That's right, correct.
He also confessed why he tried so hard. It was his birthday. There you go. Seasoned racer though he is, we can all make mistakes.
Well, he's not made many mistakes so far. Bike number 27 is the one to really look out for. He is on pole position. Astra Honda Racing. He'll be supported by bike 16, Irfan Erdiansa, who's starting in P6.
It's good to see some of these riders like Irfan getting used to this class and coming through. Nice also to see Kito Abe in the series. He was really good at his one of his home tracks in Japan, in Sugo, and he's been going pretty well here.
Yeah, Abe had a podium in race number 1. Didn't finish race number 2, but as you say, a podium start. Right, looking forward to this. Supersports 600cc, race 7 of 10 of the season. We are at Sepang in Malaysia for round 4. On pole position, Andy Farrid to the right of your screen. Gets off to a solid start. Chip Nakarin and Kritchapon also get off to a nice little start. But it is Andy Farrid Izaha, or Andy Gilang as he is nicknamed, who has made a really, really steady start. How about Helmi Azman? Helmi's made a reasonable start for the Bunchu Honda racing team. So he isn't out of contention in the very, very early stages.
Yeah, and I saw Ibrahim Noureddin trying to make his way around the
crash
outside.
at the back. 1, 2, 3 casualties at the very, very back. One of them is the Yamaha. It might be Galang Hendra who is out, but immediately we've got 3. Well, that's seriously out. There's Ramdan Rosley seems to be one of those as well.
And Soto Furuyama was another.
It's right at the tail. 1, 2, 3. Kito Abe is a casualty there as well, we believe. So it's an awkward left-hander downhill, that corner number 3 at Sepang. But it doesn't usually take out 3 casualties. It has there.
Yeah, I know this is a long lap as well, but there's a lot of machinery lying in the middle of the track at the moment.
Certainly is. There's no yellow flag out at the moment. And Randan Rosley is confirmed as another who just is unable to get out of a big, big, big gravel pit.
Yeah, he had a crash in warm-up this morning too.
In the meantime, though, Andy Farrid has taken full advantage and has established quite a healthy lead.
I think the hope had to be for Nakarin starting next to him would have been to get away at the front, but he didn't do that. And now Andy Farrid, who's been fastest all the way through free practice on Thursday and Friday, and of course in qualifying, is just edging out a lead there. Azroy Hakim Anwar, as he often does, is there at the front.
He is indeed. Azroy Hakim moves into P2. Helmi Azman has also got himself up into P5, the championship leader. There's nothing Andy Farrid can do about what's going on behind him, but Andy Farrid has a really healthy lead, a 7/10 of a second lead in the opening lap, ahead of Azroy Hakim, Chip Nakarin, Ratapong Willerot in the Yamaha. A change of fortune perhaps for Ratapong, who's a fine racer who's not been able to get up to the top of podiums this season.
Yeah, 2018 Supersport champion Ratapong.
But he's lost a place there to Helmi Azman. And Helmi, well, he'll be looking ahead of him, Helmi, bike number 32, and just trying to make sure that he doesn't let Andy Farrid get too far away from him. It's a long enough race, it's a 10-lap race, so there is time to claw people back in or work your way up the order, and that's exactly what Helmi Azman has done in the opening lap and a half. He's picked up 4 places.
Yeah, and the version 2022 of Helmi Azman is of a cool, collected racer. He knows he's got plenty of time to make his way up towards the podium positions.
So 4 casualties already. Kito Abe for 1XOX TKR Racing Team, Fairozi for Yamaha, and Ramdan Rosley. So not a great time for 1XOX TKR Racing Team. Both their racers are out early, and also out is Furuyama.
And shout out to the marshals, Des, because there was a lot of machinery in the
Yeah.
middle of the track there,
Yeah.
and they got it cleared out of the way so fast.
Yeah, they have indeed cleared it up very, very quickly because it's an awkward position as well going down the hill. There is our championship leader. But look at the lead. It was 7/10 of a second at the end of a lap as Azroy Hakim just holds on ahead of Chip Nakarin. Inshu Honda in P2 and 4. Ratapong Gwilrock going backwards, but it's he's been leading from the start, Andy Gilang. And he'll go into the hairpin at the end of lap number 2 with a very, very healthy lead. Nice and tight from the 2 racers just behind him.
Yeah, I think the only person that can beat Andy Gilang is Andy Gilang, and hopefully he won't do that. Look at what a good lap that was for him.
1.2 seconds for the lead for Andy Gilang. Top speed 248.3. He's just posted a 210.0. He is 6/10 quicker than Eddie. To be fair, Helmi Asman put in a 210.3, but he's even 3/10 quicker than Helmi Asman behind him. And there is Fairozi, looking particularly glum. The beneficiaries of this one, I suppose, are Karoli Dampari and Galang Hendra, who I thought was the Yamaha who crashed out. It was indeed Fairozi. The only compensation is he has tomorrow to make up for it.
Yeah, Ratapong just on the back of that group there. He needs to get a good result this season. Hasn't been the best for him. A lot of expectation. The only Thai Yamaha in this series.
Further down, we've got Irfan Ardiansa, Ibrahim Noruddin, who will try to be forgetting the problems he had in Sugo. Ratapong is able to hold on, but I can tell you what, there's a change there because Helmi Asman's moved into the top 3. Further down, Krichapon has got himself ahead of Galang Hendra. Krichapon on the Honda, Galang Hendra in the blue Yamaha. Again, Galang's gone round the inside and just accelerates through into the... I thought he'd lost it just for a moment. Flailing legs from Galang Hendra.
Yeah, and Krichapon, he should be disappointed with himself, I think, for being this far back, having started from P3 on the grid. But Helmi Asman doing a good job there as championship leader, having started from P8, now P3. He's got himself in front of Nakarin.
Chip Nakarin under pressure from Ratapong Willarot as they come at the end of lap number 3 of 10. The lead was 1.2 seconds at the end of the previous lap. There's the championship leader, Helmi Asman, who's got himself up into P3. And Andy Farid has maintained his 1.2 second lead over Azroy Hakim Anwar. Helmi Asman posting another 2:10.6 lap. Again, it's a 10th down on Andy Farid, who's racing pretty well, Andy Farid. He's had a good week so far.
He's had a great week so far. He has been the rider to beat all the way through. Nakarin's kind of toggling between challenging Helmi Asman and defending from Ratapong Withara. He's at the moment doing the latter.
A little bit further down, this is Krichapon. What's happened to Krichapon? Bike number 35, he was, as you said, on the front row of the grid, but he's had a bit of a dreadful time out there over the first 3.5 laps.
Yeah, and disappointing for Irfan. I thought he might be closer to the front this time around.
But they're not. 55 is Galang Hendra. Back up to the front. This lead for Andy Farid. This is a dominant performance by Andy Farid, but it's also in P3 a very healthy performance by Helmi Asman. Championships aren't all about just winning race after race after race. It's recovering from P8 on a qualification and picking up as many points as you can, even on those races that you don't win. It's posting decent lap times. It's being consistent throughout the season.
And that is the point about the 2022 version of Helmi Asman. He is capable of doing this. He came back from a poor result in race 1 at Sugo. Came through really strongly in race 2.
4 podiums to his name, which one was a P3 in Sugo. Andy Farid, 1 race win and 2 second places to his name, plus those 2 spectacular crashes. So we can't write this race off just yet. Certainly can't write it off, because those boot shoe Hondas, are they getting closer? The answer is no. They're getting 1/10 of a second further away.
Yeah, really nothing in it, but Helmy's making a move on his teammate now as they go into turn 1. It's a pretty clean one. Let's see whether Azroy was holding him up.
So Helmy now up into P2. That's a good steady performance, good recovery. He avoided all the mayhem at the end of when the crashes happened at the start of lap number 1. And he's just made up ground, got himself up from P8 right the way now up into P2. And Azroy Hakim Anwar could pressure him and maybe force him a little bit quicker. What was his last lap time for Helmy Asman? 2:10.3. So he was 2/10 quicker, 3/10 quicker than Andy Farid. He's lapping pretty consistently, those 2:10.3s.
Well, 6 laps to go. That is quite a long time on this Sepang circuit. Perhaps he can move up and ruffle his feathers. I doubt whether Azroy will get in his way. He might just follow him to try and help him to catch up with the race leader.
So these are the 2 Bunchu Hondas in P2 and P3. Andy Farid, Andy Gilang from Sulawesi is the man who's ahead of them. So it's Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand. And then Ibrahim Noruddin quite a way down in P6. But strong performance by Bunchu Honda. For so long, they were the team that absolutely dominated at the 600 cc's. Good to see that the next generation, the Helmys and the Azroy Hakims, are also trying to be equally competitive for these teams as they come into the penultimate straight for the 4th time. 4 laps will be completed. We approach the halfway mark. It's the Andy Gilang show at the moment.
It is the Andy Gilang show. What we want to see is whether these 2 Bunchu Hondas can reel him in. It looks like that gap might be a little bit smaller. Let's take a look. It was 1.3 seconds last time.
0.9. Yeah, 4/10 off. Gosh, game on, race on. They are closing.
And 5 laps to go.
They are closing. We are at the halfway point of the race. Further down, bike 66, Ibrahim Noruddin. He's also lapping pretty quickly. He just put in a 2:10.8. So he's closing in, or he was closing in. He actually just lost a little bit of time on Ratapong. But we're on board with Ibrahim Noruddin, and that's a despairingly long distance for the racers to be ahead of him, isn't it? You'd much rather be right on the back wheel of them.
Yeah, that is a long way, and all is not totally right as it was last time out in Malaysia. But this is really intriguing. I just I'm hoping for a good race, and I think what that means is that Azroy and Helmy will work together. They're teammates, they're also friends. They should help each other to try and close the gap. I don't think they've made any more impression.
0.9 it was. We'll only really be able to tell. Indeed, Chip Nakarin is the man who's closed up on the other 2. So if the racers behind are racing, they take their focus off the man in front, and that helps the man in front. That helps Andy Farid Izdihar if this becomes a battle, and that's exactly what it has become, because Chip Nakarin and Ratapong have both made a move close onto the tail of the 2 Bunchu Honda Malaysians.
So it could be that Azroy's job description changes to defending his championship leader teammate, but it doesn't look like he's playing it that way. It's looking like a scrap for P2, isn't it?
0.9 of a second was the differential at the end of lap number 5. Both the racers had lapped in the 2:10s. 2:10.9 as Azroy Hakim goes on the inside. Helmy goes just a little bit wide. Chip Nakarin has a little point down the inside. Look over the shoulder from Helmy, who lost the place and has lost ground. And the lead is back up to 1.8 seconds. That is a monstrously good lap for Andy Farid. He is a full 8/10 quicker than Azroy and Helmy on that last lap.
Yeah, what I said about Azroy and Helmy helping each other out isn't happening. They are in a fight for P2. Nakarin wants to take it off him, and Ratapong's hunting for a decent result too, just behind him.
Indeed, Ratapong Willarot, a former champion. His best result so far this season was a 10 points for P6 in Buriram. Other than that, a P8, 2 P8s in Sugo, when he wasn't really contending. He might not contend for the victory here, but he's certainly contending for a podium as the popular Ratapong Willarot.
And the fastest rider last lap was Ibrahim Noradin.
Yeah, he's closing in, isn't he?
Yeah, so this gets more and more intriguing as Azroy leads the fight for second place currently, but Ibrahim is coming.
This is the battle for P2. You can see the man here, Andy Gilang, is leading the way quite comfortably. Astra Honda Racing having a good day this Saturday at the ARRC, but Ibrahim Noradin, this is his home circuit, SIC, Sepang International Circuit. That's the team that he represents, so he has done many laps around here.
He sure has. He got a little bit out of shape. He is pushing really hard, so one question will be, will his tyres last to the end of the race? But at the moment, he's got his sights firmly set on the back end of that Thai Yamaha.
Yeah, Ratapong Willarot is the man that Ibrahim Noradin is looking to capture. But it's a big lead for Andy Farid Izdahar at the moment. Behind them, Galang Hendra and Irfan Adianse, Krichapon and Karolid Pawi, they complete the top 10. Kondanai 11, Tiying in P12. The other four already out of the race. The lead was 1.8 at the end of the last lap. As Jim Nakarin challenges Helmi Asman, the lead is still 1.8. Andy Farid has the lead, but Helmi Asman is struggling. We were thinking there might be a P2 for Helmi Asman, but he's dropped the place. Look at this, Ibrahim Noradin's on a charge, but I can tell you Helmi Asman has lost the place to Chip Nakarin. Nakarin is in P3, Helmi Asman dropped to P4, Ratapong 5, Ibrahim Noradin on a charge in P6.
Yeah, last time around turn 15, Nakarin tried to split the two Bunsu Hondas. Now he has done it. So
good news for the championship, not good news though for Helmi Asman. Now that was a more entertaining shot if you're Ibrahim Noradin, if you're part of SIC Racing. Nakarin, who was on the front row of the grid, and we were wondering what went. His top speed of 260 kilometers per hour, which by some distance is the quickest so far.
Yeah, and you wouldn't expect one of these 600s to go any faster than that.
It's pretty rapid. So Azroy Hakim Anwar in P2, and he's got ahead of Ratapong as Ibrahim Noradin. So Ibrahim Noradin is up into P5. You were right to call it, he was on a charge, Barry Russell.
He is, and Ratapong finds himself outside the top 5 again. Unfortunately, he hasn't given up. He's going to try and get Ibrahim to haul him up perhaps to that group. We've still got some distance to go, but if this turns into a battle between Ibrahim and Ratapong, they won't make any further progress.
But Helmi Asman will be worried as well, because Helmi Asman has lost touch with Chip Nakarin. Chip Nakarin is closing on the other Bunsu Honda, Abazroy Hakim Anwar. There is Ratapong, tries to retake P5 by going on the inside, but close to the door. Nice low lean there from Ibrahim Noradin. 2 laps to go. The lead down to 1.2. It's a big lead to lose, but it's only 1.2 seconds. One mistake, and Andy Farid could well find a flag-to-flag victory denied him.
And that was Nakarin, the fastest rider last time around.
2:10.4, a full 7/10 quicker than Andy Farid. Now is Andy Farid just keeping something in reserve, not pushing too hard because he knows he's got that big lead? If that is what he's doing, it's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. It's enough of a margin, probably. And he'll probably have in his mind that he has thrown away a couple of good results so far this season. He won't want to do it again.
I heard you couch that comment, Barry Russell. Probably. But Azroy Hakim closes in. Chip Nakarin can't get close to Azroy Hakim. Time is running out. This is the Bunchu Honda racing team. They're looking at Azroy, but they're also probably looking at Helmi Asman, because Helmi, the championship leader, is in danger of losing ground here to Andy Farid. Andy Farid looking to pick up 25 points, probably.
And Helmi probably looking to pick up 13. Those are the provisional positions.
They are indeed. Azroy Hakim is holding on in there. Chip Nakarin, having had an explosive last lap, hasn't been able to make any impression, and there is the end of a dreadful day for Kritchipur. He was on the P2 on the grid, and will pick up points. He'll get back onto the bike, but will be outside of the top 10.
Could be a camera angle, but it looks like a much shorter lead for Andy Farid as they come up to the end of the penultimate lap.
It does, doesn't it? It was 1.2 seconds. 1.8 the second before the lap before that. 1.2 is down to 0.7. Ooh, it is the last lap. Maybe if it was 2 laps to go, Azroy Hakim might fancy this, but 0.7 of a second is an enormous slot to make up on 1 lap.
That was a lovely lap, last one from Azroy, 2:10.3. He's really keeping Andy Farid honest here.
Andy Farid, has he been able to make sure his tyres are solid? He hasn't been racing, but he did put in a couple of explosive lap times. Let's see visually, is he closing in? Tell me what, he is.
He is. This has been a clever race from Azroy. He was thinking about holding station behind Helmi, but Helmi didn't have the pace to maintain that P2, and it was a good decision because now, on the last lap, he's getting within touching distance of Andy Farid. Chip Nakarin hasn't got an answer just behind him. Ibrahim Noureddin has fallen back. He probably shot his tyres on his charge up towards the leading group.
Okay, as we come up the hill, we're on the second half of this circuit. Now then, that is as close as it's been. Is Azroy Hakim able to make a phenomenal recovery? Andy Gilang is under major pressure for the first time. Azroy Hakim Anwar, Bunchu Honda, can he get close enough as they come into the 2 long straights to finish this lap? This is the last of 10 laps, and Andy Gilang can feel the pressure. He'll be very aware that Azroy Hakim is right on his tail. Is he close enough to get a slipstream? Azroy Hakim, will he come out? There's 2 races going on. I tell you, Helmi Asman has got into P3 once again. Azroy Hakim, it's now or never. Andy Gilang goes wide. Azroy Hakim tries to go on the inside. They are side by side. Andy Gilang and Azroy Hakim side by side, and it's Azroy who loses out to Andy Gilang by 0.001. Andy Farid Izdahar holds on. What a race though for Azroy Hakim. P3 for Helmi Asman, Chip Nakarin 4, Ibrahim and Ratapong doesn't get closer than that.
That was cigarette paper, I think. 1,000th of a second.
1,000th of a second for Andy Farid Izdahar.
Yeah, Helmi Asman did well as well to come back. I think he was struggling a bit with his tyres. Let's have another look. Here they come, and Azroy holding it tight, trying to get up the inside. Almost elbows Andy Farid onto the grass, but they stay honest. And
so
look how close this is. If you want to see what 1,000th of a second looks like, it's coming up right now as they cross the line. It's about a tyre width. Look at that. Look at that.
Wow. Yes.
Isn't technology wonderful?
Sensational. Astra Honda, there was no problem. Of course we won it. Well, now they can celebrate. They've looked at the replay. Good work from our team as well, just to make sure that we were honest and the timing was honest. But Andy Farid Izdahar takes it by 1,000th of a second. But what a final 2 laps from Azroy Hakim Anwar. He was 1.8 seconds down with 11 kilometers to go, and he made that time up.
Yeah, he was really fast. He was in the low 210s as he was catching up.
The good news for Bunchu Honda Racing is that Helmi Asman did indeed get ahead of Chip Nakarin on the penultimate straight as well to hold on to P3 or get P3 ahead of Chip Nakarin, who's in P4. That's 4 consecutive P4s for Chip Nakarin. Ibrahim Noradim, the charge worked. He picked up 11 points for P5 ahead of Ratapong Guilarat, who equaled his best performance of the season. Galang Hendra in 7. Caroline Mpawi from P15 up to P8. It's some kind of consolation. Got himself ahead of Irfan Ardiansa and Kritchapon. Kondanai in P11 and Taiwan's Chang Chi Ying in P12. Neither Randan Rosley, Kito Abe, Fairosi or Sota Furuyama finished. They all exited the race early, so only points down to P12.
So Andy squeezes the gap at the top of the championship by 9 points, I think.
Yes, to 13.
13 points, and there are 25 points up for grabs tomorrow. I think Chip Nakarin will probably be disappointed with another P4, but he's
consistent.
Retains, yeah, he'll probably retain that P3, will he?
Yes, yeah. he will. He will, because even though Ibrahim Noradim picked up 11 points, oh, actually no, Caroline Mpawi on 71, Chip Nakarin 91. We'll get the official results in just a while, but now let's just go back to the breathless finish between Andy Farid. Now, did Andy Farid just ease off a little bit and allow Azroy Hakim back in, or did Azroy really work his socks off, or a bit of both?
I think it was, a bit of both for sure. I think Andy's tyres were going off. Azroy managed his race really well. That was a wonderful performance by Azroy. Andy deserved the win. He did lead from start to finish, just.
He did. I'm waiting to see the look on the face of Azroy Hakim Anwar. Why did they move that finish line? I'm sure they moved that finish. There is frustration and disappointment and just looking at the looks on there. They work so hard. They've come so close. To miss out by 1,000th of a second is brutal.
He just slaps his gloves down. He knew, in inverted commas, that he was going to win that. He really believed he was going to win. And that's where the disappointment comes from. He's forcing a smile, and he's a lad that smiles easily as well. That was a hard one, though.
Nice reactions, but that's what the difference of 1,000th of a second is. We're number one by 1,000th of a second. Let's have a look at the race highlights as the very happy Andy Farid Izdihar celebrates. Supersport 600cc, the tightest finish imaginable for you, as we are on board with Helmi Asman as he tries to make his way through traffic, having started off in P8. The championship leader would have a difficult time of it today, but he would make his way up into P3 eventually. But Andy Farid Izdihar, the Sulawesi-based Indonesian, he got off to a good start, but there was a crisis at the very front.
Yeah, there was a real big tangle. It's difficult even from that angle to sort out what went wrong, but they even took out Keito Abe, who started from, I can't remember, from P5.
Yeah, P5. So Abe was out, Ramdan Rosley was out, Fairosi was out, and Furuyama was out. That was Ramdan Rosley going on. But at the front, it was looking pretty good for Andy Farid. He ignored everything that was going on as Fairosi looked glum. And then the Bunchu Hondas of Helmi Asman made a move. Helmi, number 32, the championship leader, got himself up into P2. And I think from here we expected him to maybe be the one to close in on Andy Farid Izdihar. It wouldn't prove to be like that, Barry Russell.
No, he didn't quite have the pace. Azroy slotted in behind, willing to help. But in the end, it became increasingly clear that Azroy had more pace than Helmi. And so he did take advantage and make his way through to P2, and then he started to make his move on Andy Farid, who I would guess his tyres were going. We'll see what, looking forward to Daniel's interview with him.
Certainly,
in Parc Fermé.
It was a 1.8 lead with 2 laps to go. 1.2 going into the with 2 laps to go. 0.7 of a second going into the last lap, and then it came down to this sprint for the line. He got the slipstream, did Azroy Hakim. He went in tight into the final hairpin, and it looked to all intents and purposes as though when he elbows his man just off the track that he'd hold on, but wow, look at that, by 1,000th of a second. Andy Farad showed a little bit of experience, showed a little bit of know-how, got himself back onto the racing line and takes it by 1,000th of a second.
He is a cool customer, Andy Farid.
Fabulous work.
There goes Helmi Asman. Not the biggest smile that we're used to seeing from him, but I think in the circumstances he did as much as he could have done. He didn't have the pace of his teammate. His teammate had phenomenal pace in the closing stages. But Andy Farid, that was a start to finish win.
It was, wasn't it? And we don't have too many of them. We'll discuss it more after the national anthem. Splendid Indonesia Raya played out for Andy Farid Izdaha. Holds on for his second win of the season and his 4th podium, and will accept the congratulations of Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president. Azroy Hakim Anwar could not have got any closer. I think if the timing is any closer, it becomes a dead heat.
Yeah, have we ever seen one of those in ARRC, Des, to your knowledge?
We've seen some pretty close ones, but no, I can't remember a dead heat. Andy Farid Izdaha, though, takes it. Doesn't matter whether it's 1,000th of a second or a lap. It's still 25 points. Yasuhide Hirai, the managing director, Vidimete Lube, gives the team award to Astra Honda Racing Team.
With our race winners for the Supersport 600 Race 1.
There's the one for the photo album. Confirmation of the result. Andy Farid just ahead of Azroy Hakim. Brilliant effort by the Bunchu Honda team. Ahead of Helmi Asman in P3, who will retain the overall championship lead, but will have his lead slightly reduced. By how much? We'll tell you officially in just a few seconds.
And there's the real one for the album. Riders only.
120 points for Helmi Asman. The lead is now just 13 points. Chip Nakarin missed out. 91 points for him. Ibrahim Noradim, his surge takes him up ahead of Karen Lundampawi into P4. Azroy Hakim Anwar's reward is a P6 and 75 points ahead of Irfan Ardiansa. And Galang Hendra, who picked up another 9 points, 3 consecutive P7s for Galang Hendra, 8th overall in the championship standings. That's the ARRC 600 overall standings. Let's go and get some post-race reaction. Daniel Bogas is down on the podium or the Parc Ferme area.
So we're now at the podium with the race winner, Andy Fard Izar. So Andy, what a fabulous race it was, and my word, what a finish that was between you and Azrai. First of all, congratulations, and could you tell us a bit about how the race was? Because we also saw that you were checking your rear tire when you finished the race. So could you tell us a bit about what happened?
Yes. Yeah, I was confident during the race. Beginning, I was able to make the gap with the groups. I just tried to keep this pace to manage the race. But I don't know, in the last 3 laps, I feel my rear tire was more movement and I don't feel much grip. So I was so struggling in the last 3 laps. And yeah, the groups coming catch me, but still possible to keep the P1, so I'm happy for this, but we need to analyze this, and we are looking forward for tomorrow race too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Congratulations one more time.
Thank you.
So that explains a little bit. Barry Russell, he was a little bit worried. The analysis is there, though, but he's got the points. He's got maximum points. And we've got one more race to go. It's been an absolutely thrilling afternoon worth of racing. Some extraordinarily tight finishes in all 4 races to date. And we've got the big boys still to come, the 1000cc Superbikes. That's coming up next for the final race of today. 5 more races tomorrow. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from Sepang in Malaysia. See you in a couple of minutes' time. A very warm welcome to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We are at the Sepang International Circuit. It is round 4 of 5. Buriram still to come in November, and more action to come your way tomorrow. We've had the first races in 4 events so far. Now we have the Superbikes, the 1000cc bikes. And let's go down, I think, to Daniel Bogers, who is at the on the grid, and just to get some thoughts ahead of the race, of this first race of the weekend. Before that, let's have a look at what went on in qualifying. I can't read my running order, my apologies, everybody. So in qualification earlier on today, Kazma Daniel was the man who was able to pick up pole position. Now, Kazma is on a pretty rich vein of form. He's had a 1, 2, 3 and 4 in his last 4 races and looking pretty good, and Kazma will be on pole position. But also it was good to see that Yuki Ito put a good time, but Noguchi, who is on a run of 3 consecutive wins, only P4, Barry Russell.
Yeah, sorry, Haruki Noguchi. He's been quick but not dominant here at Sepang all the way through, and in the mixed conditions he didn't look so comfortable with the way his bike was set up. We have dry conditions now, of course, looking at the clouds as I speak, but I believe we're going to run this race in dry conditions. But Yuki Ito led a lot of that session, qualifying session yesterday. Kazma Daniel in the end got it, but it was good to see Yuki Ito back, and there is the young Japanese championship leader.
He is indeed
73, Haruki Noguchi.
Ahead of Zach Wanzadi. Sorry, I couldn't have crossed you there. Noguchi has won. He's picked up podiums in the last 4 races, but won back-to-back in Sugo. Kazma Daniel is the main rival for him. Apiwat Wangtanan also doing pretty well, but I'm just looking down. Zach Wanzadi only down in P8, Barry.
Yeah, this hasn't been a great outing for Zakwan. He still hasn't quite got himself in harmony with that CBR 1000 RRR, let's say. We know Zakwan's fast, we know the machine is fast, but they're not quite hooked up together. Apiwat Wangtananon, he did well yesterday.
He did. He got a P3. He'll be on the front row of the grid at 2:21.187. But those mixed conditions made it a little bit awkward, and they will be very different today. We're looking up. There are clouds. It is darkening. There is the possibility that this Sepang International Circuit might get some rain today. If it does, then these Superbikes guys will be hoping that it doesn't happen now, but it's happening now.
But it's happening now. There's a nice, helpful shot of the umbrella and the water dripping off whatever it is behind that. So there's Yuki Ito taking a look at the rain. He can do okay in the rain, Yuki Ito.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas down on the grid, and let's see what the reaction of the racers is to these changed conditions.
So we're down here at the grid for the ASB 1000 Race 1, and what a twist of the tail, it's starting to drizzle. And it's been so for the past 10 minutes, and you can see that the stewards, the officials, the teams all having a discussion on whether or not they're going to declare a wet race. So we're going to stay tuned for that, and we're going to give you a bit more information when we get it. But for now, let's talk to Kazma Daniel. So, Kazma, you were fastest in every session, and that's why you're here and in pole position. So currently in the championship, however, you're third. You're about 40 points away from Haruki Noguchi, and it's been a perfect week. So do you think that this home race has become an advantage for you?
Can you repeat again? Can you repeat?
So yeah, as I was saying, you were fastest throughout all the sessions, and you managed to qualify first. It's been a perfect week, and with the gap with Haruki, do you think that this weekend being at home is an advantage for you?
Firstly, yes, we have some little bit advantage for our mission rider because this is our place, and we have some little bit extra energy with the in front of the fans in Malaysia, and I hope for this race I try to collect much point as I can get, but I don't want to put some pressure on myself. I just want to enjoy the race only.
And there's been a twist now. It's starting to drizzle. What do you think the race is going to be like now, knowing the conditions are like this?
Yes, I also still don't know. The organizer still not declare it's a wet race or dry, but it looks like maybe going to wet. But anything, I can make enjoy the race. You know.
Thank you so much, Kazma. Good luck. And we're going to head back now down the grid. It's a bit difficult trying to weave through everyone in the grid right now. And we're going to try everywhere at Takuya Suda, so you can see now, some teams already changing the tires. So by the looks of it, we are going to have a wet race. You can see now Takuya Suda's bike being worked on. So Takuya, do you mind if we ask you a question? So first of all, we want to ask, welcome to the Asia Racing Championship, and what brings you here for this round 4?
Malaysian race at the first time, but I will the challenge. Very enjoy and happy and exciting. Yeah, thank you.
And I want to ask, you were strong in practice and you qualified fifth. What is your target coming into race one?
Do my best. Strong rider, mainly strong rider. Japanese rider Noguchi, Yuki to good for battle. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Takuya. Good luck. And now we're going to make our way back, and you can see there, Takuya's bike. He has the wet tires already on now. And I do believe, yes, everyone else is following suit as well. So it looks like we're going to have a wet race. I'm walking on the gravel, and it is gravel, apologies, the tarmac, and it is quite slippery. And now we've reached Zakwan Zaidi. So Zakwan, you were P6 combined in the combined practice and P8 in qualifying. So currently with the second in championship, about 13 points away from Noguchi. It looks like it's been a tough week for you. So what do you expect coming into race one now? And what was holding you back this weekend?
I cannot say because I think this is the worst my feeling because I cannot go faster in the practice, and I quite strange feeling with the bike, so I don't have any confidence. But I believe in the race one I can try our best for sure. My target is podium, and yeah, we know Noguchi is fast, also fight for the championship, but I need to think some strategy to make some close gap. I hope I can do.
And one more question. The conditions have changed now in the race. It suddenly started to pour down, and it looks like the track has gotten slippery. We see you getting the wet tires on. How do you feel going into this situation now?
This is very tricky condition. I dry, but suddenly change rain. So hopefully we try to catch top guy and not make some. I need to more get closer. If I can make, for sure I can try our best.
Thank you so much, Zakwan, and good luck for the coming race. So that was all from the riders down here on the grid at a hectic grid right now. Everyone's changing the tires. We'll head back to Des and Barry in the commentary box.
Great work, Daniel. Yes, there is the shot that proves that it is going to be a wet race. I'm just seeing Meng Heng there. Has it been declared officially as a wet race? Everyone's putting on wet tyres anyway, because that seems to be the very sensible thing to do.
The announcement hasn't been made yet, but it will be. Without a doubt, it is wet, so they've got no choice. But there's Kwan Mang Heng just in the centre of the picture there, the safety officer for this meeting. Past hero of this series. Very, very good racer back in the two-stroke days.
Just hearing them might be a slight delayed start.
Definitely delayed. Kazma's just here to enjoy himself, he said, on 2 or 3 occasions during that grid interview, and he's still enjoying himself.
Okay, so they haven't called it a wet race yet, but there's going to be a 7 or 8 minute delay as they work out whether or not it is a wet race, possibly just finding out whether or not this storm is going to continue. Just seeing everybody returning back to the pit lanes. The bikes are staying out there for now. Somebody's just dropped a towel then. Hopefully somebody's picked him up. But it's really distracting for the riders because they're prepared, ready to go, psyched up, dry race, all ready. And then suddenly the heavens haven't opened. That's the awkward thing. It's just drizzle. It's not heavy rain as yet. That's why we've got this 4 or 5 minute delay.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We all know the rain was probably going to come in at some point, but once you're on the grid, you really don't want the conditions to change, and that's exactly what happened. Ryuki Noguchi staying pretty inscrutable there.
Well, he's the man in charge. Kazma Daniel looking pretty cool. He was pretty mean to Daniel Bogas at the start there, wasn't he? Let him ask his question and then say and repeat it. A little bit. He's got a great sense of humour, Kazma. And yeah, indeed, fishing weather indeed. While we sort out whether or not it is going to be officially a wet race, and those two certainly think it is, we're going to go for a quick commercial break while we work out what's going on here. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time on the Asia Road Racing Championship, when we hope to have a little bit more clarity on whether or not officially it's a wet race or the rain has stopped and they will go out on dry. The race start has been delayed. That's the call from race direction, and we will get more information when we come back after the break. It's a frustrating start, but it's been a thrilling day so far. We have had 4 fantastic finishes, and all the rain does, from this correspondent's point of view, is add to the drama.
Yeah, on this occasion I agree with you, Des.
Okay, we'll go for a quick commercial break. We'll have more clarity after we come back. You're at a wet Sepang. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships. See you back in 2 minutes. FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We have some guilty-looking clouds above the Sepang International Circuit. There's a little bit of moisture on the circuit. There was some... Well, we thought it was drizzle before, then Daniel Bokas came into our commentary box, absolutely dripping wet. So it clearly belted down with rain for a while. And as that shot shows, it still is raining there. But we're still waiting for an official decision on whether or not this will be a wet weather race. But whether it is or not, you saw one or two of the teams have already made the decision that it is going to be a wet weather race, and they're expecting the rain to come tumbling down. Yeah, they changed the tyres on the grid, although the bikes have been brought back into the pits now. Although, honestly, looking at the sky, rather than this picture we're seeing in front of us, the sky doesn't look too threatening. Just a little bit guilty, like you said. This is the Noguchi team, the SDC team, and there is the bike of the championship leader, Haruki Noguchi. We'll try and get some again until we get an official decision from race control. And quite wisely, they are looking up at the clouds because they don't look particularly threatening, but this is Malaysia, and the storms can come in pretty quickly. And if you call a dry weather race and suddenly the clouds open, then it becomes dangerous.
Exactly. They haven't got too long to decide. And what one thing we saw yesterday, I can't remember which session it was. Oh, it was the Supersport 600 session 2, free practice 2, or no, 3. It was raining on part of the circuit and not on the other part. So
okay, sorry to interrupt. Let's go down for some stuff from today. Daniel is down in the pit lanes, and let's see what news he can get.
So we're now down in the garage with in the Yamaha pits with Yuki Ito. So Yuki, it's been a decent outing for you so far this weekend, but the conditions have completely changed right on the grid. So what do you expect coming into the race now?
It's very surprised because I never thinking about the rain condition. But coming to rain, I like rain conditions, so I try to do my best this race.
Thank you so much, Yuki, and back to you, Desmond.
Yuki Ito is a guy who's had a good weekend and does work really well in the wet. As you can see, it has been called a wet race. One lap less. We're laughing because Daniel came into us looking like that, and we're thinking, oh, it's just drizzling. He looks like a drowned rat. His hair was all over the place, and he takes great pride in his hair, does Daniel.
Yes, he does, and I really hate him for it. But yeah, it is. It does look like it's wet, but
a wet race, Yuki Ito, he becomes a wild card.
Yeah.
He's not a wild card, but you know what I mean. He comes into the reckoning because we've seen him in the wet before. Have we seen Noguchi in the wet? He's raced in Japan, so Noguchi knows what it's like to race in the wet.
Yeah, he was not dominant yesterday. He was fourth in qualifying. Didn't look happy. He pitted a couple of times and had some sharp exchanges with his crew, which is relatively unusual. Usually that's very calm, but he was not happy with the setup for the rain for whatever reason. I suspect electronic settings perhaps, but that's just speculation. The point is about Yuki Ito is, yes, he does like the rain, and his Yuki Ito's spirit is up.
The pit exit will open in 8 minutes' time. It's 15:47 now, local time, so 15:55 is when it'll start. And then we'll have a quick start procedure. So it is a slightly truncated good shot. Our cameramen have got to be creative at the moment because we've got 8 minutes to fill.
We've got 8 minutes to fill. We were just looking there at Anupab Samun and Apiwat Wongtananon in the Yamaha Thailand pit. Looked like they were so close together, they probably huddling for warmth, the way they looked right then. But Anupab's struggling with right wrist injury. It's kind of like arm pump, but he's really struggling, and the longer the race goes on, the more painful it gets. Whereas Apiwat did what he often does, which is he came through to the front row. Many front row starts from Apiwat Wongtananon. He'll go quite well in the wet too.
Adam Noradin is somebody we've not mentioned. Adam crashed in Sugo and missed the second round. He's still injured, but he's back on the bike for today. Adam Noradin, again, knows this track like the back of his hand. He will have ridden it in wet, in dry. You don't have snow here, but in just about every variable condition possible.
Yeah, Aslan Shah taking a look there. He's... Oh, that is with Adam, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. So 5 minutes before we decide, it can get a little bit greasy.
What do we make of that? You wouldn't want to be riding that on wet tyres, though.
If you remember in Sugo last time out, we had a local rider with local knowledge in the 250cc's. He went out on wet weather tyres. Everybody else went on dry weather tyres, and it was the local 50-year-old who won his first ever international race, and there were tears of joy from him at the end. Memorable.
Yeah.
Takahide, I think.
That's
his
right.
name was.
That's right. Yeah.
But that was then, and so local conditions. Now I'm anticipating it'll come as very, very wet. Meng Heng knows the track conditions as well.
Yeah, difficult to call. He's done everything, Meng Heng, as well as I mentioned. He was an extremely good racer back in the late 90s, early 2000s. But as an official, he's done everything. He's done clerk of the course, race director. He's here this weekend as a safety officer, FIM safety officer. And so it's in good hands as we find some more of those. What are they, Des? Are they crows?
Birds.
Oh, you're an expert. Okay.
They're not bikes.
But there was 5 of them. I thought there might be like a little children's song that we could do while we're waiting for the...
Fascinating to just see the state of the circuit. It is one of those circuits where it can be wet at some part of the circuit, dry on others.
Yeah, one of the riders yesterday, and I can't remember who it was, so I won't risk name checking the wrong person, said that the track condition has changed. It's become more bumpy since round 2. It's been car races here, and yeah, not many people have mentioned that, but this was a top rider who said it, and he was, yeah, categorical. The circuit is different now, it's more bumpy.
Which certainly won't help if there's a little bit of grease on the circuit as well. So
Exactly.
Safety car is out. We are just 3 minutes away from the pit exit opening.
And it will be a 9-lap race, quick start procedure, which just means the riders will come round to the grid, just pause for a moment and then go. Because although this is the end of our program, there will be further racing here later in the afternoon for the Malaysian Superbike Championship. That's the Thai Honda pit. Ratapong Willarot there in the middle.
Ratapong, who's just competed, finished 6th in the Supersport 600, and he's probably going, thank heavens I finished before the rain came down.
Yeah, and just picking out other characters there. The Japanese guy is Uichi Wee, winner of 11 125 GPs in the early 2000s. He's got his own underbone team here, Team All for One, and he is the rider coach for Yamaha Racing Thailand. So there are some big names still around this paddock.
We're tracking Kazma Daniel. And Kazma Daniel will be hoping to track Haruki Noguchi's 3rd in the overall championship standings. Kazma, he had 1 win in race 1 in Sepang. He's had 1 second place and a 3rd place in Sugo, so he had a good time last time out.
Yeah, there are 100 points left. He's 40 points behind. So unless
a lot depends on Haruki Noguchi. I think that's the key. If Noguchi carries on his form, he'll be almost unstoppable. Zakwan's had a poor qualification here and looked very mystified about his problems. So,
yeah, although he's lying 2nd and well within reach mathematically of Haruki Noguchi, the form is not with him at the moment. Underbone rider.
Okay, Daniel Bogas is down in the pit lane, or in the pit garages. Let's see what news he's got for us.
So we're down here at pit lane for the ASB 1000. It's a bit chaotic, you can see there. And yeah, we're getting the information that for the riders to get ready. I think the riders will go up, but it's a bit mixed right now. It's drying a bit. So we're going to try to talk with one of the Honda managers. Semi. Oh, sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, I think we can't have a word because everyone's still having discussion. Everyone's still discussing. It's chaotic, you can see. I think they're changing back to the dry tires, because you can see here now at the cement, it has dried up. It's not 100% wet anymore, but the tarmac still looks like it's damp, but we really can't be certain, and everyone's scrambling. That's why we can't really get anyone to interview right now. I was hoping to interview some of the managers, but everyone is tough on work. Look how quick they're trying to change the tires now. This is some rapid stuff that's happening. Haruki Noguchi's team, they're maintaining on their tires. The Hondas are maintaining on their tires. It's just Yamaha Thailand now that's changing tires. The 1XWX BMW team, they are changing tires right now. So it looks like Haruki's on wets, Basowit's on wets. And we're just trying to get out of the way now of the Basowit. I do believe Zakwan Zaidi, he's on the wets. And we're just coming down the grid now. And I want to get a look at the 1XWX team, because I saw Yamaha Thailand, they're changing tires. It looks like they're going back to the dries. The 1XWX team, we're just trying to have a look. Trying to figure out what tires they're going to put on right now. And yeah, they're scrambling right now to try and change, by it looks they changed the tires, and their time is really running up for them, because the pit lane is open for only 1 minute for the quick start procedure, and it is hectic down here. They're getting Azlan Shah's bike started. Adam Norden's bike now being hurried to get out of the pit. I think they really have less than 30 seconds now to get it up, but they should be able to. Yes, it's dry tires for Adam Norden. So Adam and the Yamaha Thailand riders are they're all three of them, but they're on dry tires. I do believe Azlan Shah Kamran Zaman's tire will be a dry tire choice as well. So this is a very chaotic and interesting situation that is unfolding right now. There we see, yep, Azlan Shah's tires are the dry slick option. So a gamble now for all the teams and the riders. Some are on wet, some are on dry. What is the situation going to be? And oh dear, it looks like Azlan Shah has not made it out of pit lane in time. It looks like the red flags are out, so even Adam Norden, I think he's stuck as well at the end of the pit lane, the pit exit. So it looks like they will have to start, I'm not sure, either at the back of the grid or from pit lane when the race begins. And this is very much chaotic and dramatic now as we head into race one for the ASB 1000s. I'm not sure what else we can see, but for now, we're gonna head back to Des and Barry while we wait for this chaotic ASB 1000 race to unfold.
Really well covered there by Daniel Bogers. Great job down there to work out who's on wets, who's on dries. The gamble to go back on dries. Interesting that those who did make the change, they will be stuck in the pit lane, Barry Russell, and they're the quick decisions that can win and lose your championships in the end.
They can. This is going to be fascinating, and fantastic insight we got there from Daniel's coverage in pit lane there. We wouldn't normally get that at this rate, but what happened there at the end that you saw with Azlan Shah and Adam and others held up in pit lane is that under the quick start procedure you only get a minute. The pit lane is only open for a minute, and that's a pretty tight window. This is a long pit lane, so it partly depends where you are, but you need to be really sharp to get out. And I saw that marshal step out with a red flag, and I thought, oh no, there's so many people left there.
So that was Azlan Shah stuck in there, Adam Norodin stuck in there. I was really curious that Adam Norodin went on to dry, because of all the guys who know Sepang, the Sepang International Circuit crew, I suspect, are the ones who have seen the changeable weather so often. So I would trust them, but then again, it is a gamble whatever you do.
Yeah, and there's one of the leading runners on wets.
So Zakwan's going on wets,
and on the front row you've got Kazma. We didn't see what he's on. That's Yuki Ito. I guess they'll probably go the same way.
Okay, there will be a formation lap, so they get out pretty quickly. They've got their tyre selections already made, right or wrong. Meng Heng ushering everybody off pretty quickly. That is Kazma Daniel, he's on wets.
Wets, and I'm sure his teammate will be on wets. I believe Apiwat is on dry tyres.
So once you've made that decision, you're stuck with it.
That's it, so it literally is in the lap of the gods. who are sitting up there with the buckets of water.
So then, the formation lap is under Kazma Daniel on pole position alongside Yuki Ito. Didn't see what he was on. Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team, ASEAN, Apiwat Wangtan and Yamaha Thai Racing Team.
Second row led by championship leader Haruki Noguchi. Next to him, Takuya Suda on the Motolub Suzuki. And outside of him, good qualifying for Pasawit Titiwara Rai.
Aslan Shah Kamuzam on 1XX BMW TKR Racing Team. Good position for him, P7. Zakwan in 8. Gary Salim for Indonesia for Honda Dream in P9.
10th on the grid, Anupab Samoon for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. 1XOX BMW TKKR Adam Noradin in P11 and 12 Farid Badrul Hisham.
Row 5 now, these are all wild cards, but there's also an MSBK race going on. So Rajan Azim alongside Osama Mare and T. Wee Jin from Mobile Suzuki Racing Team.
16th, Michael Luke Stone from New Zealand. Kuchien outside of him. And Siokri Matt Zoki outside of him.
That's from the Ezra Racing Team. That's the P18. And there is Achio Yujo on row 7, all on his own. Wild card for this particular race.
So yeah, grid of 2 halves basically, but let's see what happens. Later.
Okay, so we're on the formation lap on a drying circuit, or is it, where are the clouds? That's what I'm really looking at. Those who took the gamble to go back on dry, and where will they start from? Is it from the pit lane? So they've got that disadvantage as well, but they're on dry weather tyres, which if the weather does dry up, gives them a huge advantage. We could, and we've got races within race. This is going to be fabulous fun to look at, and it's a 9-lap race. You've got tyre information, by Arisa.
I've got, yeah, somehow, given all that chaos, we've got tyre information up here. Kobayashi-san just confirmed that Apiwat and Anupab, the Yamaha Thailand guys, are on dry tyres, running medium fronts and soft rears. Haruki Noguchi we knew is on wet. Kazma Daniel we know is on wet. Gary Salim
Thought Adam
and
Noradin
Zakwan, they will be on
Adam Noradin on the BMW of Aslan Shah. I thought they'd moved to dries.
I think, yeah, I thought they had, yeah.
Well, the performance on the track will tell.
We will soon see, yes, exactly.
Bike number 500, just moving into play there, Anupab Samu. Anupab 4th in the championship standings. Let's not forget, this is 1 race out of 10 in an overall championship, but it can make or break things. 9 laps of the circuit.
Literally anything can happen in the next 10 minutes.
Green flag man is working prodigiously hard now then. 9 laps of the Sepang International Circuit, and we are go. Kazma Daniel, known for wheelie starts, gets off to a slowish start today. On pole position was Kazma. Behind them, Haruki Noguchi's forced his way through quite nicely. And everyone, I think, just being a little bit circumspect because they're not sure what the next corner will bring.
Yeah, and that's Apiwat out at the front. He'll be the first rider to find out what's going on up there. He's gone out confidently. He knows the track isn't too wet, but he is on slicks. So, interesting and attacking behaviour, and the self-pronounced wet weather expert, Yuki Ito, in second. But Apiwat is jumping away at the moment. Kazma Daniel has come through up into second position. We didn't have time to talk about Kazma's starts, but they haven't been so great.
But he has recovered from a poor start, and then he's just dropped back again. It's the 2 Yamahas who've come through now. Were they both on slicks? They were the ones who Daniel was able to point out that they were on slicks. In fact, they were the first ones there. So they've made that decision that the rain is not going to come down at Sepang. And if they are right, they put themselves in a really strong position. The BMW of the one XXTKR Racing.
Yeah, I think he's on dries too.
Yeah, Aslan Shah.
So this is fascinating stuff.
So he was allowed out onto the grid. That's the good news for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they worked that, but I think it was fair enough given the chaotic situation that was down there.
Certainly was chaotic. So Aslan Shah Kamrazarman, a former champion. He's on the BMW now then. Slick, slick, slick are leading the way. Jump start from Aslan Shah. Oh dear.
That's not what he needed. The first time we've seen him in the front group this season. And he's got a jump start. Jump start penalty is ride through. I heard that confirmed at the rider briefing. There isn't a long lap situation here.
But it's Yamaha who made the gamble, who are leading the way. Apiwat Wongtanam has a lead of 1.3 seconds from Anupab. Aslan Shah has got that right through. Kazma Daniel fourth. Adam Noradin in P5, 6 seconds down. Then Pasowicz, Yuki Ito, Zakwan, Suda, Noguchi down in P10. Salim and Farid Badrul. The wildcards, all the wildcards, the MSBK racers there at the bottom end could come into play if the lap times are significantly slower, which they will be.
Kazma just having a tussle there with Adam Noradin. He went offline there. Adam Noradin got back through him, so...
Anupab in P2. Aslan Shah, it's a false P3 for him at the moment because he will have that ride-through penalty. So he took a gamble and then made a mistake and may suffer the consequences. But he'll give it a go. You know that about Aslan Shah. He will give it a right old go. But Yamaha made the call so early that they decided that this was going to be actually a dry weather race. Looking up in the clouds, at the moment it looks to be the correct decision.
It sure does. And we will have probably after this another 20 minutes. So let's see what the weather brings over that time. Pasowicz up into 6th position. We didn't see what he started on. We haven't seen him on the screen yet. But he's just behind Kazma and Adam Noradin.
So it's Yamaha leading the way. This is good for Anupab and Apiwat. Apiwat leading the way. Anupab in P2. If you're Aslan Shah, do you take the ride through early? Do you go in now and try and work your way back through, or do you try and establish some kind of lead and get yourself happily involved?
It's so counterintuitive to come back in.
So Aslan Shah, the answer is he's come in for his ride through as soon as he possibly can. This is purgatory. He's frustrated, thumps the wheel. I can imagine the swear words going on under that helmet at the moment.
Yeah, this is the closest he's got to the front. That's massively frustrating. Good lap from Anupab.
Anupab at 209.5 from Apiwat, a 208.4, 1.5 seconds clear. So then, Apiwat and Anupab are, as they always are, they're joined at the hip, these two. But now this is a genuine race. They look to have made the right decision, unless the rain comes down again.
Yeah, Anupab's pace looks really good. And just to give an indication of the conditions, a good dry race pace is in the 207s. And if he's doing 208s, that means this is practically a dry race.
Yeah, but they decided that early, and they've gone out. Putting everything out there. Yuki Ito is in there at the moment at P6. Aslan Shah, after his ride through, is still officially in P4. Kazma 5, Yuki Ito in P6. And there is the championship leader, Haruki Noguchi, down in P10. The interesting thing is that Zakwan Zaidi is 2 places ahead of him. But Noguchi decided to stay on wet tyres. And you can understand that wet tyre decision. But it looks like it might be the wrong one.
Yeah, most people made it. His crew pretty impassive there, aren't they? They took the view. Now they've got to live with the results. And Haruki Noguchi will give it his all, as he always does. He's got Geri Salim behind him.
Geri Salim, the Indonesian. But there is Noguchi. So it's unlikely that he will pick up another victory. He won 3 in a row. But the good news for him is that Zakwan Zaidi is also struggling just a little bit. We saw the number 21 just going through there in P8, trying to make a move on Pasawit for P7. Zakwan just needs to take as much advantage as he possibly can, both today and tomorrow. It is one of the problems as they go through. There is Zakwan and Pasawit.
I would assume, looking at the lap times, that Pasawit is on wet tyres as well.
So Aslan Shah Kamruzaman has done his ride through and he's back in P11, but will lap significantly faster. What is the difference? So Kazma's on wet, he's lapping 2:17. Happy Watts on dries, he's lapping 2:10.
7 or 8 seconds.
7 or 8 seconds a lap, isn't it? Yeah.
So Azam will be on a charge here. Unfortunate about the jump start, but he did make the right decision.
As he slides past Noguchi. There's the difference between wet and dry.
Yeah, frustrating for Haruki Noguchi. That bike's going to feel horrible on this dry asphalt.
So these two have Sepang to themselves. These two have a little battle of wits amongst themselves. Abiwat Wangtanam won 1 race in Puram, had a P3 here at Sepang. Anupab, 2 podiums as well. 3 points separating them in the overall championship standings. They race so often together at 250s, at 600s, now in the Superbikes. They're teammates, they're friends, but they are now in fierce competition for the next 5.5 laps, well, next 6 laps with this last bit to go. There is the man in P3. Now that's Adam Noradin. Now he went on drives as well, didn't he, Adam?
Yes, he did, yeah.
So Adam, who's riding injured, he's in P3. P4 will be Kazma Daniel. And Yuki Ito has got himself ahead of Pasawit and Zakwan. He's ahead of Suda. So Kazma Daniel, who started on pole position, will just have to try and enjoy putting in the laps. 5 laps to go for him.
Yeah, if you can enjoy a race on a dry track with wet tyres, then I guess Kazma's your man for that. But he's definitely the best of the wet tyre riders.
He'll have a chance to pick up some points. Let's assume he picks up 16 for P3. Zakwan and Haruki Noguchi just come a little bit closer, but not significantly so.
Yeah, 14-point lead for the 2 Thai Yamahas.
P4, wouldn't he? Because Adam Noradin's there. I think what Kazma's got to really worry about is Aslan Shah. Because if Aslan gets on a real charge, he's got 20 seconds to make up in 5 laps. There is Aslan Shah, and Aslan will be going for it.
Yeah, he's made up 5 places since we last looked.
Phenomenal. Back up to P6, Aslan Shah. Yuki Ito in his sights. What you're watching here is 3 races within one in many ways. You've got those on the dries, those who didn't gamble on the dries and decided to go safe on the wet weather tyres, one of whom was Yuki Ito, who loses out. If this was wet weather race and the rain was falling, you'd think Yuki would be in with a real chance, but the rain has dried up. And then you've got the wildcard race, which is also a local competition race as well. 3 races in one for your edification.
Yeah, and as you said, Kazma needs to worry about Aslan Shah. He is how many seconds adrift? About 20 seconds. Closing all the time. The lap time difference is, as we were just saying, about 7 seconds a lap.
Not even that. That's Kazma. That's Kazma, and Aslan Shah is just absolutely eating up the ground on Kazma Daniel. Now, the rain came down, it drizzled, and then it rained. A decision was made as Aslan Shah looks over at Kazma Daniel as he passes him and says, sorry fella, you gambled wrong, I got it right. So Aslan Shah Kamruzaman on a charge. has got himself up into P4. A long way behind the race leader, Anupab, who has taken over from Apiwat up at the front. But there is our man in P4, Aslan Shah Kamrizaman, former champion, bit of a legend in Malaysia.
Yes, that's definitely true. And just looking at the gap there to P1 between Aslan Shah and Anupab, who's currently leading those two out of the two Thai Yamahas. 35 seconds, that's about what it takes to do a ride-through penalty.
Yes. Yeah. You would have fancied him here. You really would, Aslan. Instead, we've got an all-Thai battle, an all-Yamaha battle. Anupab Samu is leading the way up the hill. 4 laps to go. It's a 9-lap race. In fact, it's 3.5 laps to go now. Anupab Samu, 79 points for him. Leading the way, Apiwat Wangtanam, 24 just behind him.
Yeah, as you said, just 3 points between them. They're friends. They're level in the championship virtually. So there won't be any anything untoward happening between these two.
But it will be a competition. I tell you that Anupab will not want Apiwat to win. Apiwat will not want Anupab to win. Anupab at the moment just lapping quicker, a 2:09.7, so he was 4/10 quicker last time. Coming in P3, this is the lonely figure of Adam Noradin. He's done plenty of lonely laps around Sepang though, so this won't bother him. Is he getting any closer? I suppose that's the next thing we've really got to look at, but even if he is getting closer, that's it's going to be too difficult.
Yeah, Aslan's unlikely to catch him. Just looking at some of the wild cards.
Rajan Azim just overtaken T. Wee Jin. The wild cards are much further down. 88 is Farid Badrul Hisham.
Yeah, you will see some back markers come into play when the two leaders come through at some stage, as they surely will, to lap them. So Kazma is now 8 seconds behind Aslan. Aslan is 18 seconds behind Adam Noradin, and they're both on dry tyres. So that shouldn't change. That order shouldn't change over 3 laps.
Okay, let's get back to our lead.
And the rain flag is out now, so maybe the drama's not finished. They're waving the slippery track flag.
Now, is that just because it's a wet race, or is there some rain coming down? I'm not seeing any, and the clouds are looking good, and the cameras aren't picking up any. As we look at the MSBK race, the wild card, as they're coming in to 2 laps to go. In the ARRC, Anupab leads Apiwat, leads Adam, leads Aslan Shah, leads Kazma, leads Yuki, and Sudra's a wild card. Zakwan is ahead of Haruki Noguchi, who's down in P11 at the moment.
Yeah, 3 places between them. So significant for the championship. But it does look like it's raining on part of the circuit now.
It does, doesn't it? Look
3 laps to go
on the outward section, but it's drizzle again. But all it needs is your back end catches a little wet patch, and you're in real trouble. Aslan Shah, what's his lap times? He's been lapping 2:11, so 2:11.1.
That's 3 seconds slower than the best lap.
But everybody's lapping 2:11s now, even Anupab and Apiwat. So even they've taken their foot off the gas just a little bit. But it's still Anupab Samu, bike 24, that leads from Apiwat Wangtanam, bike number 500. Yamaha, the Thais enjoying the variable Malaysia weather. We are in October. We do expect some rain, but it didn't quite come down here with the ferocity that we thought it might.
Yeah, yesterday was really wet, and last night really wet. The track this morning, when we started, was had damp patches everywhere, but that's the only shower we've had today when they were on the grid.
Back markers getting out of the way as the front two come flying through.
Yeah, good work by the marshals, sensible riding by the wild cards to let these through.
As they go up the hill, yeah, Joe gets out of the way. Anupab has led Apiwat since lap 5, I think. Apiwat was leading for the first 3 laps of the race.
Anupab seems to not be troubled by his wrist injury that he said was holding him up a little bit, but here Apiwat having a little look up the inside. He will be looking for a win.
So for the penultimate time, they come down the back straight. It is still Anupab as Apiwat has a look on the inside. Lovely slide into the lead, but he's forced a little bit wide. That was the rehearsal. Tries the switchback, it doesn't quite work, but maybe that's just a prelude of what we can expect on the final lap. If that is the case, then it'll be Anupab Sarmoon who holds on. It's Anupab who leads by 0.12 of a second. Last lap of the race. It was called a wet race, but it's actually turned into a dry race. Back markers, they could be a complication. Not here, not on this occasion. The front two get through. Ooh, do they? They need to. The back marker went a little bit wide.
Yeah, he didn't quite get out of the way, but the marshalling and most of the riding has been pretty good from the back markers. Apiwat is in the lead now.
So Apiwat has made that move, taking advantage of the back marker confusion.
And they got one more in front of them now, so this is fascinating stuff. Anupab trying to go around the outside, then switch to the inside. The back marker does sense what's going on and gets out of the way.
Half a lap to go. Apiwat Wongtanan leads the way. He's got 1 race win to his name so far this season. Anupab in P2. Bike number 24 is Apiwat, both on Yamahas, both Yamaha Tyre Racing, both friends, both fierce rivals.
Both running medium front and soft rear dry tyres, you name it. It's pretty much equivalent.
Apiwat Wongtanan is holding on. It was Apiwat who was on the front row of the grid, and Apiwat who is leading the way ahead of Anupab. Apiwat would leapfrog his friend into the top 3 possibly of the overall championship standings, which could be significant in its own right. So a team battle, an individual battle, a friend battle coming down onto the final 2 straights. Apiwat has the lead. Wongtanan, 24 this time. The switchback is tried by Anupab Sarmoon. Anupab Sarmoon tries to come on the inside of Apiwat. Anupab Sarmoon, he's got the drive out, and Anupab Sarmoon takes it for Yamaha ahead of Apiwat Wongtanan.
Nice, cleanly done by both of them. There was never any danger, no elbowing, nothing like that. Just a really nice move. Anupab got the power down better on the exit to from turn 15.
Adam Noradin will come in P3. Splendid isolation. He'll be happy after his injury. That's a nice podium to celebrate for the SIC racer, and he's enjoyed that. He's happy.
Yeah, second P3 for him.
And Aslan Shah Kamruzaman will come through in P4. Good recovery, but really good recovery. That's considering the injury that he's carrying for Adam Noradin, that's a brilliant result.
Excellent, and of course Aslan Shah had a ride-through penalty.
But there is our race winner on a strange race. The drizzle stroke heavy rain caused all kinds of worries in riders' minds, and they will have learned from Sugo, or will have thought about Sugo, where those who were cautious stayed on the wet weather tyres. They went out in Sugo. Here they lost out. You can't win.
I think they were fighting the last war, Des.
Indeed. Kazma Daniel has got himself a P5, which is a useful 11 points in the overall championship standings. Yuki Ito, who would have loved it to have been a wet race, has to settle for just 10 points in P6. Suda 7th, Zakwan Saidi in 8th.
Haruki Noguchi came up to 10th there, so not too much of a gap change. Oh, just a change to the order then on the timing screen. I forgot, these two are so far ahead at the front that people are still taking the checkered flag. But in fact, it's Gary Salim 10th, Haruki Noguchi 11th.
So here is the official result. Anupam Sarmoon takes the win with Apiwat just 1/10 of a second clear. 26 seconds behind was Adam Noruddin. Another 13 seconds down was Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. A long way down was Kazma Daniel. That was the difference between the dry and the wet weather tyres. Just 1 second ahead of Yuki Ito. Takayuya Suda from Mobile Lub Suzuki Racing Team, 1:14.911 in P7. Zakwan Zaidi will pick up 8 points for P8. Pasawit, 7 points for P9 for him. Gary Salim, 6 for P10. Haruki will only pick up 5 points. It means the difference at the top of the standings will be, in my book, just down to 10 points. And then we had all the wild cards coming in, filling the rest of the points down to Tiwi Jin in P15, who was a lap down but will pick up a single point.
Yeah, that was a strange one, with so many riders making different decisions, or so many teams making different decisions in the pits. But I do think, yeah, it was a case of fighting the last war, as Anupam comes in for a well-deserved slap on the back.
Well, he did it. He did it on the last corner. He outwitted his long-time friend and rival. So Anupam picks up his first win of the season. Apiwat will just drop behind him in the overall championship standings. In fact, quite considerably behind him. What it means is it brings Anupam into the overall championship contention. It could be a really, really important day for him.
Yeah, Aslan doesn't look happy, does he, as he got off his BMW?
He looks steaming. He looks fuming.
Yeah, he clearly wasn't happy with that jump start decision. We didn't see it from here. And I think Apiwat has taken that reasonably well for somebody who's ferociously competitive as he is. Here comes Adam into Park
Fermé. Great recovery from Adam Noruddin. Strange race, weather-affected race. Let's have a look at the best of the highlights. Superbike's 1000cc race number 1 of the weekend at the Sepang International Circuit, and it proved to be a strange old one. A downpour just before the race made racers decide, should we go wet or dries? It was the Yamahas who decided the dry weather tyres were what was needed, and Apiwat Wangtaran got off to a flying start. Anupam Sarmoon, bike number 500, went with him, as did Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, but a jump start for Aslan Shah thwarted any chance he had of a podium.
Yeah, Aslan was close there until we got the jump start notice. It was looking good, but the real important work happened before the start we just saw. There is Aslan furiously taking his ride-through penalty, which will have cost him 30 to 35 seconds. Haruki Noguchi, championship leader, ended up in P10.
Wet weather tyres, yeah. They knew at that stage they made the decision. I saw that little look on the screen. They made the wrong decision. Aslan Shah came on a charge. He made sure that the wet weather tyre guys were not going to get the better of him. What it meant was that at the very front there was a fabulous battle between Apiwat number 24 and Anupam number 500. Here is a rehearsal for what was going to go on the final lap. At this stage, Anupam Sarmoon goes through and is leading with 1 lap to go. Apiwat wondering, what can I do? What can I do to change this? He went into the lead. That's what he did. Set us up beautifully for the final corner, Barry Russell.
Yes, he did. He got through it. They kept it really clean, fast, almost like sparring, but it was for real. And you saw it here, but it was Anupam Sarmoon who got the drive out of, he got the best line, got the drive out of turn 15 and crossed by more than 1/10 of a second. In those circumstances, that was a decent margin of victory. And
Adam Noruddin celebrating, coming back from injury with the podium. That helps him in the overall championship standings as well. But I tell you what, this brings Anupam Sarmoon, if he has a good day tomorrow, as he did today, it brings him right back into overall championship reckoning. And he will enjoy his time on the podium. Strange race, but strange races are part of a season. They can't all be thrillers. They can't all be absolute 1,000th of a second races to the line, as we saw in the Supersport 600. You've got to take the rough with the smooth, the wet with the dry.
And perform throughout the season. There is Apiwat. And as he always does as he comes onto the podium, Anupam points to his helmet. He carries the number of his mentor there, Desha Kreisart, who won how many championships here? 3?
At least 3, yes.
3 when Supersport 600s were the blue ribbon class here.
Mr. Stefan Maki-Karapet, the FIM Asia
Thai national anthem.
The trophies to our race winners.
I think the Malaysians wanted this to be a Malaysian national anthem for the Supersports and for this particular race. Stefan Karapier, once again, the FIM Asia president, steps out to hand out the prizes. And he will be joined by Sharmila Nadaraja, the Chief Executive Officer of the MAM, the Motorsports Association of Malaysia.
The ASB 1000 Race 1, Anupam Sarmoon.
Anupam Sarmoon moves him on to 104 points. Still 24.5 points down on Haruki Noguchi, so it's a big gap to make up. But nonetheless, it brings him into contention, I would argue, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and as you've often observed during the course of the season, he's nearly always there around waiting to pounce, and that's what he did today.
I would like to invite Mrs. Stefan and Ms. Sharmila to take a photo with our race.
It's good to get the MAM supporting the Asia Road Racing Championships. And confirmation of the result. Anupam Sarmoon taking the victory for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team alongside his teammate Apiwat Wongthanam. And a really good result. I'm very pleased for Adam Noradin, because it looks such a horrible injury that he received in Sugo. Then I saw him hobbling down the pit lane in Sugo on the second day. And I'm glad to see he's back on the podium for the second time this season, moves on to 60 points in the overall championship standing.
Yeah, he was smiling bravely back then, now he's smiling justifiably.
Haruki Noguchi still has the lead, 10 points clear of Zakwan Zaidi after this rain-impacted race. Anupam Sarmoon moves up into P3 ahead of Apiwat. The differential between them is 8 points. Kazma Daniel shifts down into P5. Adam Noradin, 60 points, moves up to P6 ahead of Yuki Ito, who would have loved it to have been raining today. And Pasawit is on 53 points in P8 in the championship standings. 3 races still to go. There's another one tomorrow. Before we head off for tomorrow, though, let's get some reaction from the race that we've just seen. Daniel Bogas is down in the podium area, and hopefully getting some reaction.
There's the lookout, trying to find Daniel.
So we're up here at the podium with Anubhav Sarman. So Anubhav, I think we don't need to say more that I can tell that means a lot. And I think we can definitely tell that it was the most hectic pit exit we've ever seen in Asia. And yeah, it was a brilliant race from you as well. That last lap overtake at turn 15 was absolutely brilliant to get the drive down. Could you give us a bit of an insight of that preparation for that restart and the race itself?
Yes, sure. First, I would like to say thank you, my team, my mechanic, and all sponsor, all fan club. Today, everything surprise. Sometimes rain, sometimes hot condition. Sure, my team confirm, dry tire, go to the track. I have win. Yes, thank you, fan club, and thank you everything for today. Tomorrow I make the bed again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anubhav. And now it's back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. We found you in the end, and you found a very good comment from Anubhav Sarman, the racer. And it was all about the choice of tyres in the end. Quick thoughts on the day, Barry Russell?
Well, we started with some phenomenal racing in the TVS one make, and Underbone was absolutely out of your imagination.
1,000th of a second differential in the Supersport.
Supersport 250s was amazing, and Superbike was weird, but still very fascinating to watch. The race was won in pit lane, I think you could say, for that one. What will tomorrow hold?
Indeed, we've got it all to bring you again tomorrow. Same time, same place. Sepang International Circuit. It's been a dramatic day in the 4th round of the Asia Road Racing Championships. Please join us again tomorrow for more of the same from 12:30. From Barry Russell, Des Corkill, and the team behind the team, bye for now.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Kita kembali ke litaran antarabangsa Sepang untuk perlumbaan Malaysia Superbike Championship pusingan yang ketiga. Secara langsung dan di sebelah petang ini kita akan saksikan dua perlumbaan, iaitu perlumbaan Yamaha Loop Y16 ZR Race Masterclass dan juga MSBK 250 yang akan berlangsung selepas ini nanti. Kita lihat pelumba-pelumba telah pun berada di grid untuk memulakan bagi perlumbaan Yamaha Loop Y16 ZR ini, di mana dalam perlumbaan ini ada peluang untuk kita saksikan juara pada perlumbaan ini. Jika Faris Hafiz Abdul Rahman berada di atas podium dan mencabar terdekatnya, iaitu Alif Daniel Muhammad Azri gagal untuk nguntit mata yang tinggi. Bersama saya Harmin Tazim Muhammad dan Daniel Borges yang berada sebelah saya sekarang ini. Daniel, kita akan lihat Faris Hafiz mungkin dapat bergelar juara pada perlumbaan ini.
Betul, dia ada peluang besar dalam perlumbaan ini saja untuk perlumbaan ini untuk mendapatkan overall championship. Yeah. So sekarang ni gap championship dengan Alif Daniel 32 mata. So ya, memang agak jauh gap, ya, bergantung pada kedudukan dia pada sekarang ni. Kita akan bersama dengan Nasha terlebih dahulu. Nasha yang berada di grid permulaan perlumbaan sekarang ini.
Baiklah, sekarang ini kita berada di grid untuk perlumbaan ni Yamaha Loop Y16 Master. Perlumbaan ni sangatlah sengit dalam satu kelompok yang besar. Agak-agak Syukran boleh menang tak untuk perlumbaan ni?
Saya akan try kerja keras sikit lah untuk naik podium.
Saingan dalam perlumbaan ni macam mana? Adakah last lap tu yang akan menjadi penentu untuk Syukran kejar di hadapan?
Tu tak boleh nak jangka sebab semua push juga. Sebab saya try untuk last lap lah.
Terima kasih Syukran, dan kita akan bersama dengan lumba yang akan bermula petak yang kedua, iaitu Abdullah Koyum. Koyum, keputusan yang baik untuk perlumbaan MSBK final round minggu ini. Koyum banyak melakukan catatan masa yang terbaik dan pernah menaiki podium di sini juga, dan ini adalah final round. So macam mana Koyum?
Saya pun tak tahu nak cakap macam mana tengah berdeban. Apa-apa pun saya cuba habis baik hari ni, insyaAllah.
Terima kasih Koyum, dan kita akan bersama dengan seorang lagi, iaitu Faris Afif yang sentiasa berada di hadapan memenangi perlumbaan, dan kali ini bermula di petak yang ketiga. Hari itu kalau kita tengok di pusingan yang lalu, Faris memenangi perlumbaan menggunakan gear 1. Maafkan saya, dalam keadaan gear lever yang rosak. Tapi kali ni rasa-rasa boleh tinggalkan orang jauh tak?
Tinggalkan tu taklah, tapi kalau fight tu boleh lah. Fight kat depan.
Terima kasih Faris, dan kita akan kembali semula bersama dengan Harmi dan juga Daniel.
Terima kasih Nasha dan Faris Hafiz yang menggunakan satu gear saja dalam perlumbaan lalu untuk menangi perlumbaan yang kedua, dan dia juga menaiki podium dalam perlumbaan yang pertama tepat ketiga, memenangi perlumbaan yang kedua di pusingan yang pertama. Jadi rekod yang baik untuk Muhammad Faris Hafiz Abdul Rahman, tapi kali ini dia akan bermula dari belakang sedikit. Tapi dalam perlumbaan begini Daniel, kedudukan grid nampaknya tidaklah begitu mainkan peranan penting sangat, kerana dalam perlumbaan ini mereka menggunakan jentera yang sama, one make, semuanya adalah motor yang sama.
Betul, sebab kita memang lihat sampai last lap akan ada grup besar yang maybe ada 15 ke 20 rider, and memang sesiapa dekat belakang pun boleh sampai di depan. Macam kita, kalau saya tak silap masa round 1 kita nampak Adi Putra, dia tiba-tiba muncul, so dapat slipstream and terus menang perlumbaan pertama.
Apa yang penting untuk mereka dalam perlumbaan ini adalah untuk berada dalam kelompok hadapan, dan biasanya kelompok hadapan ini dalam 15 pelumba, 16 pelumba akan berada dalam kelompok yang sama, dan untuk berada dalam kelompok itu, untuk kekal dalam kelompok itu dan keluar pada waktu yang tepat, itu yang suka nak lakukan, keluar pada waktu tepat pada pusingan akhir nanti, lap yang terakhir.
Betul, memang dalam perlumbaan macam ni memang strategi is important, sebab dia memang kena plan dekat mana nak exit, dekat mana nak masuk dekat turn 15 especially.
Dan kepada kita lihat pada grid dia, memang grid yang besar. Kali ini kita ada seperti sebelum ini, kita ada 30 pelumba di atas grid sekarang, dan kita boleh lihat di barisan yang pertama Mas Syukran Aizat yang berada di pole position dengan Abdullah Qayyum petak yang kedua, 3 Muhammad Faris Hafiz Abdul Rahman.
Nombor 4 Muhammad Nur Hakim Muhammad Nur Hafizullah, nombor 5 Ahmad Ikram Danish, nombor 6 Daniel Johan.
Di petak yang ke-7 Ahmad Zaki Ahmad Zamri, 8 Muhammad Alif Daniel Muhammad Asri pencabar kepada Faris Hafiz, 9 Muhammad Al Syakir Zufairi.
Petak ke-10 Muhammad Afiq Harith Abu Bakar, 11 Aras Tsunami, 12 Muhammad Danish Zarif Muhammad Khairil Zakri.
Di petak yang ke-13 Muhammad Adib Arsyad Muhammad Hisam, 14 Ryan Kardani Muhammad Sanusi dan 15 Muhammad Lutfi Shah Narizman.
Nombor 16 Adi Putra Soekarno, nombor 17 Afizi Supat, 18 Adib Hakim Nasri.
Di petak yang ke-19 Muhammad Faiz Karol Azmi, 20 Muhammad Irfan Danish Muhammad Arfam, 21 Muhammad Iman Fahmi Senin.
22 Danny Mikhail Kharul Fauzi, 23 Shazrin Q Abshar, 24 Muhammad Danish Aiman Zamro.
Di petak yang ke-25 Amirun Haziq Johan, 26 Muhammad Syamil Amsyah Muhammad Effendi, 27 Muhammad Aldil Muhammad Ayub.
28 Muhammad Idul Fitri Mahadi, 29 Adam Haikal Jahar dan nombor 30 Muhammad Fazil Muhammad Farouk.
30 pelumba kesemuanya yang berada di grid untuk memulakan perlumbaan ini. Ini adalah kali pertama kategori ini diperkenalkan dalam MSBK Yamaha Y16 ZR. Semuanya pelumba yang berlumba dalam kejuaraan Malaysian Cup Prix, sama ada dalam kategori Wira atau CP115 dan juga One Week mereka, dan kesemua pelumba-pelumba Yamaha ini yang menariknya menggunakan jentera yang sama, dan jadi mereka akan menggunakan skill masing-masing untuk menangi perlumbaan. Walaupun kita akan lihat kepada pelumba pengalaman seperti Faris Hafiz, kemudian kepada Ahmad Syukran Aizat, tapi pelumba-pelumba muda seperti Aras Tsunami dan boleh melakukan kejutan. Adi Putra Soekarno terutamanya yang menang dalam perlumbaan yang pertama, mereka boleh melakukan kejutan, Daniel.
Betul, walaupun Adi Putra bermula dari petak nombor 16, saya rasa dia masih boleh dapat slipstream sebab walaupun straight ni nampak macam tak banyak ruang, tapi bila diorang dah start, diorang akan terus dapat slipstream, jadikan satu kelompok besar, dan saya rasa Adi Putra dengan Aras Tsunami diorang akan cuba dapatkan whole shot and cuba stay dengan grup yang depan.
Ada 6 pusingan untuk mereka habiskan dalam perlumbaan ini. Jangkaan kita seperti juga dalam perlumbaan underbone, yang mana-mana perlumbaan underbone di antara Sepang ini, kedudukan yang agak rapat antara pelumba, dan apatah lagi dalam perlumbaan satu jenis motosikal ini, one make race, yang menggunakan jentera yang sama, jadi mereka akan berada kedudukan yang sama. Dan kita dapat lihat juga dalam perlumbaan sebelum ini kedudukan yang rapat dan hanya ditentukan 3 gasan penamat. Kita akan dapat saksikan 10-12 pelumba akan menghabiskan perlumbaan kurang dari 1 saat. Dan itulah cabarannya, challenge dalam perlumbaan ini. Untuk memenangi perlumbaan agak sukar, untuk berada di depan agak mudah bagi mereka, tapi untuk keluar di tempat yang pertama itu adalah cabaran. Dan kita boleh lihat pada pengalaman yang ada pada Faris Hafiz yang dia gunakan terutama dalam pusingan yang kedua lalu, dalam perlumbaan pertama dan kedua, dia tidak berada di depan all the time, dan dia hanya berada di belakang mengikori, tapi di penghujung itu dia keluar, dan di situ yang mainkan peranan untuk memenangi perlumbaan.
Ya, memang Faris Hafiz dia salah satu rider yang memang pandai membuat strategi. Kita tak akan nampak nombor dia keluar sampai last set, tiba-tiba kita nampak dia start masuk ke top 5, and then dia akan cuba tengok dekat mana dia ada advantage sikit, so dia boleh dapat optimum drive masa keluar turn 15.
Yang penting cuaca di Lita sekarang ni mendung tapi tidak hujan, walaupun tadi seketika hujan sebelum kita menyaksikan perlumbaan ini, tapi hujan yang renyah-renyah dan tidak berikan kesan kepada Lita, jadi mereka dapat memulakan perlumbaan ini dengan baik, dapat menggunakan cengkaman grip pada tayar mereka untuk perlumbaan ini, dan untuk mendapatkan kelajuan semaksimum yang mereka boleh lakukan. Dan ini akan menjadikan kelancaran yang lebih kepada perlumbaan ini. Dan sekali lagi, kalau kita nak berikan tumpuan kepada pelumba mana yang kita akan saksikan perlumbaan ini, agak sukar. Namun begitu, tumpuan kita kepada Faris Hafiz Abdul Rahman kerana dia ada pendahulu keseluruhan, diikuti dengan Alif Daniel Muhammad Asri, pelumba nombor yang berada di petak agak belakang sikit kali ini, Alif Daniel. Pelumba nombor 19 adalah Faris Hafiz, dan Muhammad Alif Daniel Muhammad Asri, pelumba nombor 17. Dia berada di petak yang ke-8 dengan Adi Putra Soekarno tempat yang ke-342 mata. Itu pencabar secara matematik boleh mengejar Faris Hafiz, tapi Faris Hafiz memang dia datang dalam perlombaan ini dengan ada kelebihan yang besar kepada Faris.
Betul, 32 mata sekarang ni adalah gap Faris Hafiz dengan Alif Daniel. So satu term yang kita selalu pakai untuk gap macam ni is a healthy lead. Sebab memang dia hanya perlu habis depan Alif Daniel and dia akan menang championship ni.
Ya, kerana ada 50 mata saja lagi untuk mereka kutip atau raih di mana perlombaan ini dan juga perlombaan esok, perlombaan yang kedua untuk pusingan yang ketiga ini. Kerana ada 6 perlombaan untuk musim 2022, 4 perlombaan telah pun mereka lalui. Ini perlombaan yang kelima dan jika Faris Hafiz berjaya untuk memenangi perlombaan, naik atas podium dan pencabar terdekatnya Alif Daniel dan Adi Putra berada agak jauh di belakang, ini bermakna kejuaraan jadi miliknya dan kita terpaksa buat matematik sedikit di penghujung perlombaan Yamaha Y16 ZR ya race masterclass ini.
Betul, untuk race ni kita bukan hanya pengulas tapi kita akan jadi mathematician
ya, untuk mengira mata bagi purba di hadapan. Okey, kita akan saksikan perlombaan yang akan lepaskan, nantikan pemerah nyalakan untuk mereka memulakan perlombaan di lepas sekarang ini. Permulaan yang baik dari pelumba yang berada di petak utama, Aizat Yusof untuk laju untuk berada di barisan hadapan untuk menuju ke selekoh yang pertama. Bagi jentera ini selekoh pertama agak jauh di hadapan dengan Syukran Aizat sekarang ini berada di tempat yang pertama di litar yang lebar. Ada banyak resiklan yang boleh dipilih oleh pelumba. Di peringkat awal kita akan berikan tumpuan terlebih dahulu kepada kelompok di hadapan kerana mereka akan sering bertukar kedudukan di hadapan untuk memimpin perlombaan ini sebanyak 6 pusingan.
Tadi itu kalau saya tak silap itu Nur Hakim, Nur Hafizullah ataupun Adi Putra yang ke depan. Tapi Ahmad Syukran Aizat nampak ni macam ada masalah dengan motosikal dia.
Syukran, dekat itu Syukran yang mengangkat tangan dan terdapat meneruskan perlombaan seorang pelumba. Ya, nombor 14 Ahmad Syukran Aizat Yusof yang ada masalah dengan motosikal di peringkat awal. Saya rasa itu di turn 2 atau turn 3 dia di selekoh yang ketiga yang ada masalah dengan jenteranya. Jadi dia terpaksa melupakan perlombaan ini walaupun dia berada di petak utama perlombaan. Hampir jatuh tadi nombor 27 berapa pengawal jenteranya dari Sezari Muhammad Khairi. Di peringkat awal kita ada drama sedikit di lap yang pertama. 3 Ahmad Ikram Danish, nombor 28 19 Faris Hafiz Abdul Rahman yang berada di bahagian hadapan, di kelompok hadapan yang seperti saya katakan, kami katakan tadi, penting untuk berada di kelompok hadapan dalam perlombaan ini dan menantikan waktu yang sesuai untuk keluar, terutama di selekoh 15 di lap yang terakhir nanti.
Sekarang ini adalah momen yang kita jarang lihat dalam Y16 ZR untuk Faris Hafiz. Dia yang sekarang ni leading kelompok yang depan ni. So adakah Faris mahu cuba untuk melepaskan diri dari grup yang besar di belakang dia sekarang ni?
19-23 di tempat yang kedua dah mengekori Faris Hafiz. Kalau kita adalah Qayyum Abdul Razak, Qayyum yang bermula dari petak yang kedua dalam perlombaan ini dan Qayyum mengekori sekarang Abdullah Qayyum Abdul Razak mengekori di tempat yang kedua. Di peringkat awal mungkin Faris menukar taktik sedikit untuk dia keluar terlebih dahulu di hadapan, tapi rasanya tidak. Tapi dia masih lagi di hadapan sekarang ini. Faris diikuti oleh Qayyum dan juga Ikram Danish berada di belakang. Kita lihat di mana Zaki Ahmad Zamri juga berada dalam kelompok di belakang ini. Tapi kita nak tengok di mana kedudukan Ara Tsunami nombor 30 bersama dengan Adi Putra sekarang nombor 25, pelumba yang kebiasaannya berada di depan. Itu dia Adi Putra 25 berada di kelompok hadapan sekarang ini.
Walaupun dia bermula dari petak nombor 16, Adi Putra pun sudah sampai di depan. Dan kalau saya tak silap dia tengah leading sebab dia dapat slipstream pada masa dia keluar turn 15 tadi. Sekarang ni nampak dia Muhammad Nur Hakim, Nur Hafizullah sudah sampai di depan. Siapa yang cuba hold shot tadi sekarang ni? Adi Putra dia dah pergi bawa balik ke nombor 3. Susah sikit nak cari nombor dekat Y16 ZR Masterclass ni. Tapi fastest lap sekarang ni dari Muhammad Ayub nombor 11 sekarang ni.
Kita ada 12 pelumba dalam kelompok ini yang dipisahkan kurang dari 1 saat. 12 pelumba yang kurang dari 1 saat dipisahkan. Mereka Zaki Ahmad Zamri terpantas sektor yang pertama dan Zaki pula yang nampak laju dan nombor 13 di hadapan Jufran Zaki Ahmad Zamri. 24 di belakang yang mengikori adalah Aidil Muhammad Adil Muhammad Ayub yang berada di belakangnya. Aidil tadi berada di tempat yang ke-11, sekarang telah berada di depan. Nombor 5 Syamil Amsyah yang berada di belakang mereka. Kita lihat mana 19 turun sikit di bawah di tempat yang ke-8. Kita katakan tadi dia akan berada di kelompok hadapan ni dan menggunakan waktu yang sesuai untuk dia keluar nanti. Tapi yang penting untuk terus berada di kelompok hadapan. Di peringkat awal mereka akan berlumba untuk memastikan berada di kelompok ini, di kelompok depan, dan memastikan tidak ada sebarang insiden yang boleh menjejaskan peluang mereka untuk menangi perlumbaan.
Saya tak pasti, tapi kalau saya tak silap, saya tak nampak Faris Hafiz sekarang ni dekat depan di kelompok depan ni. Saya rasa dia dah ke kelompok yang nombor 2 yang ada dekat yang nombor 10 sampai nombor 15. Sebab saya tak nampak nombor
19. Ya, 19 tidak berada di bahagian hadapan. Ada 4 pelumba yang sekarang ini sedang bertukar silih berganti untuk mendahului perlumbaan. Nombor 24 yang berada di depan, Muhammad Aidil Muhammad Ayub, yang sekarang berada di tempat yang pertama bersebelahan dengan pelumba nombor 24 ya, Muhammad Ayub, yang antara pelumba yang berada di hadapan sekarang ini. Kita lihat di mana nombor 19 dia ada dalam kelompok ini. Mungkin kita tak dapat lihat, tapi saya rasa ada dalam kelompok ini dari belakang. Kerana ini yang selalu dilakukan oleh Faris dalam perlombaan. Dia akan mengikori saja kelompok di hadapan ini, melihat, dan dia mungkin sedang mengkaji gerakan pelumba di hadapan sebelum dia lakukan gerakan untuk keluar. Dan kita lihat pada kedudukan sekarang ini, mereka masuk di lap yang kedua di mana kedudukan Adik Arsyad yang pertama, Alif Daniel yang kedua adalah Qayyum, ketiga 4 Syamil Amsyah, 5 Aidil Muhammad Ayub, 6 Zaki Ahmad Zamri, 7 Ikram dan Adi Putra Soekarno tempat ke-8, 9 Raya Kadani, 10 Faris Hafiz dan Nur Hakim Nur Hafizullah tempat ke-11. 11 belum berkurang dari satu saat.
Faris Hafiz tadi dia dapat stage 3 end up host chances. Sekarang ni Faris Hafiz pula yang leading dalam kelompok ni. Ada jarak sikit, tapi bila kita sampai turn 4 yang semua akan dapat slipstream dan akan jadi satu kelompok besar balik. Tapi dekat belakang Faris ni adalah Ryan Kardani. Dia pun dapat slipstream tadi dekat front straight. Faris Hafiz dia tengah mencuba untuk dapatkan lead balik, tapi yang bahaya sekarang ni group yang dekat belakang ni akan sampai dekat Faris Anies yang sudah sampai dekat Faris dengan Ryan Kardani.
Biasanya mereka akan melihat pada seorang pelumba dan kita boleh nampak kepada Faris Hafiz yang tidak mahu untuk bergerak lebih awal untuk keluar dari kumpulan untuk menarik lain-lain dalam next lap ni, dengan yang seterusnya, lap yang seterusnya. Buat masa ini 19 masih lagi mendahului perlumbaan. Buat masa ini 13 Muhammad Zaki Ahmad Zamri yang berada tempat yang kedua, nombor 31 Ryan Kartani Muhammad Sanusi tempat yang ketiga. Tapi kedudukan ini akan terus berubah dengan cepat apabila mereka sampai di turn 15, keluar daripada stage 15, kedudukan akan sekali lagi berubah. Buat masa ini Faris Hafiz yang berada
mencuba taktik untuk tengok kalau dia leading satu lap, kalau dia boleh cross the finish line nombor 1 juga, ataupun kalau dia akan struggle untuk maintain lead. Tapi ni dalam kelompok ni sebenarnya ada 18 rider dalam 2 saat.
Saya rasa ketika keluar dari selekor 15, apabila sekumpulan pelumba approach turn 15 tu, mungkin ada pelumba yang lebih gemar berada di belakang untuk melihat di depan supaya dia tahu bagaimana untuk exit dan pecut menuju garis penamat. Tapi kan itu lebih bukan selamat, tapi lebih baik daripada berada di depan. Bagaimana untuk mereka lakukan pada penghujung perlumbaan nanti.
Yang bahaya untuk Faris Hafiz bila dia dah sampai front straight, tapi dia berjaya untuk maintain lead sampai start finish line. So maybe ini akan jadi strategi Faris untuk last lap nanti. Tapi kita akan tunggu sekarang ni sebab kita ada 3 lap lagi.
Ya, kita boleh nampak dia kerana setiap kali lepas rekod pertama dia ke belakang sikit, tapi kemudian dia akan ke depan dan terus memucut lepas keluar rekod yang dapat memucut dengan lebih baik pada penghujung perlumbaan yang tidak dapat dikejar oleh mana-mana pelumba. Itu adalah kelebihan sekali lagi tidak ada beza pada jentera, mungkin pada tubuh badan dan juga tunggangan mereka yang memisahkan pelumba ini. Mereka juga adalah pelumba yang agak berpengalaman dan tahu bagaimana nak mengendalikan motosikal ini dalam perlumbaan. Jadi ini menjadikan lebih sama rata untuk semua pelumba bagi cuba menangi perlumbaan.
Sekarang ni dalam image yang kita boleh nampak ni ada 18 rider dari Faris Hafiz sampai dengan Johan. Sekarang ni arah tsunami sampai ke depan dengan slipstream, sebab slipstream factor adalah satu faktor yang besar dalam kategori 116 ZR ni.
Tak walaupun arah tsunami nombor 16 katakan tadi, tapi dalam kumpulan ini saya percaya, kerana Adiputra Soekarno nombor 11 dalam kumpulan ini juga, kerana ini adalah satu kelompok yang besar. Suara pembuat dan terbabas keluar dari lita perlumbaan. Tapi yang katakan tadi, mereka kalau dalam kelompok yang ini mereka agak selamat. Mereka masih dalam striking distance lagi untuk berada di depan. Itu yang penting untuk mereka. Dan kali ini mungkin ada kemalangan libatkan dua pelumba sekarang ini.
Kita masih siapa yang jatuh, sebab kita tak nampak nombor dekat motosikal.
Tapi saya rasa bukan dalam kelompok hadapan. Kita adalah di kelompok belakang. Saya rasa ini kelompok yang di hadapan.
Memang dalam
10 ya.
Dalam last 2 laps kita memang akan nampak orang akan mencuba untuk attack dalam corner. Dan memang kita boleh nampak drama bila final 2 laps. Tapi sekarang pun kalau semua kelompok ni dah makin kurang rider ataupun dah berpisah.
Ada 14 pelumba. Lebih kurang 14 pelumba dalam kelompok hadapan ini. Bermakna sehingga ke Afiq Khaizal Bakar ada tsunami saja tidak ada dalam kumpulan ini, saya rasa. Tapi akan sampai untuk kita dapat confirmkan kedudukannya. Dua lap yang terakhir sebelum mereka ke final lap nanti. Dan arah tsunami telah pun sampai. Tadi dia mengikuti saja di belakang, sekarang dia telah pun sampai di depan untuk arah tsunami. Ada sedikit insiden menolak antara nombor 22 dan 26 Adib Arsyad dan pelumba nombor 22 yang kita datang 26 tu ada Adib Arsyad. Tapi berikan tumpuan pada perlumbaan saja sekarang. Terus menyaksikan perlumbaan yang ini adalah pusingan kedua terakhir. 24-23 yang berada di hadapan Abdullah Qayyum dengan Aidil Umat Ayub yang sekarang cuba untuk memimpin perlumbaan 12. Ini adalah pencabar untuk kejuaraan kali ini bagi musim 2022.
Kita boleh nampak dah Faris Hafiz dia tengah ukur dekat mana dia boleh ambil advantage kan. Sebab kita ada lepas ni dah sampai last lap. So, kita tahu masa pada last lap adalah time yang Faris Hafiz. Kita ada arah tsunami dengan Adiputra Soekarno yang
Adiputra telah berada di depan Faris Hafiz dalam kelompok yang sama juga. Itu yang penting untuk mereka. Jadi ini adalah perubahan yang kedua, pusingan kedua lap yang terakhir. Dan sekarang menuju ke setelah 15. Ini adalah prelude apa yang akan berlaku nanti dalam lap yang terakhir nanti. Siapa yang keluar terlebih dahulu. Ada 24, 25, pelumba nombor 4 juga Adam Haikal Jaha berada dalam kelompok ini. Keluar dari selekor yang terakhir. Ini adalah racing line yang akan diambil mereka nanti dalam lap yang terakhir. Seorang pelumba yang terbabas di hadapan. Dan menuju ke start finishing line itu adalah Adiputra Soekarno. Tadi hampir terjatuh, tapi Adiputra masih dalam kelompok ini. Kita dalam lap yang terakhir sekarang.
Benar, Adam Haikal Jaha sudah sampai di depan. Dan Adam Haikal dia mula dari petak 29. So ini adalah kenapa kita selalu sebut qualifying doesn't matter untuk Y16ZR. Sebab sampai the start of the race semua akan cuba untuk masuk kelompok yang besar ni dan ada peluang untuk menang.
Kita ada 14 pelumba di depan dengan Faris Hafiz pelumba yang paling belakang saya dalam kumpulan ini. Tapi kita lihat selekoh demi selekoh siapa di depan sekarang ini. Adiputra, kalau saya silap saya, ada kadang 25 yang berada di depan sekarang ini di tempat yang pertama 25 ya Adiputra, di mana sekarang nombor 19 dia berada di belakang dalam kumpulan ini. Dampaknya Daniel, bolehkah Faris untuk keluar untuk berada di depan?
Saya rasa Faris dia akan tunggu sampai turn 9 ataupun turn 12 untuk start push. Dia hanya perlu dapatkan slipstream masa dia sampai dekat back straight. Kalau kita memang dah tahu dah riding style Faris Hafiz, dia akan tunggu sampai last turn dan ambil advantage di sana untuk cuba dapat the best exit dan sampai ke finish line.
Sekarang di mana kedudukan dia? Kita tengah mencari dalam banyak motosikal nombor 19. Tapi di depan Adi Putra Soekarno, yang kita lihat ada Michael Jaha juga berada di depan sekarang ini. Ada beberapa selekor lagi yang akan dilalui oleh mereka. 30 itu adalah arah tsunami yang berada di depan. Nombor 4 ada Michael Jaha cuba untuk masuk dari bahagian dalam, terdapat kelebihan. Rapat kedudukan pelumba dan tidak, mereka masih dapat keluar dengan baik dalam perlumbaan ini. Tidak ada sebarang masalah menuju ke berapa selekor lagi dan semakin hampir. Bagi saya selekor 15 itu nanti kita akan lihat.
Sekarang kita tengah cari dekat Faris Hafiz di mana, and Alif Daniel, sebab Alif Daniel dia non-stop ada di top 5. So Faris Hafiz hanya perlu untuk habiskan perlumbaan depan Alif Daniel. Tapi sekarang ni
Alif Daniel di depan saya rasa sekarang ini menuju ke selekor ke-14 dan lalu lurus ke selekor 15. Siapa di depan? Nombor 7 adalah Alif Daniel, di mana tak nampak nombor 19 mungkin tenggelam di bahagian luar. Faris Hafiz berada di belakang menuju ke selekor ke-15 sekarang ini. Alif Daniel yang berada di depan dengan arah tsunami yang nampak mengambil racing line, beza sedikit, keluar sedikit dari bahagian dalam. Saya melihat di mana kedudukan pelumba menuju ke selekor yang terakhir ini. Nampaknya strategi menjadi bagi arah tsunami yang berada di depan, yang keluar sekarang ini menuju ke sana penamat. Arah tsunami yang berada di tempat yang pertama, nombor 23 bersebelahnya. Oh, Faris Hafiz telah sampai. Tapi saya lihatkan mana sekarang ini Adi Putra dan juga arah tsunami yang berjaya menangi perlumbaan dengan Adi Putra tempat yang kedua, Kayum tempat yang ketiga, Faris Hafiz sampai di tempat yang keempat dengan Aidil Ahmad Ayub di tempat yang kelima, Ikram Danish di tempat yang keenam, Adib Arsyad tempat yang ketujuh. Tapi keputusan under investigation sekarang ini, tapi kita bacakan terlebih dahulu. Alif Daniel tempat yang ke-9. Jadi kita akan lihatkan matematik dengan Faris Hafiz tempat yang keempat dengan Alif Daniel tempat yang ke-9. Tapi tempat yang ketiga Adi Putra Soekarno bersama dengan Faris Hafiz pun tidak begitu jauh, tapi dan Adi Putra dengan 20 mata dalam perlumbaan ini. Tamat bagi perlumbaan Y16 ZR Race. Seperti biasa, dia ada drama di penghujung. Faris Hafiz sampai agak lewat sedikit kali ini. Dia di tengah-tengah, jadi agak sukar untuk dia keluar. Dan arah tsunami yang mengawal 30, 25, 23 Abdullah Qayyum. Dan sampai mungkin under investigation kerana antara 23, 25 sampai lebih dahulu. Tapi arah tsunami, saya yakin dia di depan kerana nampak dia jauh sedikit di depan. Kelebihan 0.056 saat arah tsunami menewaskan Adi Putra Soekarno, dan Adi Putra bersama Abdullah Qayyum 0.002 saat saja memisahkan kedua-dua pelumba ini. Jadi arah tsunami memenangi perlumbaan ini buat bagi arah tsunami ini ada kali kedua kerana dia menang dalam perlumbaan yang pertama di pusingan yang kedua lalu dan mencatat kemenangan yang keduanya. Kita akan lihat keputusan nanti dan lihatkan kepada kutipan mata juga untuk jadi penentu untuk kita kata sama ada dia dapat gelaran juara ataupun tidak.
Kalau mengikuti calculation saya, Faris Hafiz sudah dapat championship overall.
Okey.
Sebab sekarang ni dia akan ada 90 mata. Adi Putra dia akan ada 62.
Yep.
Dan
Alif Daniel
61. So kalau saya tak silap jarak mata dalam 30. So memang
sudah cukup kerana 25 mata saja maksimum selepas ini nanti. Mata kutipan mata 25 mata saja maksimum untuk perlumbaan yang kedua. Kalau itu kedudukannya Faris Hafiz pula gelaran juara. Kita akan lihat, mungkin boleh tahu. Sudah ada gelaran juara ataupun tidak bagi Faris Hafiz. Kerana setahu saya perbezaan lebih pada 25 antara kedua-dua pelumba. Tsunami, Adri Putra Sukarno di tempat yang kedua bagi pelumba yang memulakan perlumbaan dari petak ke-16, sementara Abdullah Qayyum Abdul Razak pelumba petak yang kedua, tempat yang ketiga, yang keempat baru Faris Hafiz Abdul Rahman. Tapi tempat 4 tidak cukup untuk Faris Hafiz kerana kita melihat Alif Daniel di tempat yang ke-9 dalam perlumbaan ini. Menjadi persaingan antara pelumba untuk recap bagi perlumbaan yang kita saksikan tadi. Mereka awal memang pada awal kita nampak Faris Hafiz berada di depan, tapi lepas itu seperti biasa dia akan berada di belakang. Pada satu ketika di tempat ke-13 dalam kumpulannya, ini adalah Syukran Aizat yang pada awal-awal lagi dia dapat meneruskan perlumbaan. Adri Putra Sukarno yang berada dalam kelompok hadapan ini. 20 mata jadi kedudukan sekarang bagi Adri Putra Sukarno, 62 mata. Dan kalau kiraan saya ini pun nampak Faris Hafiz telah pun bergelar juara, tapi kita tunggu keputusan rasmi terlebih dahulu. Sementara memberikan tumpuan kepada highlight bagi Yamalu Y16 ZR Race Masterclass ini. 25 yang berada di hadapan itu adalah Muhammad Adri Putra Sukarno bersama dengan Aras Tsunami. Ini antara insiden 22 dan 26 pelumba yang kita saksikan tadi. Muhammad Nur Hakim, Nur Hafiz, Faris Hafiz sama dia keluar ataupun tidak kerana dia di belakang. Tapi sepatutnya kita nampak dia berada di tengah nombor 19 itu, tapi di depan memuncak laju Aras Tsunami bersama dengan Adri Putra bersebelahan dengan Abdullah Qayyum menuju ke gagasan pendamat dengan Adri Putra yang berada di tempat yang ketiga. Adri Putra tempat yang kedua dengan Abdullah Qayyum tempat yang ketiga. Podium bagi Y16 ZR Race Masterclass. Pusingan yang ketiga, perlumbaan yang pertama. Tempat yang ketiga Qayyum Abdul Razak. Tempat yang kedua Muhammad Adri Putra Sukarno. Dan pemenang kali ini nombor 30 Aras Tsunami Kamarudin. Nampakkan ada kemenangan pada pelumba tempat yang ketiga terlebih dahulu. Abdullah Qayyum Abdul Razak, Mr. Tim Hu akan menyampaikan hadiah kepada di tempat yang ketiga Abdullah Qayyum Abdul Razak. Tempat yang kedua Muhammad Adri Putra Sukarno. Sekali lagi di atas podium bagi Adri Putra. Dan menang perlumbaan Aras Tsunami Kamarudin di tempat yang pertama. Dan anugerah pasukannya Al Chong untuk pasukan bagi Aras Tsunami Kamarudin. Perlumbaan bagi Yamalu Y16 ZR Race Masterclass.
Ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause for the Yamaha Y16 ZR Race Masterclass.
Sekali lagi podium bagi Yamalu Y16 ZR Race Masterclass. Aras Tsunami Kamarudin, Muhammad Adri Putra Sukarno, Abdullah Qayyum Abdul Razak. Kita lihatkan perbezaan antara Faris Hafiz dan Muhammad Adri Putra Sukarno bermakna 28 mata yang memisahkan. Jadi Faris Hafiz telah pun bergelar juara bagi Yamaha Y16 ZR Race Masterclass ini. dengan Arif Putra skor tempat kedua 62 mata. Ara Tsunami tempat ketiga 61 mata. Alif Daniel Muhammad Ansri turun tempat yang keempat dengan 52 mata. Abdullah Qayyum Terazak tempat kelima 45 mata. Muhammad Aidil Muhammad Ayub tempat ke-6 39 mata. Ahmad Syamil Akmal Jamaluddin tempat ke-7 37 mata. Muhammad Nur Hakim Muhammad Nur Hafizullah tempat ke-8 33 mata. 9 Muhammad Adam Haikal Jaha 33 mata, diikuti Muhammad Zaki Ahmad Zamri tempat ke-10 29 mata bersama dengan Muhammad Afizi Supaat 12. Ahmad Syukran Aizat Yusof yang tidak dapat meneruskan perlumbaan tadi tempat yang ke-12 dengan 25 mata. Muhammad Izham Hanafi Amran 13 22 mata. Muhammad Faiz Khairul Azmi 14 dengan 20 mata. Muhammad Afiq Karis Abu Bakar tempat ke-15 dengan 19 mata dan Muhammad Syamil Amsyah Ahmad Effendi 17 mata. Baiklah, kita akan bersama dengan Nasya dengan pemenang bagi perlumbaan Yamaha Y16 ZR Race Masterclass.
Sekali lagi dalam perlumbaan Y16 ni.
Apapun saya nak ucapkan syukur Alhamdulillah untuk dia yang beri kemenangan untuk saya. Pada race tadi, saya pun tak sangka boleh dapat nombor 1. Saya hanya follow saja, duduk belakang dan last lap saya try keluar daripada kelompok.
Terima kasih Aras dan kita akan saksikan MSBK 250 perlumbaan yang pertama.
Baiklah, setelah kita menyaksikan bagi MSBK 250, kita akan saksikan terlebih dahulu bagi perlumbaan MSBK 600cc yang berlangsung tadi, yang dilangsungkan sekali bersama dengan perlumbaan Supersport 600cc serentak yang dilangsungkan. Dalam perlumbaan ini bagi 600cc di hadapan kita boleh lihat Andi Farid Izdihar Nakarin Fubapat petak kedua, Kicapon Konsonti petak ketiga, tapi dalam ini ada dalam ARC Supersport 600cc. Namun begitu dalam perlumbaan ini juga ada pelumba yang saing dalam 600cc bagi kategori MSBK 600. Diberikan tumpuan kerana dalam ini Ibrahim Norodin, Ari Dampawi, Andi Farid yang juga perlumbaan lalu, Azrul Hakim Anwar, Helmi Azman. Azrul telah pun naik ke 1000cc dan dalam perlumbaan yang kita saksikan tadi, menyaksikan persaingan yang rapat di antara pelumba di hadapan. Andi Farid yang mendahului begitu jauh sekali di depan, meninggalkan lain-lain pelumba di belakang. Azroy dan yang berada di depan ini adalah nombor 11 yang kita saksikan sekarang ini. Untuk berada di depan dan kita dapat melihat Azroy mengejar Andi Farid dan menuju ke gasan penamat antara Azroy dan juga Andi Farid. Azroy cuba untuk mengejar Andi Farid di gasan penamat, tapi ditewas dengan hanya 0.001 saat sahaja. Andi Farid Izdihar tempat yang pertama, 2 Azrul Hakim Anwar, 3 Ahmad Helmi Azman. Kita akan saksi 1000cc pula yang berlangsung selepas itu tadi, yang juga serentak dengan ESB 1000cc untuk ARRC. Dalam perlumbaan ini yang pada awalnya ditengokkan seketika kerana disiarkan wet race sebab dalam hujan, jadi ada pasukan yang menukar ke tayar hujan, ada pasukan yang tidak menukar ke tayar hujan dan hujan berhenti dan menyebabkan kelebihan kepada pasukan menggunakan tayar kering. Dan di situ kita lihat pasukan yang berada di depan, 2 pelumba Anupap Sarmon dan juga Piwat Watang Nanon yang laju di depan Azan Syah Kamar Zaman yang pada awalnya ada tempat yang ketiga, dia kenakan right to penalti kerana jump start dan lepas itu mengejar kembali kedudukan line letak utama perlumbaan menggunakan tayar basah dan ketinggalan di belakang sedikit agak sukar untuk mendapatkan cengkaman dalam perlumbaan dirita begini untuk Kasma. Di Kasma sekarang tempat yang kelima dalam perlumbaan ini, tempat yang keenam adalah Yuki Ito dalam LRC. Kerana persaingan yang saya katakan tadi, mereka kali ini kita ada Asia Superbike dan juga MSBK yang dijalankan serentak 60 pelumba yang menyertai perlumbaan kali ini. Yang tempat pertama dimenangi oleh Anupap Sarmun dengan Apiwat Watang Nanon. Di tempat yang kedua, ketiga Adam Nuruddin. Dan ini akan memberikan kesan juga kepada MSBK 1000 dalam kedudukan keseluruhan. Nanti kita akan lihat, kita akan saksikan bagi perlumbaan ini. Kita kembali kepada perlumbaan secara langsung bagi MSBK 250, persaingan yang ketiga bersama dengan Nasha di grid permulaan perlumbaan.
Terima kasih Harmi, dan kita akan bersama dengan Irfan Haikal yang kita lihat tiada pencabar, 3 pelumba pasukan SIC Racing tiada dalam perlumbaan kali ini, Irfan. Dan macam mana Irfan? Bukan mungkin lagi, memang confirm Irfan boleh menjadi juara keseluruhan kerana ini adalah perlumbaan pusingan yang terakhir.
Okey, pertama kali saya ingin mengucapkan syukur Alhamdulillah, dan race ni saya akan cuba untuk mendapatkan tempat pertama pada race kali ini.
Jadi kalau kita lihat pagi tadi sewaktu sesi kelayakan, nampak Amir Rafiq memberikan cabaran dengan cuba untuk mendapatkan tempat Irfan, tapi rasanya dalam perlumbaan macam-macam boleh jadi kan? Komen sikit.
Dalam perlumbaan ni kalau saya tak dapat lari, saya akan cuba untuk fight race kali ni.
Terima kasih Irfan, dan kita akan bersama dengan pelumba MSBKB iaitu Ezric yang menggunakan motosikal bernombor 77, di mana kali ini dia adalah pelumba yang terpantas untuk kumpulan B. Ezric. Ini adalah perlumbaan yang pertama dan rasa-rasa untuk kali ini boleh dapat jadi weekend warrior tak? Kerana ini adalah pusingan yang terakhir untuk MSBK.
InsyaAllah, saya dah janji dengan tim, saya janji saya buat. Itu je. Paling mudah.
Terima kasih Ezric, dan kita akan bersama dengan weekend warrior untuk pusingan lalu iaitu Amir Izzat Rozali. Amir Izzat, untuk perlumbaan hari ini, kalau kita lihat sesi kelayakan di tempat yang kedua dan pusingan lalu weekend warrior, rasanya yakin tak boleh dapatkan sekali lagi?
Saya cuba try race ni, tengok boleh podium P1 ke tak.
Kalau kita lihat saingan dalam kumpulan B ni semakin sengit kan, boleh anggarkan tak siapa pesaing terdekat setakat ni?
Pesaing terdekat ni kot.
Terima kasih Armin, dan kita kembali semula bersama dengan Harmi dan juga Daniel.
Untuk MSBK 250 yang dijalankan berasingan dalam perlumbaan ini kerana ada grid yang agak besar dalam perlumbaan ini. Kita ada 20 pelumba berada di hadapan Irfan Haikal Amidi berada di petak utama dalam perlumbaan 86 yang kita bagi Alif Ashraf. Di petak yang ketiga, petak yang keempat adalah Muhammad Zakir Nakiyuddin, 263 untuk BTEC Racing Team. Dia akan bermula dari grid yang ketiga dengan Muhammad Edric Syahriz di kedudukan petak yang kelima nombor 77. Amir Izzat Rozali di petak yang keenam nombor 98 untuk Horizon Racing Team. So kita ada dua kumpulan MSBK-A dan MSBK-B untuk perlumbaan ini.
Bagi saya dalam kumpulan A, Amirul Afiq ada buat quite a surprising performance, hanya 0.3 saat belakang Irfan Haikal dalam qualifying. Sebelum ni kita dalam sesi practice kita rasa macam Irfan Haikal akan ada no challenge at all dalam perlumbaan 1 dengan 2, tapi nampaknya Amirul Afiq mungkin boleh buat surprise result dan kasih challenge dekat Irfan Haikal. Sekarang ni kita boleh lihat dari kumpulan B, Ahmad Faris Zafri. Dan sebelah Ahmad Faris adalah nombor 49 Muhammad Izrul Huzaimi Amran. dari Horizon Racing Team.
Zari dalam kumpulan B, pelumba yang bersaing dalam MSBK B. 93 di sebelahnya Mat Nur Haikal, Mat Nur Fikri juga dalam kumpulan B, MSBK B.
Dan sebelah Muhammad Nur Haikal adalah Muhammad Afiq Hamdan dari Azan Shah 25 Academy dalam Championship Capri. Ini adalah first time dia bawa motosikal jentera 250.
Kumpulan A dan kumpulan B yang kita lihat ada 20 pelumba, satu grid yang agak besar. Irfan dan Safan juga dalam kumpulan B nombor 78. Akan mulakan perlumbaan di petak yang ke-12. Muhammad Fauzi Hassan, petak yang ke-13. Petak ke-14 Muhammad Zulfadli Ishak dan 15 Muhammad Abdul Hafiz Cik Husin. Habis Fauzi Hassan adalah juara Weekend Warrior pada pusingan yang pertama lalu. Dia bermula dari petak yang ke-13 dalam kumpulan B. Semua pelumba A berada di depan kecuali Ashish Patel yang akan bermula petak yang ke-7. Kumpulan A, Afiq Hamdan petak yang ke-11 dengan Khairul Amrin Yahya juga A di petak ke-16. Itu adalah kedudukan bagi grid. Kita akan lihat nanti di grid permulaan perlumbaan akan 8 pusingan kesemuanya yang mereka akan habiskan. Cuaca bertambah baik di utara Sepang ni. Muhammad Irfan Haikal Hamidi petak pertama, 2 Muhammad Amirul Afiq, Muhammad Ahmad Solikin, 3 Muhammad Alif Ashraf Tairuddin.
Nombor 4 Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin, nombor 5 Muhammad Aziz Syariz, nombor 6 Muhammad Amir Izzat Rozali.
Di petak yang ke-7 Patel Ashish Ashmuk Bai, petak yang ke-8 Ahmad Fariz Zafri, 9 Muhammad Izrul Huzaimi Amran.
Nombor 10 Muhammad Nur Haikal, Muhammad Nur Fikri, 11 Muhammad Afiq Muhammad Hamdan, 12 Muhammad Irfan Safwan.
Di petak yang ke-13 Muhammad Fauzi Hassan, 14 Muhammad Zulfadli Ishak, 15 Abdul Hafiz Cik Husin.
Nombor 16 Khairul Amirin, nombor 17 Saidatul Zakira Zairin, nombor 18 Siti Nur Syafia alias Sarizan.
Petak ke-19 Muhammad Zul Husni Jaludin dan petak yang ke-20 Nikraj Sukamon. Di petak yang terakhir 20 pelumba kesemuanya yang berada di Lita. Kalau kita lihat kepada kedudukan MSBK 250A, menyaksikan Irfan Haikal Hamidi yang berada di depan dengan mengumpul 117 mata, jauh di depan Emil Iza Izwan. Dan perbezaan ini juga nampak macam kelebihan pada Irfan Haikal untuk gelaran juara, Daniel.
Ya, memang Irfan Haikal dia boleh, in English kita akan cakap walk away with the championship. Sebab memang kita boleh lihat rider SIC semua tidak ada dalam round 3. So ini adalah easy championship victory untuk Irfan Haikal. Tapi saya rasa maybe in the race Amirul Afiq akan kasih satu challenge dekat Irfan Haikal. Sebab dalam session qualifying Amirul Afiq hanya 0.3 saat saja belakang Irfan Haikal.
Ya, kalau lihatkan perbezaan 3/3 mata di antara Irfan Haikal, Emir Izzat Izwan, dan dia tidak ada dalam perlumbaan ini. Jadi memang gelaran juara menjadi milik Irfan Haikal Hamidi. Faris Hafi, Faris Zazi juga tidak ada dalam race ini. Itu juga Faris Putra Muhammad Fadil juga tidak ada dalam perlumbaan ini. Jadi tidak ada saingan yang sebelum ini memberikan cabaran kepada Irfan Haikal Hamidi. Sebaliknya kali ini cabaran yang akan kita lihat datang daripada Alif Ashraf Tairuddin, Zakir Nakiuddin dalam kumpulan A, dan Amir Afiq Solikin juga dalam MSBK 250A. Jadi sekarang terpulang kepada Irfan Haikal Hamidi bagaimana untuk dia mengendali dan menguasai perlombaan ini. Tapi perbezaan masa di antara Irfan Haikal dan Amirul Afiq tidak begitu jauh dalam sesi kelayakan semalam. 2.30.561 untuk Irfan Haikal, 2.30.927 untuk Amirul Afiq, dan Alif Ashraf saja jauh sikit di tempat yang ketiga dengan 2.36.133 saat. Perbezaan yang sangat ketara di antara dua pelumba di depan dengan pelumba tempat yang ketiga.
Sekarang kita tengah tunggu semua rider sampai di petak masing-masing. Kita boleh nampak Amirul Afiq sudah sampai, Irfan Haikal pun sudah sampai di petak yang pertama. Masa ni saya rasa all that depends is whether Irfan Haikal ataupun Amirul Afiq akan sampai di depan. Tapi selain dari Irfan dengan Amirul, saya rasa tak ada siapa yang akan challenge untuk victory dalam kelompok A. Sebab yang di petak nombor 3 Alif Ashraf, gap dalam qualifying 5 saat. Sekarang ada rider yang masih kena tukar petak, tapi kita tunggu tu lampu merah nyala dan now they're off. Oh, nampak ni macam jump start dari Patel Ashish. Memang clear jump start dari Ashish Patel dah. So sekarang ni Irfan Haikal adalah leading. Oh, nampak ni macam ada masalah untuk Alif Ashraf. Macam dia tengah melihat dia punya gear lever, tapi nampaknya Amirul Afiq dia tengah challenge Irfan Haikal untuk the lead. Nampaknya memang sangat rugi untuk Alif Ashraf. Dan ini adalah starting dari itulah jump start dari Patel Ashish. Memang
start yang sangat jauh yang tadi kita lihat dari Ashish Patel yang jump start. Jadi sekarang ni Irfan Haikal Hamidi yang berada di depan dari Amirul Afiq Solehin, tempat yang ke nombor 40 tu akan dikenakan right through penalti untuk Ashish Patel. Nombor 40 dalam perlumbaan ini sudah melihat 40 Ashish Patel yang dikenakan right through penalti dalam perlumbaan ini, sementara Irfan Haikal Hamidi kekal berada di tempat yang pertama dengan Amirul Afiq Solehin berada di belakangnya mengekori rapat sedikit. Dan ini adalah cabaran atau persaingan yang akan disaksikan dalam perlumbaan. Alif Ashraf Tairuddin 86.
Dia gear lever Alif Ashraf sudah jatuh. So sangat rugi sebab baru start dalam MSBK 250 race 1 dan Alif Ashraf sudah ada DNF, akan ada DNF.
Dah kedudukannya sekarang, tapi di hadapan antara dua pelumba ini mulai ke belakang Irfan Haikal Hamidi untuk melihat di mana kedudukan Amirul Afiq Solehin berada dengan sekarang. Kerana saya rasa Irfan Haikal Hamidi ini untuk kali yang pertama dia mintai perlumbaan kerana tidak ada nama di sebelum ini, dan dia memberikan cabaran kepada Irfan Haikal Hamidi di tempat yang pertama.
Ini memang satu challenge yang sangat menarik dari Amirul Afiq. Kita memang tahu dia pernah masuk championship MSBK 250 and dia memang adalah one of the championship contenders dulu. Untuk dia kembali dalam championship ni and challenge Irfan Haikal dengan factory Bunsi Honda Racing Team memang is impressive so far.
Ya, dia mengejar di belakang walaupun ketinggalan 0.9 saat sekarang ni. Tadi dia agak rapat tapi mulai ada jarak sedikit dengan Irfan, pelumba pasukan Bunsi Honda Racing Team yang berada di tempat yang pertama. Dia melakukan masa terpantas tadi dengan masa 2 minit 37.925 saat dan yang besar. Perbezaan 0.9 saat, hampir 1 saat dia berada di hadapan Amirul Afiq. Itu dalam kumpulannya. Itulah Huzaimi Amran juga dalam kumpulan B, dengan tempat yang kedua dalam kumpulannya. Ashish Patel masih lagi dalam perlumbaan. Dia akan dikenakan right through penalti, dan Fauzi Hassan berada di tempat yang ke-7, di tempat yang ketiga dalam MSBKB. Sebab saya dalam berdasarkan undang-undang dia ada 2 atau 3 pusingan untuk dia lakukan jika tidak dia akan dikenakan black flag untuk keluar dari perlumbaan. Jadi ada masa lagi untuk dia lakukan right through penalti. Sementara di hadapan ini dengan kelajuan speed tertinggi adalah milik Amirul Afiq Solehin dengan 183.7 km/jam yang dicatatkannya. Namun begitu, tapi secara kedudukan dalam perlumbaan dia ketinggalan sedikit di belakang. Ini ada Edric Sharif masih lagi dalam perlumbaan dan menuju ke finishing line untuk Irfan Haikal Amidi jauh laju depan. Kali ini telah pun 2 saat dia meninggalkan Amrul Afiq Soliga. Dan 3 pelumba dalam MSBKA ini. Baru ada Amir Izzat Rozali tempat yang keempat dalam MSBK B. Irfan jauh meninggalkan lain-lain pelumba.
Irfan Haikal dia boleh maintain pace 2 minit 31 dan sekarang ni pace Amrul Afiq ni 2 minit 32. So saya rasa ini adalah perlumbaan untuk Irfan Haikal menang.
Dan dengan sekarang kedudukan dia 2 saat meninggalkan lain pelumba. Sekarang soalannya berapa jauh dia boleh tinggalkan Amrul Afiq Solikin di tempat yang kedua. 6-3 Zakir Nakiuddin tempat yang ketiga yang ditinggalkan Zakir 8 saat berada di belakang. Gap di antara 10 saat di belakang Irfan dan 8 saat di belakang Amrul Afiq Solikin. Ini untuk dalam MSBKA. Sementara Amir Izzat Rozali di tempat yang pertama, Izrul Huzaimi Amran kedua dan Ezrik Syaris tempat yang ketiga dalam kumpulan B. Itu persaingan yang ada nampaknya kerana Izrul Huzaimi 2 saat di belakang Amir Izzat dan Ezrik Syaris 2 saat di belakang Izrul Huzaimi. Sementara Amidi yang terus tanpa dicabar oleh lain-lain pelumba kerana pencapaian terdekatnya Amrul Afiq Solikin tadi ditinggalkan dalam 2 saat. Sekarang 3.7 saat berada di belakang. Jauh Amrul Afiq ditinggalkan. Kemudian baru ada Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin yang ditinggalkan sebelum ini 8 saat di belakang Irfan Haikal. Kumpulan A cuma kumpulan B Izrul Huzari Amran, Aziz Syaris, Ahmad Faris Syafri, Fauzi Hasan yang rapat kedudukannya. Haikal Nur Fikri juga telah pun hampir di belakang Muhammad Fauzi Hasan 0.089 saat di belakang Fauzi Hasan. Nombor 93 dan 66. Sementara Faris Zafri 3 saat di belakang Ezrik Syaris. Ezrik Syaris 1.3 saat di belakang Izrul Rozali, Izrul Huzari Amran dan Muhammad Ezrik Syaris.
Dan sekarang ni nampaknya Amir Izzat dia ada advantage dalam championship contending untuk Weekend Warrior. So ni dia overall nombor 4, tapi untuk Group B dia nombor 1, teammate dia Izrul Huzaimi ada di belakang. Tapi masa qualifying kita nampak Muhammad Ezrik Syaris dia ada advantage sikit dalam masa, tapi so far dalam race 1 dia nampaknya macam struggle sikit untuk keep up dengan Amir Izzat dengan Muhammad Izrul.
Dia mengejar sekarang ni kedudukan yang dapat dalam kumpulan B untuk menentukan siapa yang akan menang dalam perlumbaan ini. Perebutan Weekend Warrior yang akan ditentukan esok sebenarnya. Tapi kita boleh lihat kedudukan yang dapat antara tiga-tiga pelumba, Fauzi Hasan dan Muhammad Nur Haikal, Muhammad Nur Fikri. Muhammad Nur Fikri yang cuba meminta tempat yang ke
Fauzi Hasan. Nampaknya battle ni akan continue sebab dia nak cuba mengejar balik Ahmad Faris Zafri yang nampaknya tengah cuba untuk dapatkan gap sikit dari Muhammad Fauzi Hasan.
Dia bertahan pada Fauzi Hasan, Muhammad Nur Haikal. Sementara ini adalah pelumba di depan Irfan Haikal. Kami boleh nampak belakang Amrul Afiq Solikin 5.8 saat ditinggalkannya di belakang. Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin lebih jauh lagi ditinggalkan di belakang. Gap 19 saat antara Zakir dan juga Irfan Haikal Amidi di tempat yang pertama. Irfan Haikal tidak dicabar. 2 jauh sedikit ada Amrul Afiq Solikin yang sebelum ini ditinggalkan 58 saat lebih pada 6 saat. Sekarang ini ditinggalkan. Semakin laju Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi di tempat yang pertama dan Amrul Afiq yang kita lihat tadi untuk mengejar. Ini adalah Zakir Nakiuddin. Tidak saya. Oh bukan, ini 98. Amir Izzat Rozali, Izrul Huzaimi Amran dan Muhammad Ezrik Syaris. Ini perebutan dalam kumpulan B yang kita sedang saksikan sekarang. Ini dalam masuk 49 dan Izrul Huzari Amran yang cuba bersebelahan sekarang ini dengan nombor 49 Izrul Huzari Amran dan bersama dengan Muhammad Ezrik Syaris. Ini perebutan untuk tempat yang ke-5 dan tempat yang ke-6.
Ya, sekarang ni Ezrik Syaris tengah mencuba untuk kejar balik, sebab kita nampak tadi Izrul Huzaimi dengan Amir Izzat mencuba lari dari Aziz. Still Muhammad Izrul Huzaimi yang memegang line and the lead depan Aziz Syaris. Untuk kumpulan B ada peluang untuk pull a gap, tapi nampaknya Aziz Syaris dari luar dalam turn 14 berjaya untuk memotong Izrul Huzaimi. Sekarang ni Muhammad Izrul Huzaimi akan dapat slipstream belakang Aziz Syaris. Nampak begitu senang dia dapat slipstream dengan memotong Aziz Syaris di back straight dan masuk turn 11. Saya rasa Aziz Syaris akan mencuba dalam inside line tapi tidak berjaya. Muhammad Izrul Huzaimi lagi late braking dari
Aziz Syaris yang terjatuh. Cuba untuk mengejar Izrul Huzaimi Amran tadi, dia gagal untuk mengawal jentera yang terjatuh. Dengan baki 3 lap lagi, 3 pusingan akan tamat dan terus meninggalkan jenteranya. Dia tidak dapat untuk mengawal jentera tadi bagi Aziz Syaris yang turun ke bawah sekarang ini. Jadi kedudukan berubah dalam kumpulan B.
Sekarang ni apa ni, Muhammad Izrul Huzaimi pun sudah sampai dengan teammate dia Amir Izzat. Ditinggal 9 saat.
Ya, jauh di belakang. Jadi dua pelumba ini yang bersaing 98 dan 49 yang kita lihat. Rafiq Solikin di tempat yang kedua, sekali lagi rekan masa terpantas sektor yang kedua 1 dan 3. Nah, tidak dapat kata masa lebih baik lagi, tapi masih terpantas di sektor yang kedua untuk Irfan Haikal Amidi. Kalau sebelum ini kita lihatkan dia dan rakannya dalam Bonsi Honda Racing, kerana yang paling hampir dengan dia pun ada hampir 9 saat lebih, hampir 10 saat berada di belakangnya sekarang ini. Pun ada back marker, dia dapat mengganggu tapi tidak ada masalah untuk Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi. Terus berada di hadapan tempat pertama dengan untuk Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi.
Irfan Haikal baru je buat best lap 2 minit 30.8. Itu actually lap time yang laju juga. Kalau kita ada rider SIC pun saya rasa ini memang lap time yang akan paling laju, sebab jarang-jarang kita nampak rider dapat 2 minit 30, biasanya 2 minit 31 dalam race pace. Sekarang ni Irfan Haikal memang sangat selesa dalam position.
Dia telah champion kerana tidak ada pelumba tempat kedua, 3, 4 kerana pasukan SIC Racing tidak ada dalam lomba kali ini. Jadi dia memang sebelum berlumba pun dah jadi juara bagi Irfan Haikal Amidi yang tapi kita nak lihat berapa jauh dia dapat tinggalkan Amirul Afiq Solikin dan Zakir Nakiuddin, kerana tadi seperti Daniel katakan tadi melakukan catatan terpantas yang dilakukannya walaupun tidak ada pencabar, tapi dapat melakukan masa jauh lebih baik lagi. Dia mungkin memberikan untuk melakukan masa yang terpantas bagi musim ini. 27 ada Amirul Afiq Solikin di tempat yang kedua dengan kalau kita lihatkan pada lap time dilakukan, perbezaannya Amirul Afiq lakukan 2 minit 32.765 terpantas di Rita. Situlah kita nampak perbezaannya Daniel di antara Amir Irfan Haikal Amidi dan Amirul Afiq setelah lain pelumba.
Memang Amirul Afiq dia slow down dia punya pace. Saya rasa dia tak nak ambil risiko sebab memang dia sudah tak ada peluang untuk kejar victory dalam race 1. So sekarang ni dia punya peluang adalah untuk finish dalam second place. Dan itu result yang sangat okey. Dia akan mengutip 20 poin dengan dapat podium.
Untuk Amirul Afiq Solikin nombor 27 berada di tempat yang kedua. Dia tinggalkan Zakir Nakiuddin pun jauh di belakang. Dia baru sampai di start finishing line untuk ke lap yang terakhirnya. Dia di belakang Irfan Haikal 16 gap yang masih kita nantikan, belum sampai lagi satu lap.
Sekarang ni tengok pace Amirul Afiq, dia baru melakukan 2 minit 34. So memang pace dia lagi rendah. Nampak macam Irfan Haikal dia tengah enjoy, dia tengah cuba buat apa yang kita panggil elbow drag. Dia just enjoying dia punya last lap sekarang ni, sebab dia memang tak ada siapa yang boleh kasih challenge kat dia.
Terlalu jauh di depan sekarang di 16.579 saat. Irfan Akalamidi meninggalkan Amirul Afiq Solikin. Ketiadaan pencabarnya Amir Izzat Rozali dengan Idrul Huzaimi Amran. Itu perebutan dalam B antara kedua-dua ini, kerana dia adalah pelumba dalam plan A yang sekarang ini menuju ke turn 15. Selekor terakhir bagi mengambil checker flag dalam perlumbaan ini. Tempat yang pertama, Amir Afiq tinggalkan lebih daripada 17 saat di belakangnya. Dan di selekor yang ke-15 tidak ada tekanan bagi Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi untuk pasukan Bonsu Honda Racing Team.
Kenapa tadi Irfan Haikal pun mencuba untuk buat elbow down lagi, tapi Irfan Haikal dia menang race 1 untuk MSBK 250 dan dia akan jadi juara untuk Championship MSBK 250.
Amir Afiq Solikin tempat yang kedua, ditinggalkan sebelum ini 18 saat dan sekarang dia sampai dengan perbezaan antara Irfan Akalamidi dan Amirul Afiq 19.6 saat di belakang Irfan Haikal. Walaupun dia jauh depan tapi tidak perlahan, dia terus memucut untuk memastikan kemenangan menjadi miliknya. Dan Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin tempat yang ketiga, nombor 63 yang kita lihat sekarang ini, dia memang jauh tinggalkan. Sebab kita akan lihat nanti kedudukan Amir Izzat Rozali nombor 98, Idrul Huzaimi Amran nombor 49, Fauzi Hasan nombor 66. Tapi berikan tumpuan dulu kepada Zakir Nakiuddin yang akan sampai dengan ditinggalkan 35 saat gap di belakang Irfan Akalamidi. Ini ada dua pelumba 98 Amir Izzat Rozali yang tahan dengan kedudukan tempat yang ketiga dan 4, Muhammad Amir Izzat Rozali dengan Idrul Huzaimi Amran di tempat yang kedua. Fauzi Hasan mengangkat kedudukan tempat yang ketiga ataupun tidak. Ya, Nur Haikal, Nur Fikri yang berjaya memintas Muhammad Fauzi Hasan pada lap yang terakhir ini untuk menduduki tempat yang ketiga dalam kumpulan B. Ya, betul, tempat ketiga. Fauzi Hasan di tempat yang keempat dalam kumpulan B, tempat yang ketujuh keseluruhan. Ahmad Faris Zafri tempat yang ke-8 dengan Afiq Hamdan di tempat yang ke-9. Karol Amir Yahya tempat ke-10. 11 Ashish Patel. Abdul Hafiz Cik Husin 12. 13 Zulfadli Ishak. Ini tamat bagi perlumbaan MSBK 250. Afiq menaiki podium kali ini. Menantikan podium bagi MSBK 250. Ini perlumbaan terakhir kita pada hari ini sebelum kita akan ke perlumbaan yang kedua akan berlangsung esok, di mana dalam kategori 600 serta 1000 cc akan dilangsungkan serentak dengan ARRC bagi 250 yang dijalankan berasingan, dan juga bagi Y16 juga yang akan kita saksikan sebelah petang nanti secara langsung. Ini kita akan nantikan keputusan bagi perlumbaan Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi yang pertama, kedua Muhammad Amirul Afiq Ahmad Solikin, ketiga Zakir Nakiuddin Kamarul Wizam dalam kumpulan A. Muhammad Amir Izzat Rozali dalam kumpulan B, tempat keempat. Dia tempat yang pertama dalam kumpulan B. Tempat kedua kumpulan B, Idrul Huzaimi Amran. Tempat kelima. Tempat yang keenam, Muhammad Nur Haikal Muhammad Nur Fikri. Tempat ketiga dalam kumpulan B. Tempat yang ketujuh, Muhammad Fauzi Hasan. Tempat ke-8, Ahmad Faris Zafri. Kedua pelumba dalam kumpulan B tadi. 9, Muhammad Afiq Muhammad Hamdan dalam kumpulan A. 10, Khairul Amirin Yahya dalam kumpulan A. Patel Ashish tempat ke-11 kumpulan A. Abdul Hafiz Cik Husin tempat ke-12 dalam kumpulan B. Ahmad Zulfadli Ishak tempat ke-13 kumpulan B. 14, Muhammad Irfan Safwan kumpulan B. 15, Siti Nur Syafiah Alia Shah Arizan kumpulan B. Dan 16, Said Datul Zakira Zairin dalam kumpulan B. Di Nira Sukamon tempat yang ke-17. Dalam kumpulan B, Muhammad Zul Husni Jaludin tempat yang ke-18. Dalam kumpulan B tempat yang ke-19, Muhammad Edric Syaris. Dan kumpulan B20, Muhammad Alif Ashraf Tahiruddin. Irfan Haikal yang baru sampai dengan untuk meraihkan kemenangan dan kejuaraannya bagi MSBK 250A ini. Irfan Haikal yang menang dalam perlombaan pusingan yang kedua, perlombaan yang pertama, perlombaan yang ketiga juga dia menang. 2 kemenangan menjadikan ini adalah kemenangan yang ketiganya bagi musim ini. Dan 2 kali tempat yang
Satu seorang.
Seorang ya? Sure, bukan baik kata. Seorang.
menantikan bagi pemenang untuk MSBK 250A, Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi.
Irfan, perlombaan yang kita nampak tadi cukup tenang, cukup jauh meninggalkan perlombaan yang lain, dan ceritakan sedikit tentang perlombaan tadi.
Pada pertama kali saya ingin mengucapkan syukur Alhamdulillah dan terima kasih kat tim saya dan dekat mak bapak saya. Pada race tadi, saya just cuba untuk push, untuk gapkan orang belakang. Akhirnya saya dapat tempat pertama.
Terima kasih Irfan dan tanya sekali lagi.
Ini adalah highlight bagi perlombaan MSBK 250 dari awal lagi. Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi meninggalkan dalam perlombaan jauh. Walaupun di peringkat awal, kita nampak Amirul Afiq Solikin seolah-olah dapat untuk cuba memberikan cabaran kepada Irfan Haikal Amidi, tapi ternyata jentera bagi Bonsi Honda Racing Team ni terlalu kuat untuk dikejar oleh Amirul Afiq Solikin, dan pelombanya juga Irfan Haikal Amidi dapat menunggang begitu baik muncul laju di depan. Pada seketika berada pelumba yang terjatuh, Muhammad Edric Syaris tadi. Di depan tidak dikejar oleh mana-mana pelumba dan meningkatkan, tapi cuma kita dapat lihat walaupun dia tidak dicabar, tapi dia 6 dan meningkatkan perbezaan 19.658 saat di depan Amir Afiq Solikin, dan Nomor Zakir 55 saat ditinggalkannya, hampir 1 minit berada di belakang Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi, pemenang bagi perlombaan ini. Podium bagi MSBK 250, perlombaan yang pertama. Yang ketiga Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin. Amirul Afiq Solikin tempat yang kedua dan Zakir Nakiuddin tempat yang ketiga. Irfan Haikal Amidi yang menangi perlombaan ini.
In third place, Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin.
Ini adalah podium bagi MSBK 250. Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi, Amirul Afiq Solikin dan Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Cristo to take a picture with our race winners.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for our NSBK 250 race winners.
Sana, tengok sana, tengok sana.
Inilah kedudukan 142 mata untuk Irfan Akalamidi di depan dengan Emil Izwa tempat yang kedua 84 mata. Fatal Ashish tempat ketiga dengan 76 mata. Faris Syafi, Farid Sezli tempat keempat 75 mata. Faris Putra Ahmad Fadil tempat yang kelima 75 mata, diikuti Zakir Nakiuddin tempat ke-6 74 mata. Idlan Hakim Radha tempat ke-7 65 mata. Muhammad Amirul Afiq Ahmad Solikin tempat ke-8 dengan 20 mata. Dalam B pula menyaksikan Muhammad Amin Izzat Rozali menangi perlumbaan ini dengan Idrul Huzaimi Amran. Ini adalah untuk mencari weekend warrior esok dengan Nur Haikal Ahmad Nur Fikri tempat yang ketiga. Kita akan saksikan juga bagi podium 600 MSBK 600 yang berlangsung dalam perlumbaan yang serentak dengan perlumbaan ARRC 600 cc bagi MSBK 600. Kita di tempat yang ketiga Karoi dan Pawi, Ibrahim Norodin di tempat yang kedua dengan Andi Gilang di tempat yang pertama. Chris Low, marketing manager untuk menyampaikan hadiah kepada lomba di tempat yang ketiga Karoi dan Pawi, The Bonsi Honda Racing Team dengan Ibrahim Norodin di tempat yang kedua sama dengan Andi Gilang, Andi Farid Izzah maksud saya. Andi Farid Izzah yang ada dalam perlombaan ini. Kita lihat juga pada kedudukan keseluruhan bagi MSBK 600. Ibrahim Norodin di tempat pertama 121 mata dengan Khalid dan Pawi tempat yang kedua 117 mata. Masih lagi rapat kedudukan ini. Andi Farid Izdiha 3 dengan 95 mata. Kita akan saksikan seperti podium bagi MSBK 1000. Sekali lagi kedudukan bagi MSBK 600, kedudukan keseluruhan MSBK 1000. 3 pelumba yang akan menaiki podium dalam MSBK 1000 ini.
Now we would like to start the MSBK 1000 race podium.
Perlumbaan yang berlangsung dalam cuaca pada awalnya hujan, tapi kemudian hujan berhenti dan pelumba yang menggunakan tayar hujan ada kesukaran sikit. Lita Zakwan Zaidi tempat yang ketiga dan dia sudah tempat yang kedua dan Kasma Daniel berada di tempat yang pertama. Kerana Kasma tempat yang kelima keseluruhan tadi, Zakwan di tempat yang ke-8 keseluruhan, tempat yang ketiga dalam SBK 1000, tempat yang kedua Takuya Suda, tempat yang ke-7 keseluruhan, tempat kedua dalam perlombaan ini, dan pemenang perlombaan Kasma dan Kasma Yudin tempat yang ke-5 dalam perlombaan keseluruhan tadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for the MSBK 1000 race
Podium bagi MSBK 1000 dalam perlombaan yang dilangsungkan serentak dengan ARC 1000. Begitu juga esok akan berlangsung untuk pusingan yang kedua juga sama untuk perlombaan MSBK 1000cc ini. Ini kedudukan keseluruhan Kasma Daniel di tempat yang pertama dengan 175 mata. Azlan Shah Kamal Zaman tempat kedua dengan 110 mata. Zakwan Zahid tempat ketiga 79 mata. Syukri Manzoki tempat keempat dengan 65 mata. Osama Maria tempat kelima 64 mata. Rajni Krishnan tempat ke-6 59 mata. Ahmad Daniel Haikal tempat ke-7 58 mata. Azrul Hakim Anwar tempat ke-8 dengan 54 mata. Kumpulan B belum menyaksikan Syukri Marzoki tempat pertama dengan 25 mata. Osama Maria tempat kedua dengan 20 mata. Raja Nazim Iskandar tempat ketiga 16 mata. Tiwi Jin tempat keempat 13 mata. Michael Luke Stone tempat kelima 11 mata. Teo Yujo tempat ke-6 10 mata 9 mata untuk Coach Yen. Dan tidak ada mata untuk Nik Hadi Nik Mahmud. Bertamat bagi perlumbaan MSBK pusingan yang ketiga untuk hari yang pertama ini. Kita akan bertemu lagi esok untuk perlumbaan pusingan kedua yang juga akan dilangsungkan serentak dengan Asia Road Racing Championship pusingan yang keempat. Sehingga itu, salam hormat dan kita jumpa lagi esok.